Online dating's pretty tough. I remember when I was a single man using Tinder, my go-to line was, "Do you like Brendan Fraser movies?" It worked to tremendous success. It was like a real-life cheat code for getting laid. But I understand not everyone's gonna be as suave as I was. However, I'd argue nobody has less game than the guy I'm about to show you. This should lift your spirits. If you ever feel bad about yourself, like, damn, I suck at online dating, just know you'll never be as bad as this living, breathing organism I'm about to show you. For those that have been around the channel for a while, you'll know that I've always enjoyed reading horrible flirting as well as just really disastrous, like, romance attempts online. I used to have a whole series going through Facebook flirting, which is where I learned about, bitch lasagna, as well as also a line I still use today, "Put your ass in my asshole, baby." Things like that. I've always loved it. I don't really make content around it anymore, but today I had to come out of retirement. I had to dust off the old championship belt here for this one because I saw this on Reddit and I was smiling ear to ear. It is so bad. So this is where our journey begins. Now, again, this was posted to Reddit, so there's like a 90% chance it's fake. But god damn it, I'm gonna suspend disbelief and just enjoy the ride. Now, of course, I'm not an expert here. Rick wouldn't call me into the shop on Pawn Stars to check the authenticity of this piece, but there are countless of very real examples with pathetic dudes that go just like this. So, there is a good chance it's real. So these two have been talking for a little while, and my man comes in with the clown shoes and asks, "Are you on birth control?" I know it's a personal question, but kind of important to know. And then they say, "Okay, I'm canceling Wednesday." This could have gone better. This is suboptimal. This is a rough start right here. If it was a speed run, this would be a reset. This is about as bad as you could expect. He immediately ruined the date that they had planned by just immediately going full hog and just sending it. And from there was no recovering, and it gets real bad. He does not handle this super well. There was no grace or elegance. "Lol, I'm kidding, dude, relax." He's just, it's just stand-up comedy, honestly. He was practicing his material. Why are you overreacting? "I'm uncomfortable with these jokes." "Okay, sorry, I'll stop." "Okay." "No, I'm still canceling it." And now we get into his Joker arc. "Well, that's really your loss for being so uptight, but okay. I'll just go to work and make $900 in 12 hours. Really? You're overreacting. Seriously? And you wonder why you're single? Yawn. Still waiting for your reply. Lol. I actually had you double booked with another girl, so I'm kinda happy you decided to be a psycho. You sure you want to cancel it?" This is a full roller coaster worth of emotion here. This man's hitting all 5 stages of denial within 6 text messages. This shit goes insano style quick. So let's break it down piece by piece. At first it's like, okay, you're missing out on a catch. I'm the perfect guy. I'm a real fucking man. Check my KD in Fortnite. I'm nuts. And you know what? Fuck you. I'm just gonna go make $900 in 12 hours at my job because I'm pulling fat racks. I've got stacks on stacks. Like, I'm kind of nutty. I'm one of the wealthiest men in the world, in fact. Then you can see panic start to set in when the money play didn't pan out. I'm guessing like 5 minutes had passed and he was already hyperventilating and breathing into a paper bag to calm himself down. So he tries to like put it on her like something's wrong with her. She's overreacting. Why are you just freaking out over nothing? It's like that scene in Airplane with that girl who's like afraid of flying. So they start like shaking her. "Hey, get a hold of yourself. Come on, get a hold of yourself. It was just a joke." So then he goes right into his bad boy mode. He puts on his sunglasses and trench coat and says, "You know what? Actually, this is good for me. I double booked you with another girl. So the fact that you're psycho is helpful for me because now I can just go to this other girl. In fact, I was just trying to have like 10 girls to have sex with on the same day, and you were just one of the many. So it's not that big of a deal. But are you sure you want to cancel? Like, I'm totally telling the truth, but are you like sure you want to cancel?" I love that attempt. It's like, I'm so desirable, actually. In fact, I totally forgot I'd already had another girl that I was gonna fuck this day, so it's fine. And then has the audacity to call her a psycho. And I love the way that he says it, "I double booked." This man has clearly never actually had a date in his life. It's like he's just penciling it in on a calendar, as if it's like a part of his job. Now we make a transition into Act 3 here, into just full-blown neediness and scary obsession. "Please call me, please. I'm at work, dude." Lol, I know. I'm just being incredibly annoying to show you how most guys act. So maybe you'll realize I'm not that bad. "So I'll see you Wednesday?" That doesn't even make sense. You were fine until that joke. This is a Hail Mary. This man hatched the ultimate plan. So after he realized that by begging to be called back, it was a bit much, a rare moment of self-reflection, he's like, okay, yeah, it's a bit weird. So then he's like, how do I get out of this now? I've got it. I was actually just pretending to be needy and obsessed. It was called acting. I was actually just doing this to show you what most other simpletons do, not a sophisticated, nice guy like me. So I'll see you Wednesday, right? Dude, I was kidding with you. It's a joke. You do know I'm a doctor, right? My brain thinks at a much higher level than yours or the average person. It wasn't even sexual. It was a joke. And I said if you don't like those type of jokes, I won't joke like that anymore. This should be the end of it. You should be like, okay, cool. And then if I do it again, then you get pissed. Yeah, he's a doctor. Dr. Love, baby. This guy's good. This is real smooth. I have to imagine he's not actually a doctor. I mean, maybe fucking Dr. Evil. I have no clue. But regardless, I love that he's like, I actually just have such a galaxy brain. I'm thinking on a totally different level than you and all of these other plebeians. I'm just too fucking smart. That's my curse. That's the burden I bear. I'm too intelligent, which is why I made this joke. And the joke is a thinking man's joke. It's actually an anti-joke, in fact. You know how there's like matter and antimatter? This is an anti-joke, and now I'm explaining it to you so you don't have the right to get mad about it. You see, you're just wrong for getting upset about it, and it's because I'm so much smarter than you. And I understand that it's not your fault for being fucking stupid, but just know that since I'm a doctor, I know what's right and what's wrong when it comes to joking. You off just get pissed right off the bat and be all rude to someone. That's a major turnoff, and just know. Yeah, she was the one being rude. She was nice enough to give you like a warning that she's canceling. She's like, hey, you're a fucking weirdo and I'm canceling. She could have just said nothing and not showed up on Wednesday, wasting your time by going there. And you just sit there all fucking soft cock in hand waiting and just not even getting a response. But she was nice enough to like cancel to your face. Like, that's far more than you deserved. Okay, so rant over. Are we cool now? Yeah, I think things are good now. I'm reading the room and it looks like he may have solved this problem here and fixed everything. You just talk shit to me. All I said was I'm canceling it. I didn't do what did talk shit to someone. What? Those are not coherent sentences. Of course I'm talking shit to you. You just flaked after I asked for that night off. Do you know how hard it is for me to get a night off work? Continuing further, let's just stop this childish nonsense. I'll see you Wednesday, right? This is that shit, don't take no for an answer, which I think is honestly the worst advice you can ever give someone. No is like the most important answer you should accept. By not accepting no's, you're just gonna go to jail at some point. Like, you're just asking for some kind of awful thing to happen to you. Like, no is an important thing to recognize and respect. And then they respond, you do not need to criticize my sentences. Change of mind and telling you about it doesn't really make it flaking. I was upfront. You said you already booked another date with someone else. Go enjoy it. I don't know why you're trying to with me, especially since you think so little of me already. Man's going full-blown car salesman. Just meet me Wednesday. I'm sorry, okay? Just will not drop it. There is no chance she shows up on Wednesday. This is coming across like an actual serial killer now who's just scratching at his neck for his next victim. Like, he just cannot help but just keep saying, you're coming Wednesday. I know you are. You're gonna meet me here Wednesday. Call me immediately. I'm at work. I'm not going to take the call. Okay, then we are meeting Wednesday, right? Are we cool? I feel like she might be talking to King Ghidorah here, just three separate heads all talking at once and all having different thoughts. One of them is just a fucking android that can only say Wednesday. One of them's just like a spiteful lunatic who thinks that there's some galaxy brain intellect that can't help but shit on her. And then one of them's just like a lobotomized zombie who just constantly just keeps asking, are we cool? Are we good now? It's wild, like the swings this guy goes through on these text messages here. Then he goes all in saying, look, my mom recently died, okay? So I'm kinda not really in the best place to be messed with. So if you could understand that would be great. Please, dude, please answer me. Can you please stop being immature and call me? Now, admittedly, she was being very immature about this whole situation by not understanding such level-headed remarks from a gentleman like this. It really was her being immature, clearly. And I also can't help but respect the actual Xbox Live tactic of saying his mom died. That is unironically 2005 Xbox Live shit right there. Like, your mom's a whore, mom's dead, and it's supposed to be like the checkmate. He actually tried it. It's like, oh, mom's dead, so now you have to excuse everything I've said, and you have to go on this date with me. I'll see you Wednesday, right? Come on, stop being immature. So yeah, anyway, that's where this story wraps up. Hopefully, if some of you are shitty at online dating, this will help you feel a little bit better and maybe help you improve in that respect in some way. Hopefully, none of you are as bad as this guy or anywhere close, but if you're just kind of, awkward and uncomfortable when it comes to conversations via text, maybe this will lift your spirits up a little bit because you're probably not as bad as this guy. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah. A couple months ago, there was a massive story that blew up and became more popular and more well known than the Bible for like a week or two. It was a police cheating scandal where a woman was accused of cheating on her husband with multiple officers on the force, and they were going hog wild at like the headquarters while on duty, at the gym, also having girls gone wild style hot tub parties or something. You would have been hard pressed to find a location they weren't having sex in. There was more DNA throughout that headquarters than at a goddamn sperm bank. You could have cloned all of the officers with all of that. I bet if you brought a blacklight to the headquarters, you would have had that shit lit up like it was a game of Splatoon. And she kind of became the face of cheating for a little while, like the mascot for extramarital affairs. This story actually had a pretty big plot twist not too long ago where she came out and said that everything isn't as it appears. She was actually groomed into it and forced into it. I don't think there's been any updates since that statement came out, but that's kind of where the story's at. And now the same thing is happening yet again at a different department. It really seems like police headquarters are like frat houses at this point. So let's go over this news story where a 911 dispatcher is accused of sexting with 7 men and having an affair with at least 2 of them. And some of the text messages have been released, and holy shit, the amount of refined pure cringe is admirable. Just to give you the quick and dirty, a 911 dispatcher has been caught sexting 7 other officers while being married herself. Some of the officers are also married, so it's a big, wild, wacky web of cheating that's unfolded here. And 3 of them are being put up for potential termination as a result of all of this. It's still unclear if a lot of the affairs and all of that shit were happening while on duty, like on the clock. Though it does appear to be the case occasionally. So definitely a not great situation here. So now let's dive in and take a closer look at what's been said and exactly what was going on.
According to Sheriff Javier Salazar, the employees deny having sex or doing anything inappropriate while on duty. However, 2 spouses who shared the texts with Internal Affairs and with News 4 claim the messages show otherwise.
The shamelessness to not only cheat but then deny that it happened in the face of overwhelming evidence is almost comical. It'd be like me trying to deny that I'm 5'6", or trying to say that my cat Io isn't the cutest goddamn thing in the world when you can clearly see that not only is she the cutest cat in the world, but I'm 5'6". There's no getting around that fact. There's just not a whole lot of wiggle room for this to be some kind of misunderstanding or a lie, because the spouses are the ones that came forward with all of the information and all of the text messages, which is a heartbreaking betrayal, but it is pretty much put in the books as a fact that the sexting is real, as are the affairs. So I believe they're trying to now deny that it happened on duty as opposed to just denying that it happened in general.
Overnight 911 dispatcher Crystal Perez has been placed on unpaid administrative leave, along with Bexar County Sheriff Sergeant Ronaldo Salinas and Deputy Juan Leal. All 3 have received notices of proposed termination.
So it seems the only thing Crystal was dispatching was officers to her pussy. She was reporting a vaginal emergency, and luckily the boys in blue knew exactly how to solve this problem. With penis. Fucking heroes. Now, she was sexting with about 5 other officers, but these 2 are the ones that are kind of in the hot seat at the moment because they believe the behavior was so egregious that they need to take disciplinary action against those 2, as well as, of course, Crystal herself.
Many of the texts are too explicit for us to share.
But just explicit enough for me to share. I like that. That's how you make me feel. Not sure how it is for you. I feel so hot and sexy when I'm in you. Also kind of blundered the spelling on you there, because I'm pretty sure he's typing with one hand. Fuck yeah, you do. I can feel it. All of it. And I love it. I understand that it's always laughable looking at someone's sexting. It's one of those things that is always going to be just fucking goofy. But this feels like a whole nother level of embarrassing. Like, just the way that it starts there. I feel so hot and sexy when I'm in you. Brother, what kind of emotional Twilight level shit is that? What? When I'm inside your warm crevice, I feel like such a man. Like, I almost expected him to start, like, trauma dumping right after that. Like, prior to your moist hole, the only thing that I would get inside was the couch cushions, and you fill me with so much more purpose down there. And then her response is just as fucking silly. I can feel it. All of it. Yeah, I hope so. I fucking hope so. I hope you're not just numb. And I hope my cock isn't so goddamn skinny and small that you wouldn't even know it's there. Yeah, I fucking hope you would be able to feel it. We need another hotel day. Yes, with like 1,000 exclamation points. None stop for as long as possible. When do you go back to nights? Friday. So they're looking at non-stopping on this one. This is going to be non-stop nutting on a hotel day, I guess. So that way they could both feel so hot and sexy. Of course, I can't wait for more time to open up so I can fill us in. More like have them fill you in. Am I right, Crystal? Yes, baby. I can't wait. And then I can lay on you and kiss you all over. Like, all over? Caps lock? Duh. It actually seems like I'm reading some kind of high school fanfic. Like, this is so bad. This is a 38-year-old woman or something like that, and the other officers aren't much younger, and they're texting like this. Yeah, I was almost expecting the next set of messages to start with, Crystal, I like you. And then she'd be like, alright, I'm booking a hotel so you can fuck me silly. That was so romantic. I can't wait for us to be naked and us caressing each other, then kissing each other all over. Caps lock again. He's just really blown away with the all over statement. Like his mind has gone fucking blank. He's like a cartoon character. His like eyes have popped out of his head going, awooga. And then she says, fuck yes. And then on Tuesday, thinking of my daddy and this kisses. And then on Thursday, she sends I don't know what that is, a picture of a mobile game high score. I'm not really sure. But she also kind of gets ghosted there. She sends some shit on Tuesday about thinking about daddy, and he just doesn't even reply. He's probably too busy with his wife and kids to reply in time, but yeah.
I can't wait for us to be naked and us caressing each other and then kissing each other all over. Perez, expletive, yes.
She just loved my life, and it was very distraught, heartbreaking. I was in disbelief.
I really feel horrible for her husband as well as the other spouses of the officers involved. That's just the ultimate betrayal. That shit absolutely fucking sucks. And he's having a very normal reaction to it, heartbreak, talking about how difficult this whole situation has been. So he learned from the text messages that his wife is not only a cheater but also cringe. And there's really no fixing this kind of situation for a marriage, so I imagine a divorce is on its way.
The dispatcher's husband, Giancarlo Perez, discovered texts between his wife and 6 sheriff's deputies, plus a City of Converse police officer. In December, he gave them to Internal Affairs, and an investigation was opened.
They use emojis to reference body parts, and they would talk about, kissing.
I miss your lips. My lips miss you. What the fuck? Like, all of these officers just keep saying, like they're talking to fucking Minecraft villagers or something. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, this isn't even like sexting anymore. This is like actually AI trying to flirt with other AI. I don't understand.
Making out and all these, like I said, just sexual connections.
But during the week, I am gonna be checked to see if I can meet you for a smooches. Like, daily going to check. So if there is a day no good, better to say something now. You remember those Facebook posts from people, like, horny posting on Facebook, like, bitch lasagna, pussy make cock go woohoo, like that kind of shit? That is actually the same energy that these sex messages have.
Perez took screenshots of the text from his wife's phone, and many of the timestamps are missing, so it's not clear.
Oh boy, we're getting inundated with text now. It's coming from all angles. So some of these we've already gone over, but let's look at the continuation from the Miss Your Lips here. I can't quite see the green messages, but the other one is, good morning, I'm rolled up like a burrito. She says something with a kissing emoji, so probably just more smooches. And he once again says, Jesus fucking Christ, she's communicating with a man who's undergone a lobotomy. Underneath that, the next set of messages, again, I can't really read the green ones, but the message says, I know, I need that grown woman love. And then I can read this one. She says, oh, I want to give it to you. And then kissing emoji again, I guess. So then we go off to the right here. I want you lips, smooch, in my face. And he says, I am the hunted. Feel like the main actor in one of those Predator movies. What is happening? This isn't sexting. What is going on? I need that grown woman love. What? And then the out of fucking nowhere starts getting her with a Shakespearean monologue. I am the hunted. Feel like the main character in one of those Predator movies in response to her talking about giving him kisses. What is going on? I am the hunted. I am the night. I am the shadow within the shadow. You can't find me. I am Gotham's protector. It's dark night.
If the texters were on duty. But in one thread on a Friday night at 10:20 p.m., Sergeant Salinas tells dispatcher Perez, I get off at midnight. Came in early.
Very hard for me to read.
It really does seem like some of this cheating happened while they were on duty, which is of course a big no-no, and what had led to a lot of the officers being fired in the last police cheating scandal. Like, the cheating is bad, and it's made even worse when they're supposed to be working and on the job.
I can imagine.
Jessica Jarvis is now divorcing a fourth sheriff's employee who is being disciplined. Investigator Jason Jarvis received a proposed suspension of 30 days.
These are people that are supposed to be protecting us, supposed to be serving, and making sure the community is safe.
To be fair, these officers still were serving up a cock meat sandwich right to Crystal's mouth, giving her that hot dog with extra wiener on it. Now, being completely honest, I really am wishing her the best with this divorce. Divorce is absolutely the right call. I know it's not going to be easy or anything, but she is making the right decision.
While details of the investigation remain secret, it does not appear anyone broke the law, but those disciplined allegedly violated sheriff's office policies.
Certainly the case is being taken seriously, and quite frankly, I believe it's quite possible that some people are going to lose their career as a result of this.
So while no laws were broken, this is still very heavily frowned upon. Not just at, like, police work, but any work. Fucking on the job is always going to usually lead to a termination or, at the very least, some kind of disciplinary action like, hey, maybe don't do that. So that's not surprising to hear at all. I'm gonna keep my eyes on this story to see how it all develops. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. If you've got a full belly, prepare yourself because you might just puke upon seeing and listening to this unbelievable, embarrassing cringe. This is the worst flirting, the worst attempt at wooing a potential romantic interest I have ever seen. This is like playing a visual novel and then scaring away all of your potential love interests at once and getting the worst ending. Now, I'd like to give a bit of context here to the situation before we really dive into the meatballs from our spaghetti entree of cringe. A user on Twitter posted screenshots as well as videos from a random guy who had reached out to her on Facebook because he had seen her on a dating app. The two didn't even match, and I guess he must have assumed that it was some kind of glitch because they were destined to be lovers. It was fate that was pulling them together, but unfortunately technology had a malfunction, so he took matters into his own hands, tracked her down on Facebook, of which she had no connection to the dating app. She didn't connect any of her socials to the dating app, so he did some super sleuthing to find her on Facebook and reach out to her there to try and win her heart. And let's see how that went. Kelsey! I love that intro right there. It's straight out of Scary Movie, like that old commercial. What's up? He's coming at her like they're best friends from way back in the day. He then executes Order 66 and kills all potential for romance. He goes, I mean, okay, shit. Mayhaps that was a tad overly enthusiastic for a stranger danger message on a sunny Friday morning. There is so much quirk to the way that he texts that I'm getting uncomfortable. I can say with a high level of confidence that he is definitely in some kind of theater troupe because he is typing like he's acting out some kind of skit for a play. It's a little much here. My bad. Let's go with, I can explain. Fuck yeah, that works. Then drops a couple of emojis and then one of these bad boys. How she didn't immediately fall in love with this man is beyond me. This is aggressive. And it's already creepy because it's a complete stranger who saw her on a dating app and then tracked her down in order to, really directly communicate with her. So, let's go over where things went wrong here. I'll go ahead and get the playbook out like John Madden and say where everything fell apart for the offense. From the start, basically. There is nothing that's even remotely salvageable from what he tried to do here. There is nothing more annoying than texting like you're talking to yourself during the text. Like when you say something like, Kelsey, mayhaps that was a tad too far on a stranger danger sunny Friday afternoon. Goodness gracious, how do I save this? Like that is so fucking lame. That is shameful. That is just downright shameful. I am shocked he didn't drop like an asterisk nuzzles you, and then an asterisk, you there? Yeah, and then one of those emojis. So she said, sorry, do I know you? And then it reactivates this cringe protocol. He says, oh hey, no, we don't know each other. Sincere apologies for the subterfuge. Oh brother, this guy stinks. Dropping subterfuge here in your creepy approach to a stranger. If you give me the tiniest bit of room, I'd be happy to explain. I reckon that said explanation will bring laughs and smiles. P.S. Not trying to rope you into a pyramid scheme to sell fancy Tupperware. Yet. He's trying very hard to be self-aware, and when he starts sending his voice memos to her, he reiterates 1,000 times like, this is weird, you're probably gonna think I'm weird, and then just keeps doing it. He sends so many voice messages that go for a long, long time. It's making my voice crack because of how fucking embarrassing it is. And you want to know the wildest part? I'm getting ahead of myself and it's a spoiler. He has done this to multiple women, apparently. Other women have come forward after this tweet and all of this, the receipts here and all that went viral, with other women showing their interactions with him, and he even uses like the exact same lines on other women, which is really odd considering that has to be a 0% success rate. These can't be working well at all. It's so weird. So she decides to play ball here and open Pandora's box to see what comes out. She says, explain away. And he gives a brief, cool guy thing. Oh god, I just spent 60 minutes singing to seniors and man am I drained. But fuck it, I can do this. He's hyping himself up in the text messages he is sending to this girl. It is so embarrassing, and he keeps doing it. But it gets worse because right after that, he sends a voice message.
Hey, Kelsey, how's it going? Don't mind me, I fucking hate texting. I think we're all better without it, so I usually use one of these when I can. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen that Key and Peele skit, but that's how I feel about texting. I could go on. Anyway, I just want you to know right off the bat, I fully accept how fucking weird this is. I'm sorry, but like I said, I think if you give me a second, you'll probably end up laughing. And not that you need my permission, but feel free to just laugh directly at me for being a fucking idiot, for I am surely about to embarrass myself right now.
I do appreciate your stamp of approval. I and everyone else will be laughing directly at you for this, and I appreciate that you recognize what an unbelievably weird thing it is to do. I don't know why you keep doing it. This is the first of many voice messages he sends, even after recognizing this immutable fact that it is weird and embarrassing.
And sorry for the delay. I was going to get back to you, but someone called about a gig tomorrow and I'm trying to help them find a musician. Also, I'm not sure if I'm fucking funny anymore. I just spent 60 minutes, like I said, playing guitar and singing to a room full of senior citizens, but the room was stuffy and hot. I had to do it with the surgical mask on, and I'm not sure if I have any funny or social energy left, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try and fake it right now. So thank you for your understanding and patience, and here goes nothing. I'm a fucking idiot. Enjoy.
He's actually treating this like it's some kind of movie audition. What are you talking about? I also just, I love that he immediately makes himself seem like super busy. Like, hey, sorry for the delay. I know you were waiting on bated breath for my explanation, but I had to help very big musicians find a gig. You may have heard of them before. Bring Me the Horizon. Yeah, I'm the lead singer. So I had a lot going on. I was double booked, so I had to give them a different band. You may have heard of them, Metallica. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain what's going on. I just finished one of my own gigs, in fact, so I'm a little drained, but don't be perturbed because I'm gonna do my best to fake it. So stay tuned for part 2. It's coming right up. Yeah, like he's about to go through his stand-up comedy routine, which you don't want to miss.
In the trenches of online dating for a couple of years, so I definitely know how to identify the kind of person I'm like, if nothing else, the world would be better if we were friends. So hear me out. First of all, I never fucking see that shrug emoji. No one else uses it. It's typed into my phone. If I type shrug with 2 G's, it just shows up. Same thing on my laptop. Like, I'll use it in work emails. Fuck it. So right away, I'm like, interesting. I don't get it though. She's cute. For how pretty she is, she should be boring. Why does she seem kind of strange in a good way?
That's a spectacular start right there. I was like, she's kind of pretty, so why isn't she like a fucking lobotomite boring dumbass? Like, she used an emoji that I really like, and she's pretty. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Pretty women can't have a personality, but you're like defying all of science right now. He just keeps going on about this fucking shrug emoji. He's talking about her bio on the dating site, and he just really fixates on that. That shrug emoji is like Cupid's arrow to this guy. He fell in love instantly when he saw it in her bio. I don't know why he thought it was a compliment to say that she's like strange and different in a good way because pretty women are like boring or whatever, insinuates that a pretty girl can't have a personality. I don't know what the thought process was with that approach, but it's definitely a bold play.
I think you said something about live music. My job is actually live music. I play guitar and sing. I do about 25 shows a month. I know it sounds made up. I feel like I invented the job. It's redonkulous, but I live very comfortably. Life is good. I do play at a lot of retirement homes, and it's great for my self-esteem, Kels, as I am a big hit with women over 80.
Time out. Technical foul here. He just dropped a redonkulous. He just said redonkulous. And then not only that, in his only second voice message here, he's already just calling her Kels. They're not even on like a first name basis. They're not acquaintances. These are two complete strangers, and he's already giving her like a nickname. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and just the night before, I'd been talking to one of my best friends in the world, Roxy. Just people that like match you and they just write hey. So if someone writes hey, I just write hi. And if someone writes sup, I go nothing much, you. And like people that match me and clearly haven't read my fucking bio, folks will match and be like, so what do you do for a living? I'm like, come on, Chelsea. Like, yeah, you're kind of cute, but I'm pretty damn sweet. Try harder.
Why are you even talking about this? You're like trauma dumping on this complete stranger right now that you've tracked down from a dating app to try and communicate directly with because you didn't match with her. What the fuck is this? Now you're just going on about like, oh, dating apps are so weird. People just say like, hey. So then I'm like, hi. You don't know how to have a conversation. You didn't read the bio that I painstakingly typed up. I spent a long time on that bio and now I'm offended. Ridiculous. Redonkulous.
I don't know. It's just to see someone mention that in a bio, I'm like, thank you. I can see that you feel the same as me. Yeah, if people, I always think that effort should match interest in dating. So if you're curious if someone's interested or not, remember that scene with Justin Long and What's-Her-Face in that movie about dating? Is it he's just not that into you? And he's like, if the guy's interested, he will call. And it's true. So I found a line a couple of years ago and it's like, effort will always match interest. It will show you how interested someone is. And like, I'm pretty goddamn sweet. And I am not that lonely, bored, or horny. I'm not going to take breadcrumbs from someone if I want a sandwich. So if someone hits me with a hey or hi, you can go fuck yourself.
He's just sounding like a complete unhinged asshole here. It's not that deep. What do you mean they can just go fuck themselves? No one's even, like, what does this have to do with anything in this situation? This isn't even flirting. This is just blurting. He's just blurting out all of the most nonsensical shit in his head right now to a complete stranger. And not only that, this is probably not even his first take. I bet he recorded this like 10 times until he had one that was like, this is the one. This was smooth. And that's what we got here. We got the final product. This isn't even like the first draft, I doubt. That's mind-blowing.
I'm worth more. Damn it. This is where the Kelly Clarkson song comes in. Yeah, no, your bio is just, there was so much intentional effort put in, and honestly, the more I scroll down in the pics, I'm like, this does not match up. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Like, attractive people can also be interesting and funny, but it's just incredibly rare. I speak for myself, because I'd like to consider myself one of those.
That's the end of chapter 2 from the voice memos, but don't worry, there's still a finale, and it's the extended director's cut. The next one's over 5 minutes long. Also, he doubles down on this whole, like, yeah, you're, like, pretty, but you have a personality, which that just does not happen. I don't know why he thinks that that's some kind of, like, grand compliment. It's very odd. Now, before playing the 5-minute, 30-second monologue here, he must have seen that she listened to it. He's like, gotcha! Yeah, I gotcha! Red-handed, you listen to it. Curiosity got the better of you. And then she says, dude, so you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook? How? Clearly very creeped out by it, understandably. And then he goes, oh, I honestly just typed in Kelsey and I guess I got lucky. I figured because you put live music we might have some friends in common or something. I blame Zuckerberg, and then laughing emoji. Which contradicts everything that he's said here, because he's constantly talking and referencing her bio, which I think is referring to her dating profile bio, especially because he does mention, like, online dating with Hayes and highs and shit. So I don't even know why he thought that would somehow save the situation. Like, she'd be fooled by it.
For the love of fuck, I was like 2 minutes into one, and it was awesome and funny, and I was so proud of it, and then someone called me again about a gig this evening, and it's like, you know that thing where your friends know you're busy or you're on a date or something, and then that's when they decide to call? Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Chef's kiss. This is how you start a romantic message. Ah, for the love of fuck. I was in the middle of something spectacular. You were gonna love it, Kels. You were gonna love it. Trust me. But then one of my fucking asshole friends called me about a gig, because I'm so busy being a successful live musician. Can you believe that, Kels? Can you believe that? It's like those things, you know, where, like, we both go on dates, right? I go on dates, clearly. You go on dates. And sometimes when you're just busy, people call. It's Jesus Christ.
But yeah, no, your bio was just the fucking bee's knees. I mean, listen, top 3 in, like, the hundreds or thousands I've seen. It was just, I don't know. I'm a very good judge of character, and you just seem like my kind of person. And I'm not saying we're star-crossed lovers. I don't know you, and you don't know me.
That's 100% correct. You don't know each other. So why are you doing this? This is not how you get to know someone. This is concerning. Also, you should never admit to seeing hundreds or thousands of dating profile bios. That makes you sound very desperate, that you spend all of your time on these dating apps, perusing it, cruising around, and if you don't match with someone you found attractive or interesting based on their bio, you go out of your way to find them elsewhere to try and talk to them, which is very scary behavior.
I fully accept how strange and unconventional this is. I got a vibe, and I figured I gotta go with it. I was, like, in a really good mood that day. I don't know. I'm totally winging it. But, yeah, a lot of my close friends are women, and everyone, unfortunately, has a couple stories of having to block someone's number, or an ex just won't leave them alone, or going to the cops. Fuck, dude, I've had to block a few numbers of crazy people that didn't know they were crazy. So I really, really apologize sincerely if this in any way, like, triggered that, or it was weird or whatever. Kelsey, that's the furthest thing from my intention. I just wanted to say howdy, and I figured if I talk like an idiot, you'd probably feel like I did after I looked at your bio.
It's so close. He's teetering on the edge of self-awareness. Him saying all of this out loud should have led to this eureka moment where he was overcome with immense shame, and he just presses the eject button and deletes the voice memo and doesn't continue this conversation. Like, he's clearly pointing out just how weird all of this is. He's even going into all of his friends are women who, you know, have stories about having to block crazy people who didn't know they were crazy. Like, case in point, what you're doing here, but you keep trying to, like, make it seem like it's not weird, even though you do keep acknowledging how weird it is. So, like, you're fighting, like, a battle against yourself in your own messages. You are calling yourself out in front of the person that you're talking to as well. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. It's not fair. You've seen mine, or sorry, I've seen yours and you have not seen mine. If you want, I will screenshot my Bumble bio. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's pretty fucking good. It represents me well. And what else would I want to know if I was you? gee, I'm like 6 feet tall, pretty damn handsome. I'd give me like a 7. No, like a 7.5 out of 10 looks wise. I mean, to my knowledge, no one has dated me for my abs or my hair. I'm guessing it's because I'm funny and honest and clearly very humble and go to therapy and emotionally intelligent.
It's not a job interview, bro. You don't need to be giving your resume here. Brother, just stop. Please, goodness gracious.
7.5, maybe even an 8. I'm feeling really fucking good lately. I got a tan. I'm up to like 80-second side planks. I hate them, but they're totally worth it for the core. And big feet. So you know what that means, baby doll. Big socks.
You're scaring me. You are scaring me. Why would you do that? What? From way downtown here, he's throwing up a crazy jump shot. He immediately goes into, I've got big feet. You know what that means, baby girl. Oh my lord, please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Why? Why?
What else? I feel like I didn't tell you enough about the bio too. That shrug emoji was just, if nothing else, the fact that like you look like a Disney princess and you use that, I'm like, fuck it, I gotta talk to her. So, oh, I was definitely getting strong Kirsten Bell vibes too, and she's awesome. I don't know if you listen to her husband's podcast, Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. I know it's quite the reference, but I have a feeling you might know what that is. One of my favorite episodes, actually, is it Lauren Graham that plays Lorelai? She was on there. Anyway, I am all over the fucking place, as is my job.
You're also all over the place in this one-sided conversation. Now you're shouting out podcasts, talking about fucking shrug emoji again. It's hurting me listening to this. Let this be a lesson to everyone out there watching this. Just don't do anything even remotely like this. Never engage in a one-sided conversation where you have to be the one filling in blanks in a conversation that doesn't really exist.
But I'm sitting here, a middle-aged guy in his car with the AC on and a SpongeBob shirt, and I would call this like the technological version of, you know, when like Noah stops Allie in the Notebook and he's like, I had to talk to you when I see something I want. Yes, I just made a Notebook reference. I don't know. I'm being a total idiot right now. So if nothing else, I figured you'd have a laugh and a smile and you can fucking make fun of me to your friends. I don't know. Now you have a solo podcast for a guy that makes like $6,000 a month on a microphone being an idiot.
He was right. This is something that everyone can laugh about and have a big smile on their face making fun of this whole situation. And then out of nowhere, he drops like his salary from his job, like to flex. He just like slides that in there, which, I mean, it's an interesting strategy yet again. This guy's got a wild book of tricks.
I'm sorry, I don't normally bring up money, but I feel like I created my job out of thin air, and like I just submitted my 2022 taxes, and shit's been getting so much better the last few years, so I'm quite proud of it. That wasn't me trying to impress you, though, with money. I've got way more impressive shit than that. It just slipped out. I hope we can still be friends. Anyway,
Why leave it in there, then? You saying that clearly made you uncomfortable. You could have just deleted this and just tried again. Though I don't think you should have tried again regardless. This shouldn't have happened to begin with. But you yourself just made yourself puke in your mouth when you said your $6,000 a month out loud like that as like a flex, and you still let it ride. You still let this Beyblade rip. Why?
You look like a goddamn Disney princess. The bio completely floored me. I felt like it was written by a friend or something. I just got like strong, like fellow nerd, divergent, super cool, gregarious, happy person vibes. And yeah, so listen, I'm an open book. You probably figured that out like 6 overshares ago. If you have any questions for me, please hit me. Don't be shy. If you want, I'll share my bio. I feel like it's unfair that, you know, I've seen yours and you haven't seen mine. I'm quite proud of my bio.
This entire situation has been nothing but overshares from you. She's not going to ask you any questions. No sane person would. It's not going to happen. This whole thing was a complete catastrophe. And once again, hung up on this fucking bio thing. They're just bios. Most people write them in 10 seconds. I don't know how long he spent like finally crafting his, but that is not the norm. I'm sure she didn't spend days coming up with her bio on here. I don't know how it resonated so strongly with this guy, but I bet after this whole song and dance, the woman here immediately just deleted her whole account, or at the very least removed the bio entirely.
Yeah, for the 80th time, I apologize if this was weird or like gave you any bad vibes. That's not my intention. Yeah, I gotta drive home now because I gotta go sing at a bar in Mississauga, and I have 4 more gigs this weekend, and it hurts to talk. So I'm sitting here in my car like a jackass. And yeah, I hope that all made some kind of sense. And if nothing else, please take the sincere compliment. I've seen hundreds of shitty bios, probably thousands, and yours was easily top 3. The only reason I'm not giving you number 1 is because then it would seem like I'm lying. But I'm a very genuine, honest person, and yeah. Actually, on my way home, I'm going to go to the park and feed the ducks. My favorite swan couple, Mr. Plump and Mrs. Plumfett, they just had babies a couple weeks ago. So, like, I'll run up and they recognize me and the babies are squeaking. The hierarchy of, like, waterfowl cute babies, it goes swan babies, then ducklings, and then goslings. But, yes, I may or may not do that 4 to 7 times a week. I'm a huge animal lover. Dogs are better than cats. Cats suck. Sorry if you have cats, but I'm sure your cat is cool.
That was one of the most peculiar lies I've ever heard. You're going to stop at the park on the way home so you can visit your favorite swan couple, Mr. Plumph and Mrs. Plumfett, because they just had babies a couple weeks ago, and they recognize you and get excited and start squeaking when you come by. Like you're part of the family, part of the crew, part of the ship. What universe? What the fuck? That's not even something Dr. Seuss would write as like a little goofy side plot in a story. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard, for no reason, for no reason. The quirkiness is overloading. Like the cup runneth over on quirk. Wow.
And yeah, take the compliment. Anyway, apologies if this totally intruded on your day, opposite of my intention. And yeah, your bio was fucking awesome. I mean, there's a couple other assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm sure you've worked very hard to be in the shape you're in, but goddamn, lady. God damn, I would not kick you out of bed for eating crackers. So I figured if you are half as funny as you seem to be and half as cool as I got from that bio, I would say howdy. Yeah, all right. Hope this made you laugh and smile, and you have a fantastical day, Kelsey. Cheers.
And that's the grand finale of this whole situation, and what a journey it was. I find this to be probably the best example of the worst approach to romance imaginable. And like I said, this was not an isolated incident. He's done this before. And he's even used the same lines before. Which is it's so wild. It's so wild. I had to talk about it. I had to. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I've thrown on the formal attire today because we need to discuss something very important. A huge loser named Bintellect. Big goofball, weirdo, lame-mo, behemoth creep. He is a big TikTok creator, and that's a word I'm using very loosely here, with 11 million followers, and I'm sure only people under the age of 10 have ever heard of him before. What he's become known for over the years is looking at tweets or comments, reading them out, and then going, heh, yeah. That's literally it. But sometimes it's a little hard to even muster a laugh, so what he'll do is he'll read one of the comments and then go, yeah, true. And then that's the whole TikTok. But I'm not here just to give him a little wet willy and laugh at him for all of his cringe. I am here to talk about something far more degenerate. But before doing that, I'd like to give a quick honorable mention to something else this piss stain of a person is notorious for doing. Threatening legal action against people that make fun of him. I've seen a couple videos on Bintellect now, after I've been informed of the situation, so I did a little digging. Apparently, when people make fun of him, he gets super offended, and will either try and copyright strike, take down the video, copyright claim it to make money from it, or even go as far as to just threaten to sue the person that made fun of him. You disgusting goblin, you make me sick. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Now, while I do think a legal battle with Benjamin over me making fun of him would be hilarious, I still just don't really feel like showing you any of his clips because it's just going to rot your brain and it's yucky. It's just trash. So, no reason for that. Let's get into what I want to discuss, the new information that came out about this weirdo. So, Bintellect recently made a podcast, I suppose, and he invited someone on named Jordan Max, and then things got really odd. He got super hostile, and she ended up posting about it, which led to this dam breaking, and we were flooded with cringe about Bintellect's behavior over the years with women. So this horny little goblin asks her before going on the podcast, do you want to make a video for OnlyFans? To which she says, when? He says, today. And then she's saying, no, you need to be tested within the last 14 days and have an OnlyFans creator account. But then he says, I mean a video for your page. Oh, what a benevolent saint. He was actually just thinking about her the whole time. He thought this would be a good opportunity for her to make some OnlyFans content with the great Big Bintellect. So she says, doing what? And he goes, I don't know what performs best on your page. I can literally see him doing this. Well, I mean, I don't know what we do. I mean, what do you do on OnlyFans? Maybe we could do that? So it's become pretty clear that Bintellect uses this podcast as a way of just fucking. It seems to me like the whole podcast existence is only here as a way of trying to get Bintellect laid. So he tries to leverage his big follower count to then invite on OnlyFans models and then ask if he can make content with them. It's pretty pathetic stuff, but we're only just beginning. He continues by saying, I was just thinking you're helping me with doing a video for my YouTube, so maybe I could help you with your OnlyFans. And she replies, I'm good, thanks. So then he goes, no worries. And then, hey, I'm going to do the pickle video with someone else, thanks though. To which she asks, why? So the pickle video he's referring to is the podcast was going to be a pickle tier list mukbang or something like that, a pickle mukbang. And it was her idea, it was Jordan's idea, and he's now kicking her out because she declined to do an OnlyFans video with him. So his answer to why was, to be honest, I thought it would just be fun to film and see where things go, but I got it. So he gets real sad and pitiful, like, no, I get it. I just thought it'd be fun, but clearly it won't be fun. I'm gonna do it with someone else then, how about that? So he goes real Neanderthal mode here. My wiener no get wet, we no eat pickle together on podcast. Goodbye. How dare you not do OnlyFans video with Bintellect? So then he says he's doing it with someone else. So Jordan, of course, gets really weirded out by this exchange. She posts it on Twitter. And then Bintellect himself, the man, the myth, the legend, reaches out in DMs to threaten to sue her if she doesn't take down the post. She even did a video proving that the DM is real from the real Bintellect account, just to 100% silence any possible doubt. Also, her response to it is great. She said, I'll just be waiting to hear from your lawyers then, which is hardcore. Obviously, Ben's not going to sue her. I don't think he's ever actually gone through with a lawsuit. He uses it to try and bully people to do what he wants. To do what he wants them to do, rather. So, I don't think any lawsuit was ever coming. This was just a last-ditch Hail Mary from a desperate, lonely guy to try and get rid of the evidence of him being a creep. So, that was the whole interaction between Bintellect and Jordan, but after this tweet started popping off, well, the series of tweets started popping off, she then started getting DMs with more screenshots and more evidence of Bintellect doing this to tons of different women. This comes from someone else who had a very similar experience to Jordan. So Ben opens with, do you work tomorrow? They say, crazy busy day, but I don't work. And then Ben goes, let's make some content tomorrow. Not like that, but just film a podcast. So he immediately alludes to like, oh, not OnlyFans type content. I'm talking about just a wholesome podcast, one the whole family can enjoy. Doesn't get an immediate response, so he goes, what do you think? He then waits about 2 hours more and he goes, you're killing me, gorgeous. So fucking embarrassing, Jesus Christ, that's so fucking awful to read. Yucky. And then he gives her about 3 more hours and then he goes, you know what, I've been thinking about this OnlyFans thing, and I think I could make us a lot of money, straight up. And then she finally does reply saying that she's just been busy taking a mental health day. So he can't even go more than like 3 messages without bringing up OnlyFans. It seems like the only thing on this guy's mind is sex, and how he's never getting it, I guess, but is very desperate too, and will do it by any means necessary to try and achieve coitus. From everything I can tell, Bintellect has never done any kind of OnlyFans content on his own, or like any type of explicit content. He's just a professional TikTok giggler. All he does is giggle at Twitter messages or comments, and that's it. So clearly he's not wanting to dip his toes into OnlyFans for the sake of becoming like an OnlyFans creator. He just wants to have sex with these women. And he's using his podcast as a vessel to try and do that, it seems. After she told him about the mental health day she was taking, he responds with, hey, thank you. And then the following day at 6:52 a.m., so this guy must have been up all night masturbating, because it seems like that's the only thing on this dude's mind, he sends her a message saying, do you want to come over tomorrow night? Actually, are you down to come over tonight? Or are you just a flake? Doesn't even give her time to respond, just immediately gets combative. He immediately just goes into fucking ballistic bin mode. So you coming over tonight, or are you just a flake? Huh? Are you just a fucking succubus? Huh? Is that it? Huh? So you coming over tonight? And then he waits only like an hour and 40 after that, and then he's like, you know what? Okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah, sorry, babe, but you're just too much of a flake. Bye. So then obviously she's like alarmed, like what the fuck is going on? So she says, you know, if you wouldn't have texted me so rudely calling me a flake after one day of not texting you, you might have stood a chance. I can see why you're single now. Goodbye. Which really just sends Ben off the rails. Yeah, whatever. Go fuck yourself. Says the girl who's trying to make an OnlyFans. Good luck. Brother, all you talk about is trying to do OnlyFans content with them. It seems like you're trying desperately to get into OnlyFans but keep getting rejected and can't handle it. So how can you have the gall to try and shame them for it when you are desperately trying to do it yourself? Here's a wacky little Snapchat one. Do you want to come over here and spend some time with me? Because on a side note, I do think I could probably make us some money on OnlyFans. Bintellect fucks crazy into oblivion. That's redacted right there, like a CIA document. I really wonder what he said. I think it's Bintellect fucks crazy pussy into oblivion or something. But I'm just going off of what I can see poking out from underneath the redaction. I think that's what it is. But this is so goofy. He's speaking about himself in the third person in this one. And then he even tries bribery. If you come over, I'll give you $1,000. I just really want you. And they respond, I'm good right now. Don't try to bribe me with money. That's weird. And then he's like, no, that is weird. But I want to see you. This one's a lot more vintage bin, so this was a different kind of relationship these two had as opposed to just the podcast OnlyFans hustle he keeps trying to run. So they start by saying, I guess it's just not meant to be. Ben says, facts, no hard feelings, but yeah, it ain't working. So then they part ways, or so it would seem. Ben has a couple of parting words here. He says, for your future self, if you're going to turn around on a guy and say, hey, I'm not down for friends with benefits shit, just say that before you go through all the bullshit. Boring as fuck. Not my problem that you turned around and quit drinking because you're an alcoholic and now pass out at 8 p.m. Fucking peace out, bitch. So Ben really, he went crazy. Ben lost it. This man, he was punching pillows, sending these texts with tears in his eyes, and he got real nasty. They respond to it saying that they're far from an alcoholic, and then Ben just keeps going crazier saying, no, you're an alcoholic, and you're full of shit. And then he's like, anyway, I'm done. I just had to say that because you're full of shit. They respond saying that they weren't interested in being with Ben, and he should have taken the hint a while ago, but then Ben he goes absolutely berserk again. She says that she's wasting people's time and that she needs to just shut up and go to bed. And then she says, it sounds like you need some anger management help, which is a very fair assessment. I think he desperately needs some assistance with this anger management. And then Ben tries to flip this shit around like, how dare you? Are you kidding me? So he goes, be careful who you say that to, Maria, because there are people who really need help with that. So Ben lets out a gasp. That's super disrespectful to say that to somebody. And also a very basic-ass bitch thing to say. Benjamin, it's a very fair thing to say here. It's not disrespectful. You legitimately need some help. It very much seems like you do. So then he goes, there's a reason you've been single for this many years, and it's because no one wants you, and no one cares about you. You're full of shit. Basic, boring loser. He just goes on, and even has this little monologue here that ends with him saying, God help any guy that you gets involved with that loose pussy because you're just lame. Mic drop ho. This guy just typed out mic drop ho. He just typed that out. He's over 30 years old. I think he's like 34 years old or something like that. I already forgot. This is a 30-something year old man, and he just typed out mic drop ho. To which she responds, I'm sure your TikTok fans will love the way you talk to women when I post these screenshots. And then he's like, you know what? Good luck. I stand by every single word that I just said to you. So, did he stand by every single word that he said? Let's look at his initial apology, which he deleted pretty shortly after posting it, and then also hid replies on. Let's look at his first apology. I've recently been accused of some heinous actions and would like the opportunity to share my disgust at these accusations. I'm a firm believer in the rights and equality of all humans, including women. If that's not the biggest red flag immediately, I don't know what else is. I stand by the rights for all humans, and that does include women. Those creatures. I am including them in that statement because That's the kind of angel I am. It makes it sound like he's drawing a distinction between women and every other human on the planet, like they're a totally separate species that aren't included in humanity. What an absolute incomprehensible weirdo. I grew up in a home with 3 sisters and no brothers, so I learned very early on the importance, power, love, and abilities women have. They deserve to be cherished and uplifted and treated with respect, and that's how I live my life. I do not condone the statements or accusations that have suddenly been hoisted upon me, and I hope to speak to anyone who feels they have been wronged. He's actually going with the, I have sisters. I can't hate women. I have sisters. No. I have 3 sisters. You guys don't understand. I could never do this to women. Like, you're misunderstanding. These are all baseless accusations. I have 3 sisters. I legitimately cannot be mean to women. And not only do I have 3 sisters, but my mother is also a woman. So you should see how ridiculous these claims are now, knowing this context with my 3 sisters and mother. So that should hopefully clear up all of the air here with these accusations. Like I mentioned, he did delete this apology post, but today he did release a new apology on TikTok. He released an apology video, so let's take a peek at that. Also, Ben, I know you're still watching. You probably plan on suing me if I show your apology video because you've employed this tactic before against other YouTubers. If they've shown clips of your content to make fun of you, you allege that it's stealing your work and you have a legal ground to take it down and come after them. You don't. That's not how that works. Me showing this is not any kind of violation in any way, shape, or form. So if you do try and sue me or copyright claim this video, copyright strike the video, anything like that, I will 100% respond with every single option at my disposal in order to follow this legal case through to its fullest conclusion. So let's check out your apology, brother.
Hey guys, there's a lot being said about me on the internet right now, and I just wanted to clear the air. The first thing I want to say is I'm sorry to anyone that I've made feel uncomfortable.
I love how nonchalant he is about this whole thing, just trying to downplay the situation. Like, if I made any of you feel a bit icky, a little uncomfy, I'm super sorry. That wasn't my intention. You must have misunderstood. It's not what I'm about. When in reality, he would snap, get aggressive, hostile, combative anytime he was denied sex.
I want to say to any girl who I've been rude to, whether through text or in person, that I'm sorry. I understand that me being sorry does not excuse that kind of behavior. I will continue to work on myself and do better. Thanks, guys.
Behold, the first AI ChatGPT written apology. This just ticked every basic box. There's really nothing of value here at all. Just like the quickest, weakest apology, and he's just gonna go forward doing his little, look at this tweet. Like nothing ever happened. So that's kind of where everything's at. Dog shit apology, dog shit situation. This guy is a big old loser. So let's use this as a learning opportunity for anyone watching. Don't be like Bintellect. That's really about it. See ya. Last night I had a little trouble falling asleep. I think what I needed was a good bedtime story. So I turned to Reddit, just cruising around, perusing, see if I could find anything that'd give me the yawns and help me go night-night. But I found something extraordinary. Something so stimulating I stopped any attempt at going to sleep, and I just sat there bewildered by what I had just read. For at least 40 minutes, I just sat in silence, truly stunned, like a child who had just watched his first episode of Criss Angel's Mind Freak. My brain was blown out my ass. I couldn't imagine a world where this was real, but all of the evidence pointed to it being a genuinely true story. I did eventually hit the hay, and now, a full 9 hours later, I'm still thinking about this, so I figured, why not share it with all of you? Perhaps this will have a profound effect on your life, or maybe it'll do something to help motivate you to not be like the guy in this story. It's a series of text messages between a man and a woman. And that's all I'll tell you for now. I don't want to get in any spoilers. I want you to come into this as unsuspecting as possible. Let's dive in. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the 2 people in this text conversation were close friends for about 9 years. The Reddit poster is the woman in this story, and her male friend here had recently professed his love for her in a pretty creepy way. The feeling wasn't mutual, so it led to a bit of a disconnect between the two of them, and in an act of desperation, the male friend calls in the cringe artillery and starts bombarding her with memes, to which she finally responds, "Hey, I appreciate the memes." Real quick, I'd like to come in here with a PSA. I recognize that in the current climate of things, there's a lot of people that have lived their entire lives online without any actual social interaction, so I want this to be a teachable moment. Don't send memes as some kind of last-ditch Hail Mary. Like, if you let something rip and it's not reciprocated, spamming memes isn't going to salvage the situation. It's only going to make it worse and even weirder. Her saying, "I appreciate the memes," is just a lie. No one's ever going to say that. Those words have probably not left the human being's mouth ever. "Ah, good morrow, sailor. I really appreciate the exquisite memes you've shared with me today. I was a little perturbed with our last conversation, but now that you've sent 1,000 memes, I see you've got a good heart. Thank you for this." And I'm speaking from experience here. I'm very knowledgeable in this field. I'm the authority on this matter. I've told this story before, but I'll just briefly repeat it. The very first girl I was ever flirting with and exchanging text messages with was back in high school, and she did not feel the same way about me as I did her. And in my weakest moments, I turned to the dark side and consulted the Sith Lords, and was advised to try and maybe like send goofy memes and ASCII art, because that was big back in the day. So I did. And guess what? It didn't fucking solve anything. It just made it even worse. I know how uncomfortable that must have been for her. So yeah, that is not the right play, to just start spamming memes and shit. But anyway, she continues the message by saying that she's only ever thought of him as a close friend and never really viewed him in a romantic way. So when he professed her love, it made things a little weird. They grew distant, they grew a bit hostile, but she thinks they can be friends again just as long as it's very clear that there is no romantic feelings in this relationship. She's just laying down the brass tacks and making things very clear, to which he responds, "I certainly had my head on backwards, but as my friend, I really think you're fucking adorable, and every trip I've ever taken with you is so fucking precious. I've heard of a Japanese word called shibumi, and it's basically authority without dominance. Call me a simp, but I really think you have that." Code red, he's not taking no for an answer. Jinkies, we're going too deep. He just busted out shibumi. Jesus Christ, we're in the in-game now. Lord help us. He continues to spaghetti dump here for the novel that he's writing her. There's steam coming off of the touchscreen pad as he's writing. The most important takeaway here is a very specific line, a buzzword that gets dropped that I think is very important that we highlight. He says, "Sometimes it feels like my chivalrous interest with you is underappreciated or just unappreciated sometimes." The reason I point that out is because I'm pretty confident that the word chivalry is used exclusively by creeps. I don't think there's been a documented case of a normal person saying chivalry, especially not in this context. It's just like an immediate red flag word to drop, especially when saying that my chivalrous interest is underappreciated, it's not valued enough. It's just some certified weirdo Redditor energy. Like tip in the hat, "M'lady, it's no problem, you're welcome for holding the door open for you. Chivalry isn't dead, am I right?" I'm the perfect example. No, of course, I'm just kidding. I jest. Chivalry can't die, because to die, it would imply that it was ever alive in the first place. Only a living thing can experience death, and chivalry is not a living thing. It's an idea, more of a social code, per se. He continues on, and then eventually tells her that she should like one of them so he doesn't feel crazy, to which she says, "You're not crazy, I just need some time to think." Which I think is a perfectly reasonable response to all of this, but he gives her no time to think and immediately just comes back to, please, let me find favor in your eyes." I'm assuming he heard that in some kind of like indie song at some point, so he tried to throw that in here to see if it'd work. So he's going full-blown Robert Frost now, even then drops a picture saying, "Daydream with me," and it's like the sun rising. So it's getting very emotional in here. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because it's him once again just begging for any kind of reciprocation, to which she just keeps saying she just needs some time to process all of this. But he's extremely impatient. His foot is fully on the gas and there's no turning back now. He is full throttle invested in all of this. He's using every possible cliche line imaginable, but he's not finding any favor in her eyes. It just keeps going. "You're valid. Never really heard the extent of why I'm your friend." So now he's like interrogating her. "Why am I your buddy? Why am I your pal, huh? Tell me." I could tell you all day why you're my friend. Your voice is fucking music. I think you're brilliant. Just a brilliant person to be around. Really wish I could hug you. Fuck. This hurts. Then again, she reiterates, I need time to think. I will reach out when I'm ready. And now we've finally gotten past the introduction here and we're entering the climax. Welcome to the wacky zone. He once again gives her no time to reach out or process any of this. He reaches out pretty soon after everything, only a couple of days, and says, so is there any chance as your friend I could send you something explicit? She says, what do you mean? And then he goes, NSFW, which I'm sure all of you know what that means, but I'll break it down anyway. Not safe for work. Of course, she wasn't expecting this curveball, so she says, are you trying to make a joke right now? And then he goes, no, kind of a gamble. I will say this is a historic moment. You are witnessing the worst gamble in history. Congratulations, we all got to be a part of this. This is, by far, the absolute worst possible fucking gamble you could ever make. This is like betting 100% of your life savings on me getting taller. What the fuck are you, I don't understand how you think an out-of-nowhere nudie is going to somehow win her over and, somehow solve all of these problems. I just can't even understand that mindset, really. It just doesn't compute. Okay, I tried all the lovey-dovey, really mushy-gushy stuff with the favor in your eyes, your voice is like magic or music. It didn't work. So let's try something a little more primal. Wiener. What about penis? Eureka! This might be the answer. Let's try it. She's once again just trying to make sure she fully understands the lunacy going on here, so she says, are you asking me if you can send me something sexually explicit? Respectfully. What a gentleman. A fedora tip to you, my gentle sir. That is sophisticated. Very respectful. Milady, doth thou wish to gaze upon my meat? And then he sends her a dick pic with his pinky out while holding it. An incredibly interesting play here, as if somehow his cock was going to hypnotize her and make her fall in love with him. So she eventually responds by pointing out how weird this whole interaction has become. She still only ever viewed them as friends and will only ever view him as a friend, and that she's very disappointed that he can't even respect that she wants some time to herself to process this entire weird interaction. She also drops a bombshell at the end by mentioning that she's currently in a relationship, so that was a big plot twist. This goober is doing all of this to a girl who is not interested and also in a relationship. The odds couldn't be more against him. Now, she used a word at the end that's about to change the entire course of this interaction. She said, it sucked when you went all incel on me towards the end. That word, I had a big voice crack there. That's how powerful that word is. That one word ruffled this guy's feathers so much. You're about to see a full-blown ballistic breakdown from it. I respect that. Also, if I'm an incel, you're toxic, so let's not name call. She's toxic because she doesn't want to fuck him. Why is that even in your argument that I can't get someone? I can. You choose not to. That's fair, but you didn't get to call me an incel because you decline. You go out of your way to say it. Why is that? Label me as anything else for real. It's foolish for you to argue something like that. She gets taken off guard here, saying hey, whoa, pump the brakes, Buster. I didn't mean to offend you. She says, I never said you couldn't get someone. What do you mean? She never said that. He is now just projecting some insecurities and reading between the lines on shit that doesn't exist. She just said his behavior was that of an incel or something. And he keeps going. You should know I'm anything but a little dick incel, so out of here with that shit. Again, she never even pointed out your penis or anything. She didn't call it small. Where is this coming from? He's fighting ghosts. I'm not even gonna pretend that's valid. You're with a fucking beta cuck to begin with. Maybe that's your type, and maybe that's why we aren't together. Have fun with that. The mask has come off. He is unchained, unhinged, and unhappy. Your boyfriend's a beta cuck loser. That's the only reason you and I aren't together, because that's what you're into, beta cucks. You couldn't handle an alpha male testosterone titan like me, a real man who cries while he texts. She then goes on to say, look, if you find me to be toxic and all of this awful stuff, okay, then, you shouldn't be upset that we're not close anymore. And to this big message, he just responds by saying, I'll see you in hell. And then she says r/nice guys, which this very much is an r/nice guys moment. You know, keep in mind, this is still like only a couple days after the whole poetic, allow me to find favor in your eyes, miss. Your voice is music, sweet music. And now it's, what an excellent take on a 7-year waste of my fucking time. To which she responds, so you're just waiting around until I'd eventually date you? That's on you, man. She's absolutely right. That is entirely on you. This dude played the long game, almost an entire decade of pretending to be her friend in the hopes that eventually you'll get to fuck her. I guess was the plan. That is a long commitment to a deep cover operation to stay in disguise, faking friendship, hoping that eventually you'll be able to have sex with her. Then he says, how was I supposed to know you're only interested in half men? I've never even seen that term used before. This guy's pulling all kinds of Insano-style phrases out of his ass now. I spent 7 years just waiting for you to notice the difference, but I guess I bet on the wrong fucking horse. This goober spent 7 years pretending to be her friend, hoping that somehow she'd fall in love with him? This is craziness. This is a longer time spent undercover than Rob Lucci and the gang during the Water 7 arc of One Piece. Like, this is outrageous how long he committed to this ridiculous, diabolical plan. And now he's just full anime villain mode. I'm over you. That's why I asked if you needed a visual definition of the word endowed, because I bet you're never going to get that with the life you choose to live without me. Motherfucker, I grew this dick for you, you ungrateful clod. We have to pause here for a moment. Wow. I grew this dick for you, you ungrateful clod. That is one of the most powerful sentences I've ever had the pleasure of reading. What does that even mean? That's not even possible. How could you have grown your penis for her? Was there no dick there to begin with, and then you just started, planting the seeds and then taking care of it like summertime gardening? Like, what does that mean, you grew it for her? Is it a laboratory experiment like the Cybermen? Like, I don't understand. It's just such a bafflingly amazing sentence. She's also stunned, saying, I refuse to believe that these messages aren't satire. And then that sets him off even further. This entire relationship is satire. A joke. Your interest in men is a joke. The wambulance is coming in hot. He's Squidward, you're Squidward, I'm Squidward, we're all Squidward. This whole relationship satire, it's all a joke, you're a joke. Fuck you. My interest in you is a joke. This is the first time I wanted to show someone my dick because I hate them. Fucking brilliant. r/nice guys, these nuts. She waits a while and then says, I think enough time has passed and I just genuinely want to know if you've had any remorse for the shit you said to me or if you truly believe it was all valid. And then he responds 7 hours later saying, let's find out if you're still seeing the Hat Man first. I don't know what that means, but then he comes back 2 hours later and said, I'm over you. You're wasting your time. So he's trying to flip this around on her like, you missed your opportunity with the golden goose. You missed your opportunity with the alpha. I've moved on, you harpy. I don't need you anymore, harlot. Listen, I've matured a lot. You clearly haven't. So you're wasting your time trying to talk to me now. You had your chance, you blew it. I'm sure you're kicking yourself now for this, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But then just to finish it off with the cherry on top, he quotes from before where he was offering to show her his wiener and says, I still mean this if you need clarification. And then comes back and says, except don't even bother asking for nudes. I have a girlfriend. Okay. I mean, this is quite the ride. What an adventure. She eventually just says, what's wrong with you? We were friends for almost a decade. And then you go into this shit. Which is a reasonable response. Like, how did this happen? We have been friends for 10 years. We've known each other for so long. Where did this come from? It is crazy. This whole situation was wild. And also, I'm calling fiddlesticks on that last statement from him. I don't believe he has a girlfriend. If we go back to chapter 7 of this meltdown, he said that she was the first girl he wanted to show his penis to. So, I'm under the impression he's a virgin. And I don't think enough time has passed between those messages and these that he would not only lose his virginity, but then also have a girlfriend, especially given all of the behavior we're seeing exhibited here. So, I think he lied about that. That was probably just once again some kind of Hail Mary to make her jealous. Like, hey, listen, Toots, got a girlfriend. Stay off of me. Can't send you nudes anymore. You blew it. Nope, can't do it. Sorry, that's on you. Yeah, you'll regret this for the rest of your life, clearly. Sorry. Have a girlfriend. Even though it's most likely a lie. But yeah, that's all there is to the story here. Overall, I think we can all agree that nice guys really do finish last. It is insulting that these two didn't end up getting married. This guy is a real catch, and it's just a shame to see that it didn't pan out. But yeah, overall, dropping the sarcasm, I actually feel really bad for the woman in this situation here. This is someone who was a close friend to her for a fucking decade, only to then find out that that close friend was actually just a complete piece of shit, loser, degenerate, who was only being her friend, trying to have sex with her down the line. I can't even imagine that kind of betrayal. That must have been fucking awful. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this because I've been thinking about it like all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I know my calm, composed, stoic demeanor may not give you any clues or hints at my internal struggle, but trust me, right now, I'm spiraling. I'm falling down a dark path I swore I'd never walk again. Like a former addict who finds the pipe once again, I have found my long since abandoned drug. I have become hooked on reading horrible text messages from dudes trying to get laid again. It's been many moons, and some of you who have been around the channel for a while may remember I've made a lot of content covering horrible pickup artists, as well as horrible text messages with self-proclaimed nice guys who are one gentle no away from letting the demon out and just flipping the switch to a full-blown conniption. Like, the word boyfriend would be, a Winter Soldier event that would have them just go ballistic. And I've made quite a bit of content, both laughing at the absurdity of it, as well as using it as an educational tool, like, hey, don't be like these goobers. But over time, I started kind of petering out from doing that because I just made so much of it, and I stopped indulging in that kind of content until recently. I could only fight the urge for so long. The werewolf is coming out. It's a full moon, and that moon is nothing but fucking cringe. I saw some text messages today that I've just got to go over. Now, before we embark on this journey together, it's important that I let you know that these are two college students. As we go through this, you'll probably assume that it's two 13-year-olds, but that's not the case. These are two college students that worked on a group project together, and now we're coming in after the completion of the project. So, they say, I just emailed Professor the final draft, so we should be good. To which the poster says, yay, and then sends a meme, go team. I really enjoyed working with you. You seem like a very sweet and smart girl, and I'd love to take you out sometime. To which they say, that's very kind of you, but I have a boyfriend. Oh boy. She said the phrase, I have a boyfriend. There is no phrase more powerful in the English language than that. The strongest sentence ever constructed. That's like the nuclear bomb here. I have a boyfriend is a phrase, nay, an incantation, more powerful than Avada Kedavra from Harry Potter. And it's just been deployed. So you can already start to speculate where things are going to go south. He responds by saying, heh, well thanks for leading me on, which catches her off guard. She says, I'm sorry, but I don't think I've done anything to imply I was interested in dating you, to which he responds, it's just funny how you never brought up that you were taken until now. Which is an interesting thing to respond with, because that makes it seem like he expects every girl that's taken to immediately state that upon starting a conversation with a man. Like they need to wear some kind of sign or some kind of label on their forehead that says, currently in relationship, not available, thank you. Try again at later date. Although she does say that she mentioned her boyfriend. Actually, I did. When I was at your house, I told you my boyfriend was picking me up. Which he's able to counter beautifully by saying, I thought you meant a boy that you were friends with. Because why would you go over to a guy's house if you're dating someone? And she says, because you offered to host and we needed somewhere to work on our project together, my boyfriend knew and didn't care because all we were doing was working. I'm sorry if I did anything to give you the wrong idea. And then he says, You let me buy you a pizza. Now, admittedly, I understand where the guy's coming from here. We all know about the law of equivalent exchange thanks to Full Metal Alchemist, and we have something like that in the real world. If you buy a girl a pizza, she is obligated to have sex with you. It's the pussy for pizza transaction. It's as old as time itself. So the fact that he was able to buy her a pizza and he didn't get his winky stinky is shocking. But yeah, anyway, he seems to really put a lot of stock in the importance of that pizza, like that was going to carry them all the way to marriage, like this is a moment she'd remember for the rest of her life or something, that pizza that he bought her. But I'd like to backtrack a bit just briefly. Let's go to the previous chapter where he said, I thought you meant a boy you were friends with, because why would your boyfriend be okay with you going to a guy's house to work on a project? And I feel like that's a dogshit perspective that's not unique to just this guy in this situation. I've seen a lot right now where people work under the assumption that if your significant other is doing anything in any capacity with someone of the opposite sex, it means that they're unfaithful to you and they're cheating. But I just don't really subscribe to the belief that most normal, sane people think that way. Of course, there are extenuating circumstances to that, but in this scenario, and in most scenarios like this, where it's just she's working on a group project with a classmate, I don't know why you'd immediately jump to, she must be a whore who's going behind my back to fuck this one goofball in her class and pretending that they're working on a group project. I just don't think that's something most ordinary people jump to immediately, and in this case, the guy views it as weird that she ever even agreed to go to his house to work on this group project if she was in a relationship, but I just don't understand why that would be viewed as weird. Like, where else are they going to do it? Like, if they go to her place and do it, it's the same problem, right? Now, she has invited a guy over to her house and she's in a relationship to work on this group project. Wouldn't that be the same issue? Or if they go somewhere in public and do it, like a fucking Starbucks or whatever, it's still the same issue. Like, oh, now they went to a public place where people go, like, on dates sometimes to do this group project. So you can always make that argument no matter what. So just, I don't know, it just doesn't compute with me. But anyway, back to the pizza. I offered to split when you told me you were ordering a pizza and you said it was your treat. If you'd like, I can sell you for half of the cost. Yes, I'd like that. And you ate more of the pizza than I did, so you should pay for like 2/3 of it. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty math calculations here. Like, well, actually, listen here, Harpy. You ate more of the pie than I did, so you're gonna need to reimburse me more for it. And you know what? It wasn't my treat, because this Halloween there was only tricks. You tricked me. You lied by not telling me that you had a boyfriend. So give me extra cash for that pizza, you disgraceful harlot. She's being as gentle as possible here. I imagine she's scared of this individual, and she said as much in the comments of the post. She said that she didn't want to, like, get too aggressive back because then she'd be, like, afraid of what he might do. So it's just, like, I understand where she's coming from. You don't want to, you know, poke and all of that. So she's just like, okay, that's fine. And I'm sorry again if you got the wrong idea, but I thought I made it clear that I viewed this as a professional relationship. Well, you didn't. And then he comes back and says, don't leave me on red. So he's getting very aggressive here. He's red in the face. He's steam coming out of the ears. Like, I understand why she wants to, like, tiptoe around this as gracefully and smoothly as possible. And it's something I've said a lot on stream, where in the current climate of things, it feels like everyone's more on edge than ever. Like, I've read so many stories over the last couple of years of people snapping at the smallest things, like even the most minor inconvenience. Like, this is a story I've referenced a lot, but it's one that actually legitimately sticks with me. There was a murder at a Subway where a man shot 2 Subway workers because they went a little heavy on the mayonnaise on his sandwich. Too much mayo was a death sentence for one of the 2 workers that was shot. The other one did survive, but I mean, it's things like that where it's never really worth pushing back. So in a case like this, I understand why she'd want to be really light about it. And I just want to mention that because I saw a lot of comments, like, not really grilling her or anything, but just really kind of wondering why she was being so polite in lieu of all of the aggression from this guy. And I totally understand why she would be. I really do get it. I just wanted to point that out real quick. But anyway, it wraps up by saying, I don't think this conversation is worth furthering, which is fair. And then he responds saying, it's ridiculous you even chose a guy to work with if you have a man. I bet he was upset even if he pretended not to be. Now, she explained this a little further in the comments. She didn't even choose him to be, like, her group project partner. Apparently the way the groups were chosen were people chose topics and whoever had similar topics worked together. So these 2 just happen to have the same topics. It's not like she went out of her way to choose this, you know, benevolent angel to work with or anything. But anyway, I understand this was like a very short text exchange. It's only like 3 screenshots here, but I just think there's a whole lot to digest and analyze here. As we as a species have become more and more isolated, all of our socialization and human interaction comes from behind a computer screen now, mostly. Almost all of our interaction with each other is through the internet. So it's leading to a lot of people not knowing how to socialize or not knowing how to pick up on like social cues, and I don't even really blame individuals for that. But it's led to situations kind of like this, where this guy really views that her being off the market, you know, having a boyfriend, should mean that she shouldn't do anything at all with another guy, even work on a class project with another man. And also, something as simple as buying a pizza shows some kind of romantic interest between the two of them, some kind of mutual romance. So when it turns out that she wasn't interested and it leads to a rejection, it's something that he doesn't know how to handle appropriately. And overall, it is just pretty sad. Yes, it is like equal parts entertaining with some cringe text messages, of course, but at the core of it, there is a problem where people aren't going out in the real world and making genuine human connections. It's all through computers. So when you are in the real world with real humans, you don't really know how to handle things super well. So something as simple as getting like a rejection is a much bigger deal than it used to be. And overall, like I said, it's just kind of sad. I wanted to just talk about these text messages because I got real deep on why. Why would this be the response to something so simple? And of course, the text messages are very silly, like with the whole fucking pizza side quest thing. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. We're entering into an age where people just don't know how to socialize. It's just this inability to appropriately communicate with one another in a healthy way. And it's led to a lot of confusion and, frankly, a lot of unhinged weirdos in the dating scene, it would appear. I have become way too invested in reading these horror stories from people that were romantically interested in one another or even went on dates, and then all of a sudden things go tits up over nothing because people are just disconnected from reality and perpetually on edge, it would seem. Like, I am so deep into this rabbit hole. I understand how pathetic that is on my part, but I can't help it. It's just so fascinating. Like, it seems like you'd have better luck finding your soulmate in one of my streams, like by just communicating with someone in the chat. Like, you probably would meet a more compatible match in solo queue League of Legends than you would on a dating app right now. The people in fucking solo queue League are more mentally stable, less hostile, and less weird than the people I'm seeing that are meeting on like Tinder and Bumble and all that. Today, this post kind of popped off on Reddit. I fully recognize a lot of these can be a bunch of, horseradish, but I like to suspend disbelief anyway. Plus, it's a weird thing to fake because you don't get anything out of it besides Reddit karma, I suppose, which is the most useless currency since Monopoly money. So anyway, the story is this girl's friend was going on a date with a gentleman that she had met online who seemed really cool. They agreed to meet at this restaurant, and that's where the story begins. So she says, "I'm on my way," to which our gentle sir tips his fedora and says, "K," which already feels a little hostile to me. This is their first date. I feel like you can't just be dropping a K like that. It just seems a little aggressive, but maybe I'm reading into it too deep since I already know how the story plays out. She says, "Are you there yet?" "No, I'm going to be a little bit late." "No worries, I'm here. I'll be in the far right corner." He finally arrives. Our protagonist makes it to the scene. He kicks open the doors. He says, "I'm here. I don't see you." To which she describes her location. "I'm next to the big plant in the back to the right when you first walk in." So she's providing him with directions, coordinates, so that way he can go walk over and they can begin their date. But the date never really begins because, you see, something has already gone awry, even upon first walking into the establishment. He drops this bomb on her. He says, "Piss off," out of nowhere. Actually, from out of left field, the curveball, which catches her off guard. She goes, "I'm sorry? I'm really confused right now." As most people would be, because he hasn't sat down at the table, she hasn't even seen him yet, and he's angry about something, fuming, furious, steaming. Well, what went wrong? Let's start to speculate a couple of things. Perhaps this is an Ed, Edd n Eddy situation when Ed gets the rock in his shoe and it just puts him in a bad mood. Maybe he believes that he's been catfished. He might have seen her from a distance and it wasn't the same girl that he thought he was communicating with. Perhaps. But what if I told you the reality is something none of you would possibly guess. It's actually super easy to improve your social skills and increase your odds of getting laid. All you need is to shop at moistglobal.com and get the new retro basketball line. It's that simple. An incredible assortment of beautiful items available right now at moistglobal.com. Go ahead and get yourself something. Who doesn't love retro basketball gear? We tried to stay as true to all the material and all the designs of the classic basketball stuff that we all grew up with, so hopefully you enjoy it. moistglobal.com, the link's in the description. His rampage continues and he explains himself. I'm not gonna waste my time on some unfaithful whore. Couldn't even wait until after the first date to flirt with someone else. Every woman is a cheating bitch, I swear. All you want is attention. So this man's fighting ghosts right now. I guess he might have like fallen asleep when he got to the restaurant, like maybe he has narcolepsy and he dozed off for a moment and had a bad dream where his date's making out with other dudes right in front of him while giving him the finger and saying, fuck you, bozo, nerd loser. I'm with the Chads now. Get out of town. Scram. Like, I don't know what exactly he thought he saw when he got there. But he goes on this, attack right now about how she's an unfaithful whore, even though she has done nothing but just sit at a restaurant waiting for him. And she's as confused as anyone. She goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't flirted with anyone since we started talking. I don't know where you got this idea from. Could you tell me what made you think I was talking to other guys? He then explains himself. Don't act all innocent. I saw you chatting it up with some Asian dude while you were waiting for me. You're a fucking bitch. I can't believe I trusted you. You're not even pretty anyways. I just wanted to give the ugly girl a chance. Or ugly they or whatever you are. Slut. So he's going fucking freaky mode right now. This guy is off his gourd at the moment. Also goes with the classic, you're not even hot anyway. I was doing you a favor by letting you be seen with me. The nice guy. The Giga Chad Alpha. Fuck! And I can't believe you've done this. Like, just the standard, immediately, like, talking about, you're actually ugly, I was never interested anyway, I was just giving the ugly girl a chance because it was a good deed to get me into heaven. That's all. I was trying to do what I thought the Lord wanted me to do. And you did this to me, you betrayed me like this? Shame on you. I was the angel. Which we've seen a million times, that's nothing new. This guy is clearly looking like a big old piece of shit here. So, then the truth of the situation comes out. The only guy I talked to was the waiter. I wasn't flirting with anyone. He was asking me if I wanted to order, and I said I was waiting for you. This goober saw her talking to the waiter and assumed she must be trying to fuck him. Because that's all women want to do. Anytime they communicate with a male, they're just trying to slobber on that meat. It's disgusting. I can't believe you would do this, harlot. I saw you talking to that man. The waiter. That's what this is all over. That's what caused him to have this massive meltdown, tears in eyes, fucking whiny temper tantrum fucking blow up. Because she talked to the waiter who was asking if she wanted to order. That's so crazy. This lunatic. This absolute goofball. It continues. She asks, why are you acting like this? He goes, whatever, slut. Lose my number. You'll never find another guy like me. Hopefully he's right about that. I pray she never finds another unhinged weirdo like this guy. That would be for the best. Hopefully nobody ever finds this guy or anyone like him. That is just a curse I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. Ruined your chance with the best dick you had ever had. I bet that Asian guy is small. God, this guy is an insufferable piece of shit. Good lord. What a vile person to say shit like this. Have fun never feeling real pleasure. Don't message me again. He'll leave your fat ass and you'll come running back to me. So he's diving deep into delusion now. The waiter of this restaurant just saved this lady a long time of agony. Because let's imagine these two actually did go on a successful date. Prior to this, apparently this guy and this girl had hit it off in a big way online. This was their first date. Let's assume that this date happened without any hiccups. She would have never seen this side of him until it was probably too late when they were already in a relationship, and it would have led to a lot worse of a situation for her. So the fact that this happened on day one, well, even before day one, this is like day zero because he never even sat down at the table for the date. The fact that it happened then is for the best. It saved her a long time worth of trouble. So the waiter in this story, actually a hero. Hats off to that guy. What's that expression? It's from Futurama. When you do something right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. Like, that's exactly what happened here. Dude's just doing his job and ended up saving her so much trouble down the line. But yeah, anyway, so she talked to the waiter about her order. This guy blows a gasket, has this huge meltdown about it, shows his true colors, and then continues to just go on and on and on in these text messages with her. But girls like you like being used. All women just like bad guys, so they cheat when they meet a chill, nice guy. Whatever, I never liked your flat ass anyway. Don't leave me on red, you bitch. You just told her to lose your number, and now you're getting upset that she's not responding? Like, he's all over the place. He says that she has a fat ass and then says it's a flat ass. This guy's walking between worlds right now. He's caught in dimensions. His brain is completely scrambled, all because he saw his date talking to the fucking waiter. That is so crazy. That is crazy. And then still has the gall to say that he is a chill, nice guy. Chef's kiss. That is right on the nose. Everyone that self-identifies as a nice guy always turns out to be like this. Like 100% of the time. It's crazy. That statistic is as high as it is. The correlation between nice guys and being complete weirdos and just downright dangerously unstable people. It just, I don't know, I can't believe that it continues to be proven true time and time again. But yeah, anyway, I just had to showcase this one because I was giggling about it for quite some time. Like I said, I am in so deep on these horror stories of romance in the dating world, I couldn't help but at least share one here. That's about it. So yeah. I've never had a threesome, and I've never had an experience where I read something so cringe that it made my tummy upset. One of these two things is about to change today, and I don't think it's the threesome. I just read something from, yet again, my deep diving onto the horrors of modern dating with absolute deranged weirdos. And the whole interaction was so mind-bogglingly peculiar that my body couldn't help but suffer from a physical reaction after finishing this adventure here. I don't know where these men are coming from. These dudes are just being printed in the cringe factory and being thrown into the dating world as like the worst NPC encounters you could ever have. So anyway, let's go ahead and dive in. But before doing that, just a quick heads up. The Moist Global Retro Basketball line is still available right now. This is the best assortment of merch the internet's ever seen, so you can go to moistglobal.com right now and pick something up. Links in the description. I just read some of the backstory she was posting about this situation in the comments, and it's actually pretty sad. Apparently these two had been dating for about 3 years. It was a horrible situation all around, and a couple months ago she left and took the kids. But this is the most recent interaction between the two of them. She 100% made the right move in leaving. This guy seems like a fucking menace. But anyway, it begins innocently enough. That's good, just working away with 3 exclamation points, so he's having a jolly old day at work. Did you get to the doctors yet? She says, yeah, I have COVID. What did he say it give you? What? What did the doctor say or give you to feel better? Take Advil, Tylenol, sleep as much as you can, and quarantine. This is so timely because I myself just finished going through COVID over the last 11 or so days. And this is the 3rd time it's fisted me. It has gone elbow deep in my ass 3 times, and all 3 times that is the exact same advice I was given by doctors. Now, of course, you can still ask for like a Paxlovid prescription if you want. It should help with like symptoms, but it's not usually the first thing they give you unless you're someone who is at risk for like complications, I think. It is an option, but typically they'll just tell you that. You know, take Tylenol, sleep it off, rest, fluids, simple stuff like that. So it seems innocent enough here, and the guy she's communicating with almost seems jovial. You know, like when he says, just working away, I can already see him typing that and going, just working away. You know, one of these with a big old smile on his face, ear to ear. He seems like a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. And then it all falls apart. This feels like a real Jekyll and Hyde situation. He immediately just doubts her, doesn't trust her, accuses her of lying. Lol, so you didn't go to the doctors. Before this turns into a fight, just tell the fucking truth, lol. She says, I did. There's no meds for this. Yes, there is. Go to the doctor's, lol. I need the address and the name of the clinic that told you there's no medicine. Also, the name do the doctors. They will be losing their license. So he's fucking spiraling immediately here. And I feel like this isn't exclusive to just him. I feel like a lot of men these days assume that every girl they interact with, even their significant other they've been with for 3 goddamn years, is some kind of lying, cheating harpy or something. So they're constantly interrogating because they don't believe anything they say. I feel like there's just so many dudes out there with this, like, insecurity within them where they doubt everything their partner says, believing that they're cheating in some way. They're lying about something, hiding something, and it's fucking awful. So this guy's trying to checkmate her here with the scholar's mate. Like, okay, then give me the name and the address, because I'm going to call them to double check, because I don't believe you, madame. She then says, stop being so fucking melodramatic. I seriously don't need this shit right now. There isn't anything they can give me. I'll be fine once it works its way through my system. He just continues to press, please, name of the doctors, location you want to, please. I know you sick. That's why I'm jandling this for you, and just need to know which doctor you went to. I can handle this properly. This guy has so much steam coming out of his ears, it's clouding his eyes. He can't even fucking type properly. He's typing like a caveman. He's going full Neanderthal mode here. Like, what in the world is happening in his noodle? He's gonna start jandling this? That reminds me of jelking. Like, that was an old thing on the internet where you're supposed to, like, masturbate in a certain way to elongate your wiener. Jandling feels like it's some kind of, like, sub-discipline of jelking. But anyway, she says, I don't need you to scream at the receptionist for no reason at all. Stop being ridiculous. I won't scream at anyone, just tell me the information. CrITiKaL can handle this, please. If you don't provide it to me, it's because you're lying and didn't go to the doctors. There's nothing to handle. So just tell me the name of the doctor you saw. This douchebag is making so many typos, it looks like he's trying to transcribe the Scatman. I can jandle. It's like ridiculous how crazy he's going because he's so angry. I don't know why he'd even think she's lying about this. He admits that he knows she is sick. So why would she lie about going to the doctor? Well, like, what the fuck thought process is that? I know my girlfriend is sick, but it's probably dick sickness. She's probably hungry for cock and it's causing her physical pain. That's probably what it is. She didn't go to the doctor. She went to a penis appointment. That's what it is, and she's lying to me about it. I knew it! It continues to just get out of control. She says, lol, I shouldn't have to prove to you anything. I'm sick, I have COVID. She's absolutely right. She doesn't have to prove anything here. She doesn't need to try and, like, defeat his delusions. That's not her responsibility here. She's done nothing wrong. And he just continues, you're not proving anything to me, lol. There is medication for this. I know for a fact, as I know someone else who had COVID last week. There isn't, unless you're old as fuck or have an autoimmune disease or your lungs are shit. Otherwise, you're just a carry through like normal fucking virus. Yes, there is. Let me call the do it. And I will get you proof. Where did you go, baby? That comes out of nowhere. After all of this, he hits her with a where did you go, baby? I can already just tell from reading this shit, this guy is extraordinarily manipulative and a completely insufferable person to be around. But anyway, she goes, I went to a walk-in and frankly, I'm not going to allow you to cause a muck over nothing. I'm going back to bed. What walk-in clinic? If you don't tell me, I'm don't with you. Because I'm not a ducking idiot, and I know you're lying, haha. You have 3 minutes to get me the address of the walk-in clinic or else. So now man's out here setting a time limit. He's dropping the ultimatum. You give me the name, and I will hunt them down. Out here like Liam Neeson, about to track them down with his particular set of cringe skills. I guess his thought process was he just wants to confirm that she actually went to the doctor, because for some reason he doesn't trust her even slightly, even though they've been together for 3 years. I also imagine if he did call them, he'd start yelling and screaming and causing a big hoopla, because he seems like that kind of unhinged, deranged lunatic that would do shit like that. But anyway, the 3 minutes to get me the address of the walk-in clinic or else, that's it. Buy more chances for you. She says, fine, be done with me because I don't want you yelling at someone for no fucking reason. He says, no one's going to get yelled at. You're just nothing but a liar and KM Jot a fucking idiot. I wouldn't have even called them, but everything you say is a lie, and you think I'm an idiot, and you can fool me. Anyway, joke's on you, enjoy, hope it was worth it, kid. His use of exclamation points and emojis is absolutely infuriating, but even more so than that, the cherry on top of the shit cake is him saying, hope it was worth it, kid. He's speaking like he's back on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby. What? Hope it was worth it, kid? Oh, God, sickening. But clearly the reason he's using the emojis and the exclamation points is he's trying to put on this strong, masculine front that none of this bothers him. This is the biggest mistake of your life. You're going to regret this. But me, I'm laughing. I'm having fun with this. This means nothing to me. So much so that I'll drop a laughing, crying emoji and 5 exclamation points. Haha, not hurting me. She then says, lol, joke's on me because I'm sick. Great joke. Love that for myself. Love that I feel like I'm being dragged through the mud, fire, literally feel the worst ever. Great support, thanks. Joke's on you because you lost the best man of your life because you'd rather lie than tell the truth. Leave me alone. What the fuck? Oh my god. It's just so painful reading this. It's so fucking sad reading this, knowing that not only have they been together for 3 years, but I guess also have kids. Like, and speaking of the kids, his final message to her is this. You got it, Buster. Have fun being a homeless narcissist liar that no one loves, not even their children. He just dropped a cold Buster here at the end, and then told her that she is a homeless narcissist that not even her children love. What kind of delusional, evil shit is this? He's calling someone a narcissist. That's unbelievable. Pfft. And then to say that not even their children love her? What? I don't know how you go from like, oh, where'd you go, baby? You know, like, obviously, like, in love kind of thing, to immediately, like, no one loves you, everyone hates you, I'm the best man that has ever existed in this entire fucking history of our species, and you just blew it with me. This is your fault. You're unlovable. You're a liar. Your children don't love you. You're a narcissist. Like, it's just crazy how quickly someone can become this. It's so fucking sad. She definitely made the right call leaving this guy. I'm, of course, no, relationship counselor or guru or anything, but very clearly, this is an unhealthy person to be around. This guy super sucks. This guy is a turbo fucking loser. And according to her comments, this was only like the tip of the iceberg. She actually called this interaction mild. So I can only imagine how awful of a person this piece of shit is. She definitely made the right call. And to think all of this happened because she got COVID and went to the doctor, and that was enough to set this guy off. That's terrible. That's horrible. But yeah, like I said, I have been deep on like the modern dating scene, travesty, seeing like what all's been going on and being posted by people online. I just find it all so interesting. So I can't help but talk about some of these that really get crazy. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Good morning, and welcome back to Wacky Weirdo Hour. Boy howdy, do we have an action-packed lineup for you today. Get out your cup of coffee, enjoy your cereal. It's about to be a bit of a ride. Sometimes I'm asked, why do I do this to myself? Why do I dabble in the swamp of cringe? What's the purpose? What's there to gain from staring into the abyss and letting the abyss stare back into you? And the thing is, I unironically feel there's real value here in some lessons to be learned from the lunacy. Let's say there's people out there that haven't really experienced a lot socially in life, suckling mother's bosom, and has never really branched out from the nest to get their own wings and become the social butterfly that they are destined to be. Sometimes people might not recognize that the behavior they're exhibiting is not good and is bad, not productive, is not going to lead anywhere. So by going over some of these absolutely atrocious, downright painful exchanges in the dating scene or like romantic interest, I feel like it can serve as a scared straight kind of moment, like, behold, don't be this guy. And you're like, oh, I don't want to be that guy. What the fuck? He sucks. Okay. All right. I get it now. I know what not to do. Or maybe I'm just reading way too deep into all this. I'm not a fucking hero. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just a guy here laughing at some goofy situations. Anyway, the story for today is one I got tagged in a lot last night when I was at a Lightning game. So I actually watched it unfold in real time and had a sneaking suspicion that by morning this would no longer exist. The poster would probably remove it because things went out of control. That shit went cattywampus. And I was right. The posts were deleted, but I saved them. I made sure to. I said, dag nabbit, you're not keeping this from me. You think you can hide cringe, brush it under the rug, and I won't find it? Nope, I'm lifting that rug up with a big old smile on my face. I'll say, thank you so much for this, yum yum yum, scrumptious. So I got the Library of Alexandria of Cringe, and let's just go ahead and explore. I had to censor so many handles that were tagged in this initial tweet here. It was like a fucking CIA document with all the redactions. But anyway, I've got it in working order. I don't want anyone harassed here, including the original post or anything, obviously, but I do want to go over this. So they made a call-out post out of nowhere. I don't want to be too rude, but I genuinely can't understand how this goofball, and then he tags the guy, got a beautiful girl like, and then he tags the girl. He says the dorkiest shit, yet has a massive following. I just can't wrap my head around how any girl would go for that. I really commend his efforts not to be rude. I think he did a great job of tiptoeing around it and being polite while also getting to the point. Extraordinary manners, clearly. Excuse me, everybody, not to be rude, but fuck this guy. He's got a girl and I don't, and he's a dork and I'm a Chad. What's going on here, guys? What an injustice. He's not ugly, but Sabrina is objectively hot, where he's average at best. He spends all his time on Twitter, unlike someone who has a full-time job and a ton of money he could use to provide for a stunning woman like herself. Nah, screw not trying to be rude. He's a loser, to be honest. Oh, he was doing such a good job of not being rude too, and then the wheels just fall off. It goes tits up. He really goes off the rails. I like how he's like analyzing this now as if he's a researcher studying the phenomenon. He's average at best, but Sabrina is on like a totally different plane. Like this something's not adding up here. There's something foul afoot. And then he had the gall to criticize that guy for being on Twitter all the time. Meanwhile, Goober is on Twitter all the time making whiny posts like this, just having a temper tantrum, tears in the eyes, shaking his fist. Why is she not with me? I want her. He doesn't deserve it. I deserve it. And then here comes the stone cold stunner right on his soul. So the girl that he was talking about and loosely tagging in his tantrum catches wind of it and drops the DMs that he continues to send her. She goes, I know your ass ain't tweeting this like you ain't been in my DMs constantly begging me for a chance like a desperate loser and refusing to take no for an answer like a disgusting creep. And here's the receipts, Twitter. Thank you for the receipts. God bless. I'll speak on behalf of all of Twitter when I say it's much appreciated. So it begins with, would you ever want to meet up someday? I'd love to see a movie or take you to dinner. Whatever you'd like. To which she responds, I'm flattered, but for one I have a boyfriend and I don't think you even live near me. Oh, I like to travel, so it's not a problem, lol. And you're not married, right? There shouldn't be anything wrong with hanging out. No, but I don't feel like your intentions are platonic, so... She was right. She really sniffed that one out pretty quickly. You don't need to be, part of the Scooby-Doo mystery gang in order to crack this code here. She immediately deduced that this wasn't necessarily a friendship offer. This was him shooting his shot. But I love how he just immediately goes like, well, you're not married, so I mean, like... what's the harm? I don't see a ring on your finger. And he continues, No, I'm absolutely being platonic. My intention is just that I want a chance to prove that maybe I could a candidate as well. Like maybe you'd have more fun with me. Just to weigh your options, About to have me talking like a Sims character with that kind of cringe. Like, what do you mean? Weigh her options. Brother, you came out of nowhere in Twitter DMs. Why the fuck would she want to weigh options with you? Like, she's already in a relationship which she makes clear off rip and you still keep pressing. But you know what? Let's go even deeper here. We'll get into real fanfic levels of garbage and delusion. Let's assume she's in an open relationship and would actually, want other options, I suppose, in a partner. It's not gonna be you through Twitter DMs. That's just dangerous. No one's going to take you up on shit like this, especially not when you're coming out fucking guns blazing, fucking firing from the hip out of nowhere. And there's no possibility of that anyway in reality, because she actually shuts that down directly too. No, you're not, because you're still pushing something further even after knowing that I'm in a committed relationship with Blake, so there's no options. Learn how to take no for an answer. A lesson he absolutely refuses to learn. So he continues. I'm just confident in my abilities as a partner on all levels. I'm certain I can give you everything you desire, and perhaps better than he can. I apologize for persisting. You're just breathtaking, and I want you. I'm willing to fight for you at this point. To which she responds, there's no fighting for me. You don't know me. And you couldn't give me anything that her current partner doesn't. She lays into him. She lays down the brass tacks here. And basically he says, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them. Because he refuses to accept anything she is saying and only continues to exist in this dimension in his brain that is disconnected from the reality here. But I will say, he has piqued my curiosity. I have to know what abilities he's so confident in here. Like, balloon animals? Like, he learned a magic trick from Chris Angel? Like, what abilities are we talking about? Because it's certainly not, like, romantic abilities whatsoever. He's fucking cold calling like a telemarketer here through Twitter DMs. So he responds again saying, I had to give my 100%. If we're being truthful here, I don't think he deserves you. I see what he tweets, and he's dorky as hell. You're hot and one of the kindest people I've ever seen on this app. What do you mean? Like, I'm guessing he just, like, stalks her feed or something. He's like, he's making up this fantasy in his head where it's like, this is an angel, and I should be with her, clearly. This guy's too dorky, too much of a dweeb, doesn't deserve that. It's so creepy. I have a good job, and I'd be willing to let you crash with me at my place for as long as you'd want if you'd be willing to give me a chance someday. That's so generous. I mean, wow. He'd be willing to let her crash at his place? Wow. And they say chivalry is dead, huh? I don't even know why he's making that offer. I don't think that's something anyone would want to do. I don't know why he's making it sound like he'd be willing to make a sacrifice by letting her live with him when he's fucking obsessed with her. It's oh my god, it's so fucking weird. I'd take care of you, but you everything you want? Oh, buy you everything you want and give you anything you'd need. I haven't found any ladies in my area that share my same interests or honestly that are as beautiful as you are. I guess you just brought out my competitive side, lol. You absolute weenie. It's not a competition. And if dating was a competition, you're gonna stay losing with an attitude like this. I don't know why he's treating it like a game of Counter-Strike where if he just plays it properly, he'll go ahead and squeak out the W. She's already in a relationship. No matter what you do here through fucking Twitter DMs, it's not going to change that and she's not going to want to go with you. No matter how much you lecture her about why her current partner doesn't deserve her, which is an outrageously weird thing to do. You don't even know them to begin with. You are just someone that is stalking their fucking Twitter feeds, I guess. Like, this whole thing is super creepy. And he just doesn't see it. So she posts these DMs, and obviously a lot of people started dunking on him for it. And instead of trying to learn from it and understand why this isn't a good thing, he takes it as another opportunity to proclaim his love for this stranger. He says, you have to be lying. Why is everyone acting like I'm crazy? Sabrina is drop dead, sexy, block A or Blake, whatever the fuck, is not. He's painfully average and mediocre at best. As I said before, he ain't ugly, but compared to her, he might as well be. Sabrina's figure is what I'd call perfection. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm trying to make a simple point. Her hair is majestic, her face is gorgeous, and her body is literally to die for. Not to mention she's strong and takes what she wants. I admire that. And she doesn't want you, so admire that, and come to terms with it. She will never want you. No matter how many times you make Twitter posts about her, obsessing over her. It's scary. It's unhinged. Stop it. Like, I don't know how else to, like, put it in plain terms. But even with people putting it in the plainest terms for someone to understand, he still just thinks that, like, his intellect is above everyone else's and no one's understanding his point. So after all of this kind of blows up, he then starts sending her more DMs about it. He comes back around into the DMs saying he didn't mean to put her on the spot, to which she responds, you did, now Twitter sees the creep that you are, and he says, I don't think of myself as a creep, I'm just being honest and straightforward. And she says, no, you're a loser and a creep who doesn't understand the word no. She's right. It's very blunt, but it is correct. The way he is behaving here is not taking no for an answer and being very creepy. Again, they don't even know each other. And he has become this obsessive over this whole situation. Like, even so much as saying, like, he doesn't deserve you, it's me, this and that. And he doesn't recognize why that's creepy. And I know that's not exclusive to just him. It's very important to have self-awareness and self-reflection where you can separate yourself from a situation, take a step back, and see how things look. He needs to be able to have that ability. That's an ability he should be confident in, so he can recognize that the way he has conducted himself here is creepy. You are a creep in this exchange, and you need to grow from it to not be like this going forward. And he just keeps going. I thought you'd appreciate my persistence. I thought wrong. You turned the app against me. I didn't get any engagement before that tweet. People really lined up to defend that dude. I didn't think he was that liked, to be honest with you. It has nothing to do with the individual in this case. It just all has to do with you being creepy and people wanting to let you know that what you're doing is not okay. He's just not able to grasp the situation. And I also don't know why he would think this persistence would be appreciated. Again, you don't even know her. And being extremely persistent and annoying about shit is something nobody likes. Not even in a romantic partner, but in general, even as a friend. If you're just gonna keep like poking and pestering and like constantly prodding, no one's going to like that. She then explains to him again how what he's done is something nobody will appreciate, and he just ignores it and says, nobody on this app understands what my point even was that I was trying to make. What point? You're not making a point. You just keep saying how much you like her and find her boyfriend to be dorky and unworthy of her. What point are you talking about? There's not some like deeper underlying message that you're trying to get across that we're all too stupid to see. You're just being a weirdo for everyone to see publicly and throw tomatoes at. This is the last DM here that was shared. He says, I treat women with the utmost respect, actually. That's the impression I got as well. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I got when reading this too. To which he responds, you don't when you can't accept the word no and objective women. Your loss, I guess. That's just a classic sign-off from like every single one of these meltdowns and bad romantic exchanges. Somehow it always ends with the guy saying, your loss, I'm actually like the best dude ever, I'm like the chillest, nicest guy ever, and you just blew it with me, so put that in your pipe and smoke it. You'll be thinking about that every night trying to go to sleep. What a big loss for you. I don't know why that's so common amongst all of this, but it is very interesting to see it every single time. But anyway, I just wanted to share this because I've been so fucking deep into these like weirdo romantic exchanges and all of that, so that's really about it. See ya. I just got out of the shower, which is why my hair is so sodden and makes me look like the girl out of the Ring movies, but I needed to freshen up. I had to spruce myself up for this because today is a special occasion here. Many of you are aware, and some of you have probably even said a few prayers for my mental health, that I have been lost in the abyss of cringy, unhinged, weirdo text messages and bad dates that have been shared when it comes to romance. I have been glued to it. And today, we have a celebrity appearance here. Can we get a round of applause? Like, we made it. We went from just like a couple of really lunatic Redditors to an actual superstar celebrity making an appearance on this little segment here that I like to do. So anyway, let's get into it. So the superstar in question is the former Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker Ryan Shazier. This is a name many of you have probably heard of before because in 2017 his career was ended after a tackle went wrong that left him paralyzed. And over the years, since 2017, he has relearned to walk. It's actually an incredible story and an incredible recovery he's made. But unfortunately, he decided to cheat on his wife, allegedly. And his wife posts the screenshots yesterday from the alleged affair. I'm not going to show you every text message because a lot of them are just extremely boring and stiff. It's just the world's worst small talk. The things they say to each other is more robotic than like a throwaway conversation from side characters in Fallout 4. So I'm just going to show you the main ones that I want to focus on. So this is the first one from Michelle's Instagram. Now, it is worth mentioning this post is deleted. I imagine that is mainly due to it now being a legal matter would be my understanding. I would imagine Ryan's lawyers are on this now. But anyway, she says, a person that loves his family, this is what they do to their family, the wife, that has been there for him since day one. Infidelity at its finest. I can't sit here and keep hiding anymore. You can have it. I deserve better. This is Ryan. He's a liar and a cheater, and then we can turn our attention to the contents of the text messages. He was allegedly cheating on his wife with a woman named Marie, and this is the first one I believe she shared. So it begins, oh, okay, haha. Glad she's not tripping though. She seems really cool and fun, like I'd be friends with her, lol. Like, look at you. And then it's a picture of Ryan and Marie. And then he just says, yeah, make that picture look good. I'm a little confused here because it sounds like Marie is aware of Ryan's wife and just doesn't care. And then Ryan then goes on to say in the following messages there, saying that she's super cool, referring to his wife again. That is a really odd conversation to be having with the person you're cheating on your wife with, and then talking about how you'd be friends with her probably. So, before getting into more of the text messages, I think it's important to mention that Ryan is claiming that him and his wife have been separated and that he just wants his privacy from all of these allegations. I guess it's hard to know for sure what the truth is here, but with the text messages and the post from his wife, it really seems like they're not on the same page when it comes to whatever their relationship currently is. It sounds like more of an affair as opposed to a we're separated, so this is totally okay kind of thing. But anyways, I'd like to move on and really give your eyeballs a treat here with what I believe to be the most baffling exchange in flirting history. So, Ryan says, I like a lot, and I believe he meant I like you a lot to Marie. She replies by saying, I like you a lot, lol. And then Ryan replies with 2 book recommendations, like it's some kind of summer reading assignment here. He links her to 2 books, like it's a Friday night book club. The first one being The Ultimate Guide to Anal Sex for Women, 2nd edition, and the other, Blow by Blow, a step-by-step guide on how to give blowjobs so explosive that he will be willing to do anything for you. I was giggling so hard. She's like, I like you a lot, and then Ryan says, hit the books. You've got some homework to do. And I've seen a lot of people mention that as well. Like his first response to I like you a lot is, well, it's time to get your mandatory assignments in here in order to take this to the next level. And I absolutely was giggling so hard reading the first book, The Ultimate Guide to Anal Sex, mainly because it's the 2nd edition. Like, what do you mean? What changed in anal over the course of these book publications' history? Like, surely the 1st edition is still applicable. An asshole still functions the same way. We haven't evolved that much over the years. But they came back for the 2nd edition. Like, maybe analingus wasn't in there, like they weren't eating butt. And then the 2nd edition, they have like a whole dedicated chapter to eating butt and then like debunking old scientific claims about, you know, how to properly clean out the colon before anal or something. I have no idea. But the fact that he recommended the 2nd edition had me absolutely howling for a little minute. It reminded me of being back in college when they give you like this very specific textbook that you have to use for class. Like, no. You can't use Anatomy and Physiology 2 3rd edition. That is obsolete and outdated. You have to use Anatomy and Physiology 3.5, obviously. And then it's like an extra $200 for that 0.5 edition book. Like, that's what he did to her with that. We don't have like a follow-up on what she says after the book links were dropped, but I have to imagine she was fucking flabbergasted. I like you a lot. Bang. Here's how to be better with your mouth and your ass. Like, oh, like that seems insulting. It's like he's calling all that weak for her or something. Like it feels like he's taking a shot at her here. Like you're gonna have to upgrade. Start studying, please. This is ridiculous. I just couldn't believe that. I've never seen such an interesting maneuver here. What a crazy strategy from Ryan. But anyway, let's go back into some more texts. You know what I need. Shake my head. You didn't bring a coat. I'm glad you like. And oh, I did. Haha, it's on my lap. And then she sends a selfie. Shake my head, wear it. He's shaking his head a lot here. Like, I don't know why he's sounding so disappointed in her. I have a zip up on too, haha. Lol, you can't change the temp in your office. This is the worst flirting ever, I swear to God. What in the world? This is so bad. I tried, but it's not working, haha. I'm just all bundled up. I want you on top of me / next to me and my fireplace, lol. That would be nice. And then he replies to the I tried but it's not working. He just says, that sucks. Oh, brother. ChatGPT spits out better flirting than this. Like, I could have a more erotic conversation with an AI model. Like, this is rough. I'll just show you one more of the text messages that were shared. So Marie sends him a mirror selfie. I believe she's wearing a bikini top, but the quality's kind of bad, so it could just be bare breasts, and I just can't see the nipple in there because the quality's so low. There's a lot of JPEG and pixelation on the re-uploads now, but I think she's wearing a bikini top, and then says, enjoy some random pics/vids from Mexico. He at one point said that he had bad memory, to which she replies, "Aw, baby, haha, it's okay. Memory is just what I'm good at. You're literally the strongest person I've ever met." He goes, "I don't know about that." She says, "That's what I think at least. Do you like the pics?" And then he goes, "Goddamn, just seeing these." And she says, "I'm glad you like." Her having to ask his opinion on the photos is brutal. If I sent a dick pic to someone and I'm met with crickets, silence, and then like the next text message they send is unrelated to that dick pic, I'm going and I'm crying in my bathtub. Like, I'm putting on, you know, Inya, and I'm in my feels. I sent you my cock, and you say nothing? What have I done wrong? It's wacky to me that he had to be asked about it in order to acknowledge the pictures and the videos she sent. But anyway, yeah, there still is, I guess, a little confusion around what the truth is here, if they really are, like, split up and they're not in a relationship anymore and all of this happened after they split up. I guess we just don't know yet, but I do feel like his wife probably wouldn't call him a liar and a cheater if this didn't happen while they were still together. So, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this continues to develop, but I just had to talk about these text messages because, goodness gracious, that's really about it. So yeah. Whoa there, partner. Hold your horses. I bet you thought I had finally kicked my addiction to reading uncomfortable, cringy, weird text messages from the dating world. Well, do I have news for you, pal? I've only just begun on my bender here. I can quit anytime I want, it's not that big of a deal. I don't need electroshock therapy or any kind of mumbo-jumbo psychiatry to break me out of this rabbit hole. I don't have a problem. The only problem I have is that there isn't more of these for me to read, damn it. So anyway, let's begin. This morning, I hopped on and read two different stories here from relationships that fell apart in the most tragic and confusing of ways. So let's just dive right in. So we're reading from the perspective of the girlfriend in this relationship, and she's communicating with her boyfriend. They were coming up on their 3-year anniversary, but after this exchange, it all went right down the shitter. So it begins. Well, we're fucked. Pork chops went bad. My mom was getting ready to fry them and there was mold. To which the boyfriend just hits her with an okay. So she apologizes saying, I'm sorry, she's just going to send me to get chicken alone because I already made mac. She's referring to mac and cheese, for those of you that don't understand the nomenclature there. Now, I think it's very important, as we go through this first story, that you know the ages of those involved. It's 25 and 27. The reason why I think that's important is because as we go through this story, I imagine most of you will assume that these are children, like literally 13 and 14-year-olds. But that's just not the reality of it. This guy is about to throw away a 3-year relationship and have a biblical meltdown over not getting some fucking pork chops. He continues giving her the ice treatment here, so he just goes, okay, no good. Actually speaking like a Neanderthal. She says, the pork chops were bad, we didn't know, I'm sorry, I tried to make you food. He just once again says, okay. She says, sorry again, and he just says, cool. So this guy, he's going catatonic right now. We're losing him. He's flatlining. He's starving to death because the pork chops went bad. What is he gonna eat now? He's only a fucking 20-something-year-old man. He can't fend for himself without these pork chops. He's gonna die. She continues by saying, I really tried. Once again, just hits her with that okay. This is actually just like out of One Punch Man, that famous panel where Boros is powering up and One Punch Man just goes, okay. That is his whole personality. So he just goes, okay. And he says, you left? Yeah, she sent me to get chicken. He says, okay again, to which she just says, well, okay. She continues to profusely apologize for this whole situation here as if she did something wrong, even though she didn't. The pork chops just went bad. I don't know what he expects from her, to like sorcery away all of the mold or whatever on them, or somehow conjure up brand new pork chops from her ass, which is something she also mentioned in the comments, like, I don't know what he wanted from me. Like, she even went to get other food that he could consume. Chicken, mac and cheese, there are other options besides the pork chops, but his mind is set on one thing. Pork chops. He only has room in his noodle for one thought, and right now that thought is pork chops. So now that he realizes he's not getting them, he's about to go berserk over this whole situation here. Cool, you got to eat. I didn't for waiting on you. Good night. Okay, good night. I love you too. No, bro. Good night. I could have ate, but I waited on you. Of course. You could have just eaten regardless. So the poster here, she went into detail about all of the context around this. So apparently he had said he was going to go get food, and she mentioned that she was making pork chops with her mom later. So he said, oh, okay, well then I'll just eat the pork chops with you and your mom and I won't get food. To which she replied saying, no, you can still get food and you're also welcome to have these pork chops. But being the noble chivalrous man that he is, he put down the food that he was going to purchase and instead was going to eat these pork chops, which didn't end up happening. And when he didn't get served his pork chops on a golden platter, he just refused to eat, crossed his arms, kicking his legs in his high chair. Well, then I'm just going to starve. So even though she had other food he could eat, the chicken, the mac and cheese, he just didn't. And then also didn't feed himself at any point throughout the rest of the night, I guess because he was still so fuming with steam coming out of his ears. And also, according to her in the comments, the reason he didn't eat the chicken and mac and cheese is because he only likes his chicken prepared in the most simple way ever. So he didn't like the way the chicken was prepared, and he also doesn't like mac and cheese, which is already giving me red flags. I don't know anyone that doesn't like mac and cheese in some capacity. That's making him seem already off his gourd just from that simple fact alone. But yeah, he refuses to eat for the rest of the night, all because he couldn't have those pork chops. She says, I tried to cook, I didn't know they were bad, I couldn't have known until they defrosted. I don't care, bro, I shouldn't have waited. They made food, but I had to wait on you. Some bullshit. Good night. Oh my god, this insufferable, whiny asshole. Those pork chops must have been, like, heavenly, divine, like, to just give up food for the rest of the night and then ruin a 3-year relationship. Those pork chops gotta taste immaculate. Like, not only do they have to taste amazing, they have to come with legitimately life-changing benefits in order to have this kind of fucking tantrum over them. Like, taking a bite of those pork chops instantly chisels out your jawline a little bit further or something. I just don't know what kind of pork chops would be worth all of this anger. She apologizes again, saying, well, I'm sorry, good night, I love you too. Bro, stop telling me that. I am so tired of this guy saying bro to his girlfriend. He clearly has no respect for her whatsoever. He then throws a term out I've never seen before. He says UPMO. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that stands for, so I looked it up, and usually it's an abbreviation for Project Management Office. But that doesn't really fit in the context of this conversation. I imagine it has to be an insult. I don't think he just came out of nowhere saying, you Project Management Office. So it must stand for something else, but I still can't piece it together. Maybe you pussy monster outcast? I couldn't tell you. Never mind, now I can tell you. I just took an additional 10 minutes looking through Twitter to see anyone else who has ever used that abbreviation, and apparently it means you piss me off. Wow. Fucking oof. That is so cringe, Jesus Christ. But anyway, she says, I mean, I do, but okay, referring to loving him. And then he just says, I don't want to talk to you. And then she just says, okay, good night, I love you. He then comes back around as all of these unhinged weirdos do, where they're like, don't talk to me, I don't want to talk to you, good night. And then he just keeps fucking going and going and going and spewing. So he comes back and says, at all. Not tomorrow either. I don't care. This is bullshit. Good night. You're fucking selfish. Fuck you for real. I really don't want to talk to you or see you. Honestly, I'll remember this. Good night. I mean, he's speaking like it's the Walking Dead Telltale game. Goofball will remember this. I mean, obviously he's going to remember this. You just had a fucking meltdown over pork chops. Everyone's going to remember this. So then she's confused, like, what did I do? You said you don't want to talk to me, so I'm leaving you alone. He then says, fuck you, please leave me alone. Get the fuck out. And then she just says, you're the one texting me just to say leave you alone. And then he again comes in, I don't want to talk or see you at all. And then she just, again, I didn't even respond to you. Okay, good night, I love you too. Just trying to get out of this conversation because he just keeps coming back to just say, leave me alone. Stop talking to me. Why aren't you talking to me? Hey, stop talking to me. I'm texting you one more time just to let you know. Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. It's craziness. It's craziness. So this is the end of the text message screenshots, but the story continues. Right after this, the following morning, he continued this behavior, this attitude, and ended up dumping her because of this whole pork chop fiasco, which is a huge blessing in disguise for her because this is not a good partner. This is a crazy person. To have this level of blow up over not getting pork chops. Wow, that is some concerning delusion. So she does expand on it a little bit. He continued to insult her the following day before dumping her. So just a piece of shit all around. And I just had to talk about this one because I don't think I've ever seen a relationship, at least of this long, 3 years. They apparently were saving up for a house, end over something so trivial. I haven't seen a relationship crumble over something so meaningless like this. This is a wild case here. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this one a little bit. I know I said I was going to do 2, but I've kind of been yapping about this one for quite a while now, so maybe I'll just save the second one for tomorrow and I'll let it be like a little teaser. I think that's what I'll do. This will be your little appetizer for tomorrow's, where I cover the other really unbelievably awful relationship crumbling text messages. But anyway, I feel bad for the girl here, but I am happy to know that they're not together anymore. I think that's a very good thing for her going forward. I know it's going to be tough for a little while, but wishing her the best. And for the dude in the story here, wishing him nothing but really bad mac and cheese and no pork chops for the rest of his life. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Def Noodles, but he's a controversial YouTuber. I don't really know much about him. I'm pretty unfamiliar with it. I know he does a lot of like news stuff. I usually see him on Twitter getting dunked on. People really don't like him for a variety of reasons. I only know like a few things. Like he made fun of a guy after he cried on stream about his wife's sexual assault. Like some tasteless shit that I've heard and seen on Twitter. But overall, I'm pretty unfamiliar with Def Noodles. But today, or yesterday, an event that he was hosting finally happened, which is this, the Super Roast Battles. It's an event he was hyping up for weeks, talking about how it's going to be the next big thing. It's going to be like a really big, popular event. It's going to be great. He was even trying to goad some YouTubers into coming on to like settle their beef in a roast battle. So he was like going to charge them $15 in order to come on stage and roast each other. None of them showed up. In fact, almost nobody in general showed up. As you can see, it's not exactly like a sold out stadium here. It's about 10 family and friends. And this was a complete fucking disaster. Like on a level I haven't seen before. Imagine Fire Festival, but if it actually happened and was worse than anyone could have imagined. I didn't watch the whole thing either. Like, I started watching it, and I knew that I couldn't. I had to share it with you guys. This is unreal. We're not watching the whole thing. In fact, I don't think anyone can without puking. But I just want to show you some of the highlights here. The first, I think it's 28 minutes. So the first 28 or so minutes of this event is nothing but like rap music that like it's 26 minutes, right around 27 minutes. The first 27 minutes the event doesn't even start. They just like cycle through YouTube playlists of rap or popular music. So they didn't start on time. People just sit here doing fucking nothing for 26 minutes listening to bad music, and then we get into it, and it is immediately awful. Yeah.
Coming out and putting up with that bullshit.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a really special night today. We have some really amazing comedians. We're gonna just roast the shit out of each other for your enjoyment.
So, that's not exactly the format. What he did is he assembled a few people who said they've told a joke before in their life, and he had them roast each other. But they didn't. Nobody knew each other. Literally nobody. Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry, the volume's going to be really low because it's so poorly put together. Sorry, here, I turned it way up. So all they can do is roast each other's appearance because they don't know they don't know them. They're random people that he got together and told them to roast each other. So it leads to the most awful, uncomfortable moments I've seen on the big stage, figuratively speaking, on stage. This was an event he charged money for, so like you paid for this, keep in mind.
Okay. Hey Siri, give me a coin. I don't think that's how it works. Oh, hey Siri, flip a coin.
Let's go.
Siri, flip a coin. Tails. Oh, I didn't even ask who's.
Oh, what a silly
So,
blunder.
Who's tails, who's heads?
He's just a little nervous.
You're not tails anymore. What about you, Corey? All right, Ernesto,
This is
it's
just an
you.
appetizer.
You first.
This is foreplay.
You said 2 jokes up top?
2 jokes up top.
All right.
Give your best shot.
So, to go over the rules, I won't put you through him explaining the rules terribly. His format is whoever goes first tells 2 jokes, then the person responds with a joke, then the next person responds with a joke, back and forth. So it's like 1 joke each. It's supposed to be like a roast. Keep in mind, these are strangers. These 2 people have never met until they walked out on this stage together. So they can't actually roast each other. All they can do is insult each other's appearance, and it is painful. It is so hard to listen to. It obviously no rehearsal or anything. Same with Def Noodles. He's the host, and he has no fucking clue what's going on. Started 27 minutes late, and it is an absolute joy.
I just met this motherfucker today, so you guys need to relax already, all right? But I just met this motherfucker, but he's the only person I've seen with a canko on his neck.
Oof.
I don't know why you're wearing fucking, I don't know why you're wearing shoes to relax, bro. What are you relaxing from? You haven't moved in days. I know you're not coming at me with that fucking neckline of the shirt looking like you fucking stretched that shit for miles. What even is this, bro? Is this like just a fucking...
You have on a vest in the summertime. Like you
That's just crossing a line immediately. He just goes up and starts touching him. Ugh. Like I don't even know where Def Noodles would find someone like this. That's so yucky. Like he's not even roasting. Now he's just going up there and like caressing him. Ugh.
you have to stop talking about appearance. Like, it's not working out, man. What are you doing? I can see everything going on. All right, never mind.
It's called a cock, buddy. You'd see it if you didn't have that tummy there. All right.
Oh.
That would have worked if half of you weren't fat as fuck.
Yo. He ain't got no pussy in a long time. It's been a while for him. He is upset.
I half expected him to just go out in the crowd and start throwing hands, like just absolutely ripping on the audience, just beating them down. Like, so he not only got people that don't know each other, so can't roast each other, he got like the most aggressive man in LA. This dude is just here to fight. So it couldn't have gone worse. A lot of YouTubers that don't like this guy, Def Noodles, were streaming this just making fun of him, and the streams were so popular it started trending on Twitter. Oh, Christ, cringe almost made me puke. And Def Noodles was so proud of that fact that in his recent video today, he called this a massive success and that he was trending on Twitter for hours like it was a positive thing. But the trend was people laughing at him at how bad this event was. So he swore he's going to do more because it was so successful. Like I said, this is special. This is very unique. And it's only, like, this is just the beginning. I'm not going to play everyone's set because I really do feel bad for the people that aren't him. Like, they had no idea what they were getting into. This is a terrible format. You can't roast someone you don't know. You just can't do it. Unless you just want to call them ugly or point out that their fashion sense is poor or whatever. Like, that's it. It doesn't go beyond that. So I can't even be mad at them. But Def Noodles set towards the end. I'll let this ride a bit more before we get to Def Noodles, like in his set, but you're not ready for him.
Chat, 1 for Corey, 2 for Ernesto. Give it up for Ernesto.
Yeah!
I fucking told you, man. You lost him. You didn't even try to redeem yourself.
I don't know who Chat is, but I'm just here to tell jokes.
It looks like Chat.
When does that
Corey.
start?
Corey got a W in the chat. It's all right. You're all of a
Stop
kind
the
lover.
madness. No. I think this is
I don't
important.
have any jokes for him. I mean, he is a nice guy. He does have a small bulge. It's okay. You can get over that. Just be more likable. You know what I mean?
All of that was inaccurate because I'm not a nice guy and I don't have a small dick because obviously you saw it from here, bro. Look at this. My dick's bigger than your ass, I'll tell you that much. Can you turn around and let the people see
I am
what's
not
up?
going to give you no
What
pussy.
what does that mean? What does
I
that
am not
mean?
giving you
Please
no
turn
pussy.
around and let the people see this.
You
My
want them to
dick
see
is
my
bigger
heel
than your
booty?
ass?
Is that what you want? Hit on me on stage.
I will give it this. Your titties are bigger than my cock, I'll tell you that.
Oh,
What
you really
does
do
that
want to fuck me?
mean?
This is
I don't
sick.
want to, I have
This
to.
is sick.
I need to. It's not a want, it's a need.
Okay,
I feel like this is Def Noodle's cousin or something. Like, he really ran out of people to pull into this disaster, so he's just like, hey, Uncle Ernesto, can you come down? I just need somebody here. Please, God, I'll give you money. Because this is just so sad to listen to. I'm not gonna finish round 2. I can't finish round 2. Like, I just feel bad. I don't feel bad for him, though, for Deaf Noodles. So, again, they do this for another, like, 30-some minutes. They have, like, a couple more people come out. But then they have a one-on-one, which is Deaf Noodles versus this lady. And it is so beautiful. But I wanted to at least bring this up before he deletes it. I'm assuming at some point tomorrow he'll have, like, a come-to-Jesus moment where he's like, I need to take this off the internet. And I wanted to make sure that we at least got this little piece of history before that happens.
It's you and me. It's you and me. I'm like the meanest guy on the internet right now. People hate me. We're roasting.
Oh!
I can't wait.
Key and Peele just taking over this. Okay, I already fucking... You wearing that dare shirt because you're like, I dare you to run away from me.
So I stopped watching after his joke. That'll be new territory for me soon.
Carrot Top called. He wants his look back.
And that's when I stopped. So now this is all new.
Wait, Cat got your tongue?
No, you
Pussy
just...
got your tongue?
Nah. You look like you woke up in a dumpster.
Like, this is what happens at, like, a middle school lunch table. Like this is just awful. Ugh. And he's so proud of it, too. Which I think makes it better. If he would just, like, had self-awareness, I don't think it'd be as enjoyable. But the fact that he lives in this delusional fantasy land where people, where he believes people love this, I think really adds to the, like, the charm.
Probably.
Bitch,
Wait,
it's
that was
your
supposed to be a
turn.
diss?
Yeah,
I'm waiting for something.
If you don't
Tony
shut
Lopez.
the fuck...
Why are you up here?
I'm looking at your teeth because I just can't. It reminds me, you ever see that movie Ed with the horse with the big teeth?
I don't have that big of teeth. I mean, you're just like fishing for something now. You look
Really?
like emo Shaggy.
Emo Shaggy.
That
Come on,
too
Deaf
small
Noodles.
For you, low key.
You got this.
I don't understand how you have holes on your knees, on your pants.
Oh.
'Cause you don't go down, right?
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Oh my. It's like that episode of SpongeBob. Hey, so what's up with salt shakers? Oh, brother, this guy stinks. He points out the holes on her jeans. Oh. Someone who's more familiar with Deaf Noodles than me. Is it true that he used to call himself a stand-up comedian? Before this. Because I saw that in the comments quite a bit. I need to see more of his material.
Yeah.
I do. You can go down on bitches. What? Do you not know that? Again, Deaf
Apparently
Noodles, because he's never hurt a girl with a wet pussy. Okay.
What is
Say that
what
one
is
again.
happening?
You're like my cousin if you were a girl.
Thank you. I bet you cried when you got those tattoos.
I did. I did. Are you from Detroit?
Oh my. It's like an NPC malfunctioning.
I'm bombing so bad. And
It's like a glitch in Fallout New Vegas. Charlie, stop. No, this is important. This was a big event. To him, I guess. And nobody else.
And I don't give a fuck.
Neither do I, bro. Come on, we in it together, doggy.
Huh?
Hey, you got
Don't
dimples
spray
too. That's what's up.
Yeah. You want to make out?
No.
Yeah, I knew it. That's why I asked.
Oh! Oh! My man! My man! Yeah! Alright. This turned less from roast into like a desperate attempt for human connection. And G. Willikers, I tell ya, he's finding it. The chemistry between these two is off the charts. They work so well together, honestly. It was a fucking fever dream, bro. That's what I'm saying. I only watched a little bit of it, like right before stream while I was lifting, and I was like, no, I can't watch anymore. I have to save this. I need to experience this with other people. It can't just be me alone watching this fucking thing. He went to comedy school. No, I can tell for sure. He's a master of his craft.
So you're a lesbian by choice.
Your beard is graying.
I know. I'm old. I'm 37.
You're 37? Damn, you look good for a white person. Can't even hate, though.
I'm not white.
Yeah, you are.
I'm from Brazil.
I know, but you white.
This is like terrorism. This is like actual terrorism. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking wild. I don't know, man. I think if Death Noodles wants to amplify this, he should really lean into it. Since he says he's going to do more of it, since he loved it so much. Bring in Amy Schumer, Brendan Schaub, James Corden. Like, really just double down on being the go-to shop for the worst comedy of all time. Like, that could be his new brand. He does, like, he has a way of, like, making this salvageable. How did people who paid for this actually stay? Are you kidding me? Is that even a real question? If I paid to be there, I would cherish every goddamn moment of this disaster. You don't get to experience things like this. Like, if you go to any trash dive bar, comedy club, whatever, in America, you won't find something this unrefined. This is just actual, like, it is an actual disaster masterpiece. You don't have, like, a event this terrible. You can't have an event this bad. It's once in a lifetime. So yeah, if I paid for it, I'd stay the whole time. Yes, you will. Amateur comedy is this bad? No, you're wrong. I went to an amateur improv night one time, like 5 years ago. Yeah, it's cringy, but it's like wholesome cringe. It's like I'm watching the thespian troupe have fun together. It's like, I can't be mad at that. Like, I'm not laughing, but I at least appreciate them putting themselves out there. This, bro, everyone who's come on stage seems to hate each other. Like, actually hate each other. They're not roasting. They're having an aggressive conversation at the lunch table. I really do hope he does more. I hope he's not clickbaiting. I hope he does more of these.
You just met my parents.
Yeah, this place messier than your mom's pussy.
You know you probably ate it.
Yeah, she came, baby.
Yeah! Whoa! His mom's got a drippy cooter.
Because you're gonna win, regardless.
Your eyes are too close together.
Damn. I wish they were even closer so I couldn't see you.
I like that one.
What are you writing, a dissertation?
You look like the guy at the party with a backpack, but it's only filled with cocaine.
Hey, coke's
That's
good.
pretty cool.
Yeah, man, we're in LA. Like you're trying to make me look cooler?
But you lace it with fentanyl? Okay.
Yeah, I'm out here killing motherfuckers.
That was a good 25 seconds of high quality material, I'd say, actually. That went pretty well, all things considered. They had a back and forth. There was some giggles from the crowd. So they're starting to turn it around. You know, you can never really count someone out. This is the fourth quarter comeback, I think, for Deaf Noodles.
What, are you juggling now? You trying to, what is this? This is a circus.
What are you talking about?
You want to win? It's over. There's no way I can win. That's the whole thing. I'm not supposed to win. You're supposed to win.
You look like a white trash fly.
You could have gone any way with that. You went with white trash fly?
He's not even, like, making retorts. He's just feeling insecure now. He's like, you win, please stop, I'm dead. Please, God, stop. Now you're just hurting my feelings. Stop, you're fired. This is sad, man. But, like, poetically sad. Fitting, even, I'd say. I don't know what that juggling comment was, but I appreciate it. Please release us. We're just getting started. We got another, like, good 4 minutes here, I think. Another great hustle would have been like actually selling tomatoes to the crowd so that way they could really get involved here. He'd make another extra like $100 off it. I bet all of the creators that Def Noodle challenged to come out here regret not going.
I shouldn't be here.
You know what? I'm just gonna go out. I'm gonna bring the fucking check.
Comic Wars 9/11.
Hold up.
Comic Wars 9/11. Hell yeah.
I bought a big ass check. I didn't fill it out. You're supposed to win $100. That's why I can't win.
I was gonna fucking win money. You're just now telling me this.
So hold up.
Oh my god.
Miranda, wake up. Hold this out with me.
If I'm not winning, why am I holding it?
Why are you screaming? Stop screaming.
I can't win. Because you won the...
Do two people win?
Just you.
Why do I win? I thought
Because you won the roast battle. You won!
Yeah! Hey, that was good.
Big ass check. Congratulations. The point is I can't fucking win. I can't give myself money. How fucking corny is that?
If he could though, he would have.
My pussy. All right.
Okay. Well,
Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying that, Miranda?
The comedy, the cringe, all of it. No, it's just you and me. We're closing the show.
Oh, well, this was phenomenal, right? Am I right, you guys?
Yeah, you're right. You're fucking right.
You came over. Yes.
9/11.
Why? Please just stop
next
saying
time,
that.
please don't...
But yeah, I needed to show you guys that. How special was that? I think that's extraordinary. You love to see it. He said he was going to make an unforgettable event. And Dirty Barnacles, he did it. I certainly won't forget it. And that was only like a couple of clips. I can only imagine how bad it got in the middle, too. There was still like a full hour that I haven't seen. The lost footage that I don't plan on going back for. But he is a big YouTuber. He's got, what, like 600k subs or something? Where's his channel? Here it is.
Here we are at Juggalo.
572k. So, I mean, like, he's a big YouTuber. About once a year, I do my own little YouTube rewind where I sit alone and watch the worst stand-up comedy videos on YouTube. I just marathon them because I get some kind of sick pleasure from watching these absolute train wrecks. Over the last year or so, I've shared a couple of my favorites with you all, such as the infamous biceps comedian that looks like Sid from Toy Story, and then the City Council stand-up comedian. And while those two are great, timeless classics, there's always been one that I've kept to myself for fear of it being too powerful, just too much for the ordinary person to handle. Human beings weren't really meant to handle this level of cringe, but this holiday season I decided I'll give you the gift of knowledge, and I'll show you what the worst stand-up comedy I've ever seen is. And it's actually near and dear to my boners because I've known about this for about a decade now. It was posted in 2011 and I found it shortly thereafter because it's in Florida. It's in my own backyard. So it holds a very special place to me, and I hope you all appreciate it. It's around 7.5 minutes, but I promise you it's going to feel like an eternity. This is going to be the longest 7.5 minutes of your entire fucking life. So as the camera panned around, you can see that it's a sold-out crowd here tonight. Everyone lined up and bought tickets to see this man perform. This is an open mic night at a comedy club, and this guy's taken full advantage of it. Now, in his defense, he has had a couple of booze. He's been butt-chugging some beer a little bit tonight, so he's feeling it a little bit, but there's really no excuse for how awful this routine you're about to hear is. Well-versed in stand-up comedy, what he's doing here is called crowd work. He's bantering with the audience, getting them involved in his comedy, you know. It's just a little class participation, and they're all having a hoot and a holler. He's doing a great time here. So he just picks out some guy and starts calling him gay. Says he's gayer than a $3 bill. Whatever that means. That sounds like something someone would have said during the Great Depression or some shit, or like the Prohibition era. Like, I don't even understand like what the fuck it means. But anyway, there's only like 5 people at this bar, and he decided to make an enemy out of one of them. So he's already got 20% of the crowd against him right from the get-go. And unfortunately, the recording's a little late, so I would be very interested to know what was even happening before this that made the guy start recording. It must have been a fucking disaster even before we got to fight. Like, he didn't even go up there and start with jokes. The first thing he went up there and said is that guy over there is gay, like a $3 bill. and now it's just been him on the defensive the entire time. It's like he just went on the Roast Me subreddit just to get mad when people start roasting him for being shitty. This is the kind of video that would haunt someone for their entire life. You know when you lie awake at night just thinking of embarrassing shit you did and it makes it hard to fall asleep for a little while? Imagine this is something that you're thinking about. I can only pray that this guy was blackout drunk when this happened, so he just doesn't remember it at all. Otherwise, he probably hasn't slept for a single minute since this. Seems that herpes joke didn't stick the landing. And that is yet again another audience member he has made an enemy of for life. It feels like he has friends here because he keeps mentioning people's names, so he obviously knows people here. They have to be the worst friends of all time to let him go up here and do this in front of other human beings. Like, they should have just immediately, like, shuffled him off stage like the Men in Black, abduct him. Just get him the fuck out of there before it got worse. The second he dropped that herpes line, his friends should have been storming the stage to get him out, breaking up his performance like this. But I just feel like if you watch this all in, like, a single runtime, you get cursed. It's like straight out of The Ring. Like, you know, you watch that VHS tape and then you die, like, later. That's what happens with his stand-up routine. You watch it all in one sitting and then your wife leaves you and you go straight to hell or some shit. I don't even know what's going on here. He's not even telling jokes anymore. It just feels like he's treating it like a therapy session. You know, he's like, hey, I was married once. It didn't work out well. Anyone have any advice? Ladies, I'm surprised there weren't sodden panties being tossed from the crowd at him. They must just not have heard what he said. He said he's looking to have unprotected sex at bars that he goes to. He's at a bar. So, come on, ladies, form an orderly queue in front of the stage and wait your turn here. It gets a little wild, so then the cameraman gets involved here. He starts targeting the camera guy, and it feels like I'm playing a first-person video game here. It was like I was in the driver's seat for a minute, and he was like calling me out. It's like, what? You're gonna hurt my feelings? I don't even eat at KFC, bitch. I think Popeyes is significantly better. What, you want to fight about it, pussy fart? You know, I just felt like kind of, you know, in the moment, like attached to it. Things got intense for a second. And then he picks somebody else. He's really just on stage to make everyone mad at him and hopefully force a fight to maybe sue them. Like, I don't know what the strategy is, to be honest, but that's like the only thing I can almost rationalize. At this point, it sounds like he's about to start crying and run away. But what if I told you, we're just barely over the halfway point, baby? Like, we're only in like the second quarter here. God damn it. We're just getting warmed up, really. He hasn't even got to his best material yet. Right now, you're just getting appetizers and stimulating your appetite. And he's ready to close it here with the main course coming up. He's getting really upset at the crowd, you know, like, why are they being mean to me? I was only insulting them and calling them fat and saying women suck. Why is everyone not my friend?
Yes, supporting real comics. I didn't know you were going to be here.
Cut out a lot of it, but he just starts arguing with the camera guy and a couple other people. He's literally just arguing, and it's not really fun to listen to. It's just uncomfortable. Like, it makes me like squirm in my seat. So I just cut a lot of that out, and I'll just give you the tail end here, and it's still awful. Like, the whole thing is truly miserable. It's just like a 2-minute argument that he gets into with people that are just there that were to enjoy comedy. He just starts arguing with them over nothing, and that's where it wraps up. A legendary performance. It ends a bit aggressively, yeah, for sure. But goddamn, what a journey, what a ride. I imagine he had to have left immediately after that set. There's no way he went back in the audience. There's no fucking chance he went back into the audience. His friends must have just deleted his number and pretend they never knew him. They just called him a taxi and got him the fuck out and forgot about him forever. Like, there is no way you come back from that in that group of friends that saw it. It's not possible. No matter how drunk you are, that is a disaster that ruins relationships. Like, God, goodness gracious. What in tarnation must have went wrong, what went awry to allow for such a catastrophe to occur at such an innocent comedy bar? Ugh. But man, what a great video we have. I just wanted to share that. That is, without a doubt, like the hardest comedy video to sit through that I know of, that I've personally seen. I think it's worse than the Biceps Comedian and the City Council one. I know I say a lot, like I exaggerate a lot, like this is the worst stand-up comedy ever, but I do think of all of the ones I've seen, this one is perhaps the worst. And that's about it. So yeah. A couple weeks ago, I was the side character in some internet drama, though it wasn't exactly drama, it was more just emotional shit-flinging, and it all stemmed from a video I made called I've Never Seen Something This Horrible. The video is just me joking about an event that a YouTuber held called a Super Roast Battle, where it was just a comedy special with people insulting each other. And the title of this video is still accurate. I don't think I will ever see something this bad again. I could watch my grandfather get hit by a train right in front of me, and I still wouldn't be as traumatized by that as I was watching this stand-up special. Dunking your own head into a bucket of hydrochloric acid would be less painful than watching that super roast battle. Being sentenced to the guillotine is more humane than being sentenced to watch that entire super roast battle segment. It's bad. It's horrible. And the video title still is 100% accurate. But that's not the point. I made that video joking about it, and the YouTuber that held it, Def Noodles, was a little upset about it. Though I think ultimately Def Noodles, as well as the community, realized it's not that big of a deal. You know, cringe isn't the ultimate sin. It's not a huge issue. You know, it's not a crime to hold a bad comedy night. But you know what is a crime? Assault. And that happened last night at Def Noodle's most recent Super Roast battle. At first I thought this was staged, because it looks like something straight out of the WWE. I was half expecting Stone Cold Steve Austin to come out with a beer and a chair and hit Def Noodles in the back with it. But it wasn't. This is as raw as it gets. Def Noodles truly did blast through the door like the Kool-Aid Man and shove this guy into the crowd. Now I don't know who the guy is on stage, and I also don't know what they're chanting. It's like a fucking Yanny and Laurel situation here. I really hear a bunch of different things. At first, I thought they were chanting ringworm, and I started connecting dots and doing some mental gymnastics to figure out how the fuck that made sense. So I thought he was up there accusing Def Noodles of having a ringworm, and everyone started chanting ringworm. But then I started like really trying to digest it like a fucking audio engineer trying to get into the weeds of it, and then I kept hearing rebar. And then that didn't make any sense to me either, because what, are they all fans of like construction? Why would they be chanting about rebar? So I then turned to the comment section to figure out if anyone knew what they were saying. And it turns out he was chanting Red Bar, which is apparently a show that makes fun of Def Noodles sometime. So he was getting the crowd to turn against Def Noodles by chanting Red Bar, I think. That's the leading theory here, but I'm not 100% sure because I can't quite tell what he was saying. Also, this was filmed on a phone, but the whole event was live streamed yet again, and on the live stream, this whole section was muted. So that's of absolutely no value right now, but it does give us a really cool cinematic angle for the push. So we've got the bird's eye view here, and you can see there was a lot of power and anger behind that push on an unsuspecting guy on stage. Again, I don't know the history between this guy and Def Noodles, but apparently the reason he pushed him is because that guy, whose name is Salvo, went to the show to harass the crowd and interrupt the show. He also encourages fans to fight Def Noodles fans in the crowd. And Def Noodles retweeted that explanation with the truth. So if this account is to be believed, then the guy went there with the sole intention of causing a bit of a ruckus, a little pandemonium and chaos. Now, I think no matter what, it's a big overreaction from Def Noodles here. Unless, of course, there was an imminent threat where the guy was on stage talking about he's going to start throwing hands with everyone in the front row or something, or making, like, legitimate threats to the crowd. Couldn't tell you, but it does seem like a massive overreaction from Def Noodles here. He pushes him from behind and then hides behind his friends to keep the other guy off of him, which I think is pretty lame. If you're going to start some shit, you gotta finish that shit. You know, it's like vegetables. You gotta finish your plate. You can't just take a bite. If you're gonna push this guy and he's ready to respond, now it's on you to employ the knight's honor, you know, the code of conduct. You have started this fight. Now it is your time to engage in it. I don't like when someone does that and then immediately hides behind the muscle. So yeah, I do think that's pretty cowardly. However, I also don't think that this push is grounds for Def Noodles to be locked up, thrown in the slammer, or sued or anything. Yes, it is by definition assault. But I've always said this, and I feel very strongly about it, and I know a lot of people don't like it, but I have always believed if you're going to go somewhere just to be a douchebag and try and instigate like a confrontation or just be like a general menace, then you shouldn't be surprised when somebody fights back. I've always said this about pranksters, for instance, where a prankster's main shtick is, I'm gonna go step on someone's nice shoes or, you know, do something to actually like cause distress to someone else. You should not be surprised if somebody fights back. You asked for it. This is your fault. This is always mainly applied to pranksters for me, because a lot of the pranksters will go to like unsuspecting people out in society and like talk about beating their ass or like threatening them as part of their joke. And I've just always believed that they have the right to now do something about that. Like, you have threatened them, now I think they should have every right to shove you away or whatever afterwards. Now, why am I mentioning this? Because I actually don't believe that this applies to Def Noodles here at all. He wasn't the one being threatened or in any immediate danger, and if he felt like the audience was in danger, he should have called security to handle the situation instead of trying to take it into his own hands like Batman, like some kind of fucking vigilante. You know, this is a situation where he should have relied on the professionals that were there. Apparently there was security there, so he should have had them do their job and take this guy away if he felt like he was a danger to the crowd. But he didn't. He came up and shoved him from behind, and I don't think there's any way for him to really justify that and come out looking good from it. However, the reason why I just mentioned my perspective on like pranksters bringing it upon themselves when someone lashes out in response, the reason I mentioned that is because I feel like the guy here, I think his name is Salvo, he should have absolutely no grounds to try and be like this moral authority about how Def Noodles assaulted him and he's a victim or he's going to press charges or this and that. I don't know if he's trying that, but I just want to make it clear, if he does try that shit, I'll have zero respect for him. He came there with the intention of causing a commotion, you know, a big hoopla, trying to get a rise out of Def Noodles or the crowd, and that's exactly what he got, and he got pushed for it. This is of course all assuming that Def Noodles' account of the situation is the correct one. We don't have the audio outside of like this short video to confirm anything, so all we can rely on is witness accounts of the fucking poor souls that actually went to Super Roast Battle 2. We can only rely on what they were unfortunately cursed to see and hear. So if this is an accurate description, then his goal was to just be a big asshole and ruin the event. And he accomplished his goal and got pushed for it. So just leave it at that. He got pushed and then left. He got taken out of the venue. I just don't think you can really act surprised when something like this happens, when you go there with the intention of causing a big scene and making people mad. Like, this is so shocking when you went there to be an asshole, a douchebag, and then you got pushed for it, right? I don't think he's going to do anything like that, but I keep seeing this take float around about how he needs to press charges now and have Def Noodles thrown in prison for it. I think that's an equally large overreaction, because it's not like this is just some innocent angel that got pushed. According to the eyewitness accounts, his whole goal was to get this kind of situation to unfold, and that's exactly what happened. So I think what should have happened after the push is Def Noodles then calls off his friends, and then they square up like actual warriors and just duke it out. You know, they just fucking squash it right then and there. Just a little pugilistic fisticuffs, old-fashioned, just a real wholesome, action-packed finale. Like, that's how they settle it. But anyway, the second Super Roast Battle was less of a comedy event and more of just like a fight club, I guess. So, just getting wilder and wilder. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I couldn't decide whether or not to make this video, so I did what I always do when I'm conflicted on a topic. I ate a peanut butter and honey sandwich. There's something about that just unlocks the full capacity of the human brain. It's like that pill from Limitless. So after my post-sandwich clarity, I did decide that this is worth talking about because I think there is a lesson to be learned here. Yesterday I posted this video, and it's me talking about a YouTuber event that was hosted where it was a roast battle, but there was no preparation. Everyone was a stranger. I'm also pretty sure it was everyone's first time on stage, so it just became this giant, unhinged, festering petri dish of concentrated cringe. And I was joking about it and talking about it. And today, the Frankenstein behind this monster, Def Noodles, the YouTuber who ran the event, responded to me and my take on it. And this is why I was so back and forth on whether or not to make this video, because I don't want this to be construed as some kind of personal attack or anything personal. Like I said when talking about the event, I don't really know Def Noodles. I don't hate him. I've only seen a couple of things on Twitter where he said or did some bad shit that people were dunking on him for, and I've seen this roast. That's my whole exposure to Def Noodles. So I don't have strong opinions on him. I was making jokes about the event as well as his set, but I don't know the guy very well. So I'm not just going to be insulting him or anything like that. This is going to be me talking about his response video, which I think is a very important lesson in how not to handle controversy.
Today's video is a little bit different than usual. I think it's about time that I address the new allegations against me. It feels like it's only been a few days since I've had to make one of these videos addressing allegations, and yet here we are once again addressing more allegations. I mean,
this is such a weird way of starting the video because I didn't make any allegations against him. I made jokes about the event and talked about it. The closest thing that came to an accusation from me, I guess, is when I compared the roast battle to an act of terrorism. Which, I think there's a good argument to be made there. This was so fucking bad. Obviously, I'm just goofing around. It's just such a weird way of framing this video because I didn't make any allegations against him. I also don't understand why he titled the video an apology to Moist CrITiKaL. He doesn't owe anyone an apology, least of all me. I fucking loved it. I thought it was delightful. But at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. He put on an event and it didn't go over super well with the majority of people, and that's fine.
I just can't help myself. I can't keep my dick in my pants when it comes to creating problems and destroying my career. I just need to fuck it. My career. I need to fuck it up.
I think it's important to note that this entire 10-minute video is sarcastic. The entire 10 minutes is spent in full sarcastic monologue like it's a high school drama club exercise. And I really don't see why he would think that's a good idea. And he started this video by saying this isn't the normal piece of content he makes, but it really has become the normal piece of content he makes. This is the third video in the last 8 days he's made talking about drama and like revolving around himself, like the controversy on Twitter or whatever. He's made 3 videos talking about it, and his audience is tired of it. You can see it in the comments section with so many of his fans just asking him to please stop doing this. And in this short section where he talks about how he can't help but fuck up his career, there is a level of truth to that, and I think there's a level of self-awareness there as well. When he posted this video, he lost 3,000 subscribers over the course of 6 hours because, again, his fan base didn't sign up to hear him throw these like self-pity parties here. This isn't the content that they want, and he keeps talking about it over and over and over again. And he's making a big deal out of these things, but like, I don't know the other drama, but this is not an issue. You know, you put on an event, which is more than a lot of people will do, so you should be proud of that, and it just didn't go over super well, right? That's not a crime. You know, no one's saying that you should be thrown in the fucking slammer for it or anything like that. People were just laughing about it. The main takeaway here is impulsively making a video while emotional. And it's something I've done before too. Every YouTuber's made a video they regret, obviously. And I think that's what he's going through at the moment, where he's impulsively responding to things that are kind of non-issues, like me laughing at the roast, or people's response to the roast, or whatever the fuck is going on Twitter, and making a video about it, which is only further hurting him. Which it's like a cycle. And there just has to be this point where you say, like, okay, let me just step back from Twitter, which is the best thing you can ever do, you know, and I'll just, you know, handle it privately, as opposed to making everything a public spectacle, you know. There was drama on Twitter, and I'm just going to sit on it myself. I don't need to make a video talking about it, because if I do, people aren't going to want to hear it, and they might not like it.
I did indeed get banned on Twitch after a gay comedian made a gay joke, and I got massive backlash for it on Twitter as a result.
This part's a little disingenuous because he seems to believe he got banned because of people mass reporting him and having a big backlash about it. But that's not really the case. What happened is Def Noodles was roasting against another comedian, and she just randomly shouted a slur for no reason. There wasn't like a joke leading up to it. There wasn't like a punchline or any context to it. She just shouted a slur, which is against Twitch's rules. So whether or not people made a big fuss about it on Twitter wouldn't have mattered. He was going to get banned for that.
Greatest crime that I committed was to have caused the great Moist CrITiKaL to cringe. I have unfortunately committed the most heinous sin a YouTuber can commit in their careers.
This is again pretty disingenuous because I don't cringe. Sometimes my eyes just get itchy during very uncomfortable moments and I'll have to, you know, stop and scratch them occasionally, but I'm just not built to cringe. I don't have that gene.
After hearing out the entire internet and realizing that I committed the most heinous crime against humanity by putting out a show in my office and broadcasting it for free for anyone to see, the only way I could see this situation was with remorse. I am deeply apologetic for anyone out there who was traumatized by the free will to click on a video and watch it.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the tone for the whole video, basically, where it's, you had the free will, I'm sorry I provided you with free entertainment, man, how douchey of me to put on a free event on my own time to have some fun, I'm so sorry. Like that kind of thing. Why? Why make this sarcastic, salty video about it? no one's mad at you for putting on the event. I don't see anyone upset. Like, people had a great time laughing at it. Granted, that wasn't the effect you intended it to have, but even still, as a comedian, being able to roll with the punches is super important. But this is the opposite of rolling with the punches. This is like sarcastically punching back. I don't see why. The only people that would have any right to be upset with the event are the people that paid for it, and I haven't seen any of them complain, and from what you said in this video, they had a great time. So overall, it was successful. So then why be mad? Why make yet another video rolling around in your own personal drama and posting it on your channel? That is self-destructive. That is a downward spiral. Your audience doesn't want to keep seeing you do this. I don't want to see you making videos like this because it's just not a good look.
I truly wish we lived in a dictatorial society so government officials could just rush into my building mid-show and have me immediately sent to the gulags for even attempting to do something of the sort. That is not the enough punishment for me. Honestly, I think the only appropriate response to the video that I chose to freely publish on the internet is death. I should go educate myself at the end of the barrel of a loaded shotgun. After all, the taste of bullets is the only thing that can truly educate a person to never commit a crime ever again.
Hearing things like this is just deeply concerning, and I totally understand why his audience is really trying their best to get through to him that these kind of videos are alarming and very much driving them away from him and his content. It's just disturbing to hear these kind of extreme statements, and I truly hope that this is just part of his sarcastic persona that he's putting on for the video. Like, maybe it's some kind of parody, but I haven't seen anyone say anything even close to this. All people are saying is, man, that was pretty cringy. Which he himself says on stage, as well as the other people on stage also point out that it was cringy. So I don't know why he's blowing it up like this with statements like that. I really do hope it's just part of this over-the-top sarcastic persona that he's portraying here.
Fully address the situation with Great Moist CrITiKaL. Mr. Moist. Anyway, Mr. Moist CrITiKaL, I thank you for your profound observations. I thank you for showing me the light. I will once again produce a super roast battle 2 weeks from now so we can wrong every right that was left unturned.
Yeah, he concludes the video by announcing a second roast is right around the corner, which I'm pretty hype about. I'm marking the calendar. But yeah, I think the announcement could have been better saved for a piece of content that was more, not this. This is just a very long, sarcastic drama video that his audience doesn't want to keep seeing, and a lot of people will be turned off by. I, again, am not super familiar with Def Noodles, but I really am wishing him the best here because this doesn't seem like a healthy way of combating drama or controversy. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. By golly, I tell ya, these YouTuber super roast battles from Def Noodles are the gift that just keep on giving. But unfortunately, I've been caught in the crossfire and now it's my cheeks on the grill getting cooked. They got me strung up like a pig being rotated around an open flame because of my video from yesterday, where I talked about how at the most recent Super Roast battle, Def Noodles assaulted a man. The whole video is just spent me making fun of Def Noodles, but I've been called out for getting something wrong in regards to the person who got pushed. Now, I will fully admit I didn't know the whole context of the person who got pushed. I assumed it was just another audience member going up there to deliver a roast, as we saw in the last one. But apparently there's a very deep lore between him and Def Noodles, and it's so deep that it makes Tolkien's work look like creative writing done by a child. There's so many twists and turns with so many layers to this onion, it's remarkable. And I was called out by a couple YouTubers as well as Salvo, the person in the video himself, for not knowing this connection. And I take full responsibility for not researching this far enough. I just made the assumption that it was like the first Super Roast battle where it was just random people that Def Noodles lured in here, probably with the false pretense that it was going to be a popular stream or something. I didn't know that there was anything deeper to it, and I'm sorry for that. I wish I did know that, though, because if I did, I would have made a lot more jokes about it. Because apparently Def Noodles invited Salvo was the guy on the stage, invited him there to perform roasts. His whole thing was pull up or shut up. So Salvo said bet and pulled up. And in response to that, Def Noodles got so upset his blood was boiling, eyes rolled into the back of the skull, and he was overcome with the devil. So he lashed out and gave him like a hockey body check from behind, sending him off stage. Now, after posting the video talking about it and giving my perspective, like I said, a couple YouTubers as well as Salvo himself didn't appreciate it, which confused me because the whole video is just making fun of Def Noodles and the event again, because it was yet another biblical catastrophe. Like, when the Lord flooded the world with 40 days and 40 nights of rain, that wasn't as apocalyptic as these awful super roast battles Def Noodles keeps hosting. So I was just making jokes about it again. So I didn't understand what people were so upset about. I even talked to Salvo Pancakes about it, and he explained that he believed that I was saying that his intention was to go there and cause a commotion. He thought that I portrayed him in the wrong way. And after he explained it, I totally understood where he was coming from, but that was never my intention, and I thought I made it really clear in the video, though maybe I missed the mark and did a poor job. I said multiple times there's no excuse for what Def Noodles did, but the part where I made my oops-a-daisy is when I was briefly talking about what Salvo's intentions possibly were with being there, and I was basing this off a series of tweets from audience members that were talking about what he was saying, as well as what his intentions were, giving their perspective on it, and I assumed since they were actually there in person, God rest their soul, I assumed that these were like an accurate description of the event, but I still always take these things with a grain of salt, so I didn't immediately accept that as like the full truth. I was just giving my take on, if these tweets are accurate, then here's my opinion on it, here's how I feel. I never meant to say like, this is 100% accurate and Salvo did these things and is 100% this person. I was just talking like, if these are accurate, this is how I feel. And I thought I, made that clear, but clearly I didn't, and that's my fault entirely to see and hear. So if this is an accurate description, then his goal was to just be a big asshole and ruin the event. You see, when I hear things like that, if this is a true description of the event, then the intention was to be an asshole. I hear it as, okay, so if these people are telling the truth, then the goal was to be an asshole. But it's based on entirely if this is accurate, which I never was saying it was. Like, I was never trying to speak in absolutes like this guy is a douchebag and did this to do this. I was basing it off those tweets and saying if these are all accurate. Now, maybe it's because I made the video, so I know what my intentions were and the goal and what I was trying to convey here. But as a viewer, maybe it just didn't translate as well. And I'm sorry for that. I should have made it more clear, because I was never trying to say anything about this guy's actual goals or intentions. It was just making fun of Def Noodles and then giving my take on people that go places just to like cause a disruption or like harass people. And I never said that's what this guy's goal was 100%. I was saying if that was his goal based on those tweets, then here's my take on that. And I think things just got lost along the way, and I do apologize for that. And I wish I knew the deeper context, because there's a whole lot more I could talk about there. How can you fucking tell people to pull up or shut up and then get offended when they actually take you up on the offer? That is so embarrassing. So yeah, what actually happened here is Salvo got an invitation to Def Noodles' birthday party and then got his head slammed in the cake for no fucking reason. All he did was take him up on the offer, and Def Noodles blocked him from speaking multiple times and then ended up assaulting him. So, huge fucking L for Def Noodles, as well as an L for myself, because I should have looked at that and known more about it. There's a lot to talk about with that, but I do feel really bad that it came across in a way I didn't intend for it to, especially considering that Salvo is completely just a victim here. He got invited to this roast battle and was like, okay, I'll go roast him. I don't like this guy. He doesn't like me. We'll hash it out like men, like scholars on the big stage, roast each other, and that'll settle it. But that's not what happened. Def Noodles then came out of nowhere and got real fucking pugilistic, just tossed him off stage for no reason. So yeah, I fucked up by not knowing that component, which unfortunately led to a bad portrayal of Salvo by me, which wasn't my goal. So yeah, an L from Charles, but a bigger L from Def Noodles for this entire event. I'll spread the stinky cheeks a little bit and dive in briefly. It doesn't just stop at inviting him out and then pushing him. This whole thing was such a colossal fuck up. Just this whole thing top to bottom is a mess. It really feels like Def Noodles planned for a fight here. The second he knew Salvo was coming, he like battened down the hatches and sounded the air raid siren and was ready to scrap, just turn it into like a smackdown, So he tells him pull up or shut up, and Salvo actually does pull up. And Def Noodles clenched his fist like Arthur right before slugging DW and threw him off the stage because he was upset that he actually went. And not only that, he also got a drink thrown on him earlier in the night. I went deep on here. I wanted to make sure I understood everything now to be like the fucking all-omniscient authority on what happened at this super roast battle. So yeah, Salvo also got a drink thrown on him earlier in the night. Also, Salvo's the one who brought the majority of the audience to this event. It seems like the reason people even showed up to begin with was for Salvo. So that probably also played a role in Def Noodles having such a giant blow-up for it, which is just a massive blunder from Def Noodles, because if he had actually just gone through with the roast battle, like actually roasted with one of his biggest critics here, that would have went over much better for him. He would have come out with like a much better reputation. Like, okay, this is a guy who squashes the beef in the exact way he advertised. Pull up or shut up, we're gonna square off on stage with roasts. But he couldn't do it. He shied away. He fucking pussied out and instead shoved him. A guy who you invited there under the notion that it would just be like actual roasts back and forth. But instead it became like fucking trial by fire combat, which no one was expecting to happen. So I can't believe this shit keeps happening at these roast battles. I don't even know where the next one's going to be held. The next one might legitimately be held in some kind of underground octagon fight arena. You know, like you'll go from Def Noodle Super Roast battles to watching cockfights next door. Like, it just feels like it's just now become like a fighting circuit. It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. But again, overall, I just want to apologize to Salvo as well as anyone else that got the idea that I was trying to say something about him that I wasn't. I never meant to portray him in any negative way or try and explain what his intentions were. That wasn't the goal with the video. I was just joking about the event, and I made a mistake along the way. So hopefully that clears everything up, and how joyful it was to learn that this event went even worse than I thought it did. That's really about it. So yeah. I think now is the easiest time in history to be a parent. Back in the earlier days, you had to make sure your kid didn't fall off a cliff or get hit by a stray arrow, mauled by a lion, you know, fall victim to dysentery on the Oregon Trail. It was tough to be a parent back then, but now I think it's super easy because you can just give your kid an iPad and let the internet raise them for you, and then get mad when your kid isn't exactly an upstanding citizen and blame everyone but yourself. But for parents that want to be a little more involved in their kids' lives, luckily there are some great departments that are offering invaluable knowledge on how to be the worst possible parent ever. This is coming from the OC Sheriff, who posted this tweet. Do you know how to properly search your child's room? If not, stick around for our first episode of #ParentAware with Sergeant Gunsley. I think there is a 0% chance this guy's name is actually Gunsley. This has to be an alias. It's too fitting. Fucking Sergeant Gunsley? What are you gonna tell me next? That ParentAware episode 2 is hosted by Bill Bazooka? Fucking Paul Danger? Like, goddamn.
I'm Sergeant Brian Gunsley with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and today I'm going to show you how to search your child's room. The first step is to remove the child, or the teenager in this case, from the room. You don't want them in the room because their protests may distract you from doing a thorough search. Hey pal, gonna need you to leave the room. Thanks, we'll talk later.
This is the oldest teenager of all time. Dude looks like he's going on 40 years old. Like, who is this, Benjamin Button? Jesus Christ, dude's got like a thick 5 o'clock shadow. I like how he's immediately treating his son like a criminal, like, hey pal, I'm gonna need you to get the fuck out of here. I'm surprised he didn't like kick down the door, weapon drawn, like, get on the ground, I'm searching the room. And he just tases him anyway just for the sake of it. Like, you're not gonna interrupt.
It's important to search your child's room every once in a while, like I would say about every 6 months. Unless you suspect that they're using drugs or alcohol, then you're gonna wanna do it more often.
He treats his household like it's boot camp. Alright, champ, it's time for your weekly room inspection. Go report to Corporal Hollow Point and give me 500 push-ups before you eat your green bean casserole. So I don't think I need to explain to you why doing this is a horrible violation of your kid's privacy and is absolutely going to lead to a lot of problems in your relationship with your family. But I think I'll explain it anyway. Anyone who's ever been a kid, which I'm assuming is everyone except this guy, I guess was just created in a lab to be the most generic NPC police officer ever. Fucking Captain America over here, never had a childhood. Anyone who did knows how awful it feels to think that your parents don't trust you. It makes you not trust them, and it makes you resent them.
So what I recommend is to start searching from top to bottom and then left to right. So here I would start searching in this plant and then go across to the right, and then we'll search into whatever containers that are here. I always want to look inside the containers and inspect things thoroughly. See, here we have a container with, looks like a place for someone to hide something. So I'm going to hang on to that. Certainly want to talk about that in a little bit.
What a weird item of interest. It's just an empty bottle. Like, that's super normal. What do you mean you're going to have a talk with them about that? What is that conversation going to look like? Come here, son. Look, I found it. That empty bottle of vitamin gummies. Bet you're using it to store drugs, aren't you? You break my heart. I raised you better than this. Get out of my house.
When it comes to books, you just want to search through all the pages and just see if you see anything. Here we have a picture, it looks like, of a child with a gun to their head. This may indicate that they're thinking about committing suicide. So that's something that we want to talk about with our child.
Yeah, that sounds about par for the course. If my dad was like this, I'd probably have stick figure drawings of a gun to my head as well. If you're the kind of parent that's actually going to follow this advice and routinely kick their kids out of their room so you can thoroughly search it like you're looking for a fucking treasure map, you should go in expecting something like this, some cries for help to let you know that they're miserable. I also really like the background music here, the royalty-free Facebook shit. Really helps elevate the tutorial.
So here we have something. This looks like a scale of some sort. So that could be used by someone who's maybe purchasing drugs or selling drugs. So that's something that's disguised. We'll hang on to that.
Pretty fucking cool scale, but it makes it feel like this whole thing was filmed in 1998. Why the fuck would someone disguise a scale as a PlayStation 1 video game? You draw more attention with that than anything else. Like, that is some old school shit. Obviously, this is all set up for the tutorial here, but I like to imagine it all is real spur of the moment. Like, he just barges into his son's room, get the fuck out, I'm searching for contraband, and this is the result. So, like, in that case, I feel like his son is innocent, and Sergeant Gunsley's framing him, like he's setting him up. This definitely belongs to an older man. There's no way a kid who's selling drugs is disguising their scale as PlayStation 1 Tetris. No chance. But that does seem like something an out-of-touch cop would do to try and bust people undercover. You know, like just parading around. I do love these video games, am I right, kids? We love Tetris and PlayStation, right? Oh! Heroin just fell out. That's super weird. No one's a cop here, right? Like, you guys wouldn't want to buy this, would you?
Looks like a container of some sort. Let me see what's inside. We have hidden in here, we have some, looks like marijuana. So I am going to hang on to this. We're going to have a little talk about that. Some teens use this to get high. They can use this as a huffing device. So if you have dust off or any type of computer duster in the room, we want to remove that because that could be used as something dangerous and that could be deadly.
Imagine Sergeant Gunsley just hits a mean whippet on camera. Kids use this to get high, and so do I. That'd be fucking great. Now, this is the first thing he's done that seems reasonable to me. You know, keyboard cleaner is very dangerous. You don't want that anywhere around your kids. And I just don't think he went far enough because there's a window right there. That's extremely dangerous. His kid at any moment could throw himself through that window and kill himself. So I think he needed to put some bars on the window to keep them safe and maybe even pad the walls a little bit because we don't want him to like hit the wall kind of hard and hurt himself. Just, I think we should start taking a little more inspiration from the isolation units at prison in order to keep our kids safe. If your first thought upon going into your kid's room and seeing keyboard cleaner is, oh my god, they must be using this to get high, then you have already utterly failed as a parent and something has gone awry.
And also, it's very important to be respectful of the child's property.
Yeah, Sergeant Gunsley, very respectful. He's over here acting like Mr. Krabs on the panty raid, just going through all of like his boxers and shit, like looking for anything in his pockets. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of is, wow, look at how delicate he's being.
Here we have some more clothing. Looks like everything's okay there. Oh, I have a pipe hidden inside some socks. Ajax, I don't know why this would be in his room, so I would inspect that a little better. In fact, here we have another container that we will talk to him about. And certainly you want to collect all these items. They shouldn't have them in their room.
Good lord, who's his son? Cobra Commander? What's he gonna pull out next? A golden AK-47 from under his bed? He's really hit the jackpot here.
And here I have a couple of little baggies. It looks like they may have had some drugs in them or something at some point. So that's another indicator.
In the pursuit of locating drugs in his son's room, no price is too high. Sergeant Gunsley even starts tugging on his son's crusty cum sock just to look for more clues of drugs. He's like Scooby-Doo, but really gross.
So this looks like it might be something. I'm familiar with this as a container. So this is something that people can buy online, these hidden compartments. So as you can see, it has liquid above and below, but the container, it's a false container in the middle that people can hide things in there.
This part really just felt like an ad for that Mountain Dew secret container there. That shit looked awesome, and Officer Gunsley comes in hot. He's like, yeah, you can find this online. And then I half expected him to drop a link to his own blog, like, yeah, you can find this online at gunsleycrafts.com if you want to purchase one.
Journals are good to go through. As a parent, you have every right to search your child's room. There is no legal problem with that. So be sure to take advantage of that and search your child's room while they're under the age of 18. Here, we just want to take a look through the journal and just see if there's anything suspicious. And here's a page where it looks like they're drawing pictures of marijuana references on here.
If you have to be reassured that what you're doing isn't technically illegal, then it's probably very immoral, and you're not exactly the hero in the story. But to be fair, we were able to locate some crayon doodles of weed in a journal, so really the ends justify the means, and now we know our son is not only a criminal, but an extremely untalented one when it comes to art.
And this is a highlighter, which appears to be a highlighter, but this is something that can be purchased online, and what it is a pipe, and it just hides within the highlighter.
Nothing gets past the keen eyes of Officer Gunsley. The man's omniscient. Not even the Inspector Gadget crack pipe was enough to get by him. What another cool little gadget, which he again mentions you can find online, which to me just feels like he's advertising it, to be fair. But goddamn, that would be like the last thing I suspect, to be like, oh, fucking highlighter, right in the trash. I wouldn't think to like go to the secret ass end of it and look for a crack pipe. Fucking go-go gadget crack pipe, and somehow he knows about it. God damn, he's too good.
It's very important to conduct a safety search like this because you want to know whether or not they're using drugs. Best way to prevent adult addiction is to intervene early when they're young. So this is the time to prevent a lifelong struggle with addiction.
And create a lifelong resentment of you, their parents. This also isn't going to prevent a struggle with addiction. This may only reinforce an addiction. This is just an all-around horrible idea for parents everywhere. Yeah, thanks Orange County Sheriff, and thank you Officer Gunsley for showing us exactly how to be the worst fucking dad that you can be. That's it. See ya. It's not often I like to spend a lot of time and play around in the pig pen when it comes to internet beef. I usually like to put that beef on a taco and just eat it one time, and I don't think there's any reason to go back for seconds. Typically the cycle of life works. I'll make a video on something or someone, make jokes about it, talk about it, and then that person will respond with their own jokes, saying their own piece, and that's that. That's proper internet drama etiquette. That's just a beautiful thing, the way the Lord intended. I don't usually like to go back and respond to their response. It just seems highly unnecessary and feels more like milking a situation than actually like making it entertaining or just generally talking about something. Of course, I have done it in the past a few times where it really feels like it's an important situation and one that I really do need to respond to again, or if it's just a highly wild one and I just have that little devil on my shoulder that I can't persuade otherwise and it forces me to make yet another video about something silly. But usually I steer clear of it, and today's one of those special cases where I am going to be responding to someone's response. 2 days ago now, I made a video on a self-proclaimed super wealthy guru who was talking about how he could take your girl because he has so much money, and if you make less than 10K a month, you shouldn't go to the gym. You're a fucking idiot if you go to the gym. It was just really embarrassing stuff, and I was just pointing out how silly and stupid all of it was, just making fun of him. And he didn't take too kindly to it, so he put on his extra small big boy pants and said, "Alright, bub, so you want to tussle with the lack of muscle? I'll challenge you to a fight." So he made a fight declaration to me to like box me. And this is the main reason I'm talking about this goober again. When you challenge someone to a fight because they made jokes about you, I feel like you lose on the spot because all you're showing is that the jokes hurt your feelings. They got under your skin. So now you're coping with this defense mechanism of, I'll beat you in a fight because of what you said. And I feel like that's just the ultimate fucking L. Now, let's walk through this hypothetical. Let's say I took up the malnourished Martian on his fight offer and he beats my ass. He brutalizes me somehow. He takes his McLaren out and he's like, get a load of this, tough guy, and he starts wailing on me. What does that change about everything I've said about him? It's all still the truth. All the jokes are still applicable. It's just never fully computed with me because it always comes across as even whinier and more pathetic, at least in my eyes. And I'm sure the reason he's doing it is just for the sake of soaking up as much attention as possible. He makes it very clear in the beginning of the video that he's doing all of this for views, so I have no doubt that's the play. But what if I was to accept his offer? I feel like that would be his legitimate worst nightmare because I am 100% sure he's never thrown a punch in his life, not even in his dreams, because his bones would shatter. And let's not forget, I do keep that big iron on me. And these pythons, they don't play nice. But being in great shape doesn't correlate to being a great fighter. So who knows, maybe this guy absolutely could slap me around in a physical fight. But we won't find out because I don't plan on accepting the offer regardless.
It was by this guy Penguinz, whatever his name is.
Brother, you have the video up on the screen. What do you mean Penguinz, whatever his name is? You could have just opened your eyes. Are you too wealthy to just read? Can you read? It's Penguinz0.
He was talking a bunch of crap about my video. So we're going to respond. This is my reaction. Okay, we're not going to get heated in this. I'm not really massively triggered. I just want to take advantage of the views. So we're going to get right into this.
Immediately, this little weasel's already lying. I wasn't talking crap about his videos. I was talking shit about his videos.
Okay, I don't only own a McLaren. I used to have a 570S that was white. If you followed me for a while, you know this. It was a convertible drop top. Okay, had that car, sold it. Got a yellow Maserati, then got bored, and I was like, I got to get another McLaren. So I have a McLaren, a Maserati Ghibli. That's a 1 of 5, by the way, which costs way more than this entire fucking YouTube channel's ad revenue on a monthly basis. And then...
Man, he's really putting that egg on my face right now. I look real silly. This guy means business. He's got a lot of expensive cars. Holy shit. And he sets the record straight. The McLaren isn't rented. He showed the keys. And then even mentioned that he puts his Instagram sticker on the back. So I'd prefer if he just rented it. You put your fucking Instagram handle as a sticker on the back of your McLaren, it's already worthless now. You've ruined it.
I literally post this thing all around. I have my Instagram sticker on the back. People have seen the videos all over. You can't rent that every single day. Okay, so this part pisses me off because he says the name wrong like 8 times in a row. It's not McLaren, it's McLaren. Okay, so... that's how we know this guy doesn't really have a lot of status. He doesn't understand these things.
Well, you can't argue with him there. That is a bulletproof case he's presented. I wasn't pronouncing it to his liking. I wasn't saying McLaren, though. I was just saying it fast. McLaren, 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 McLaren. Like, it's not a hard word to pronounce. I don't know why he's trying to nitpick that. But anyway, I don't need to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. I'll show you the creme de la creme here. I'll give you the climax where he mentions the boxing match with me.
The funny part is that I don't need to be in shape. And you know what? I'm going to make this statement in the video. We should do a boxing match with him because he does not. I'll box this guy. I'll do something with him because I guarantee you he can't outrun me in a mile. Okay. I can still, to this very day, with the amount of times that I don't work out, I can still run a 6-minute mile, maybe 5.5-minute mile.
Whoa, stand back. We got ace athlete out here who could beat me in a race, which he absolutely could. I have no doubt about that. I can count on 2 fingers the people I can beat in a foot race. 1, a toddler that hasn't learned to walk yet, so he can only crawl. And 2, a 90-year-old that's using a walker. Everything else is going to be a close match. Though I don't know what running has to do with boxing. The two don't really correlate. They're very different. But anyway, the boxing offer. This is what I'm saying. I find that to just be completely worthless. Like, that has nothing to do with anything I was saying at all. If I was making the claim that I could beat his ass, then that boxing challenge holds a lot of water. Then that holds a lot of weight. I was just making fun of him. I've just always said, like, if you challenge someone to a fight because they hurt your feelings, that's an embarrassing look for you. It'd be a very different story if I was the one instigating, like, oh man, this guy, I'd beat his ass all over the place. I'd beat him like a drum. Then him challenge me to a fight's like, okay, he's stepping up. Now, am I going to follow through on what I was saying? And then it's on me, and then I look like a bitch if I don't. And I feel like that's not a super hot take, because usually it's a fight fire with fire. So if you're getting insulted or you feel insulted because of the jokes, you insult back or make jokes back. And that's the accepted battle terms. For an example, Uwe Boll, terrible director, used to make a lot of awful films, but his big shtick that made him a legendary clown is he would challenge his harshest critics to boxing matches. Critics that insulted his movies, he would challenge to a boxing match, and he became an absolute laughingstock, even though somebody once accepted it and lost. Uwe Boll was still the bigger joke, and in fact was even a larger joke after winning against this critic. He didn't look tougher, he looked even stupider. It's just one of those things where when you get offended and your defense is, I'll fight you for it, I just feel like it's a bad look.
If I don't go to the gym, that doesn't mean I'm insecure. It means that I'm actually more confident in my body. I'm very talented in other areas. I don't need to have big muscles to be good or athletic at things, right? A lot of the things that we challenge ourselves with that we think that we can't achieve are all up here. It really has not a lot to do with physical. I'm a marketer. I don't need to be massively fit, okay? I like to have all my stuff up here. Doesn't mean I have to go to the gym and be this muscle maniac. That this everybody's got their own preference. I think that it's a waste of time. I think it's a mounds of insecurity.
This is the section where I was talking about his shaming of people that go to the gym and calling them fucking idiots for it. So he's immediately going off the rails into like lecture douchebag mode where he's like, well, actually, a lot of the obstacles that you encounter are mental, not physical. Like, that has nothing to do with anything right now. You're fighting some fucking ghosts. That doesn't matter. The whole point was, I even mentioned, if you're confident in your body, that's great. Why are you shaming people that want to look different than you do? You shitting on people who go to the gym, insinuating that they're poor and have no right to be there unless they're making more than $10,000 a month, comes across as bitter, delusional, and insecure. And for some reason, he tries to flip that around by saying, well, no, actually, going to the gym portrays insecurity. Like, the delusion is almost impressive. You're not even making any good points here. You're not even defending your stance very well. No one's forcing you to go to the gym. No one's twisting your arm like, hey, listen, Buster, get your ass in the gym. You don't have to. No one's making you. But why are you shitting on people that do? It's not a waste of time at all. It's not even a huge time commitment to get in good shape. An hour a day and then changing your diet around to make your health better? Like, it's not even this huge detriment that's going to lead to them being broke or anything. It's just absolute nonsense from a guy who I'm certain has never picked up anything heavy in his life.
Because if you look at a person who lifts and a person who doesn't lift but has a lot of skill sets and has high intellect, the guy with a lot of intellect, with a lot of path and purpose and skill sets, it's going to win. Just because you can lift things doesn't mean you're smart. It just means that you can just lift shit. I mean, it's like...
So much useless drivel and cope for why he doesn't lift. You can do both here, dummy. You can lift and still be highly intellectual, even if being in great shape isn't necessary for the skill set for your career path. It's still probably worth doing because it's not a massive time investment for it. Lifting occasionally and eating better is not somehow going to ruin your chance of success and lead to you being broke and unable to find a career path that makes more than 10K a month or whatever the fuck you're talking about. This is just all mental gymnastics to justify you personally not wanting to go to the gym. Just don't. But I don't understand the point in shitting in people who do. It's just so weird.
There's no excuse to why you can't make 10K a month. And honestly, life doesn't really start until $30,000 a month. I make a bunch of videos about this.
I know a lot of people think this guy's rage baiting or playing a character, but I have good reason to believe that he is completely genuine. From everything I've seen from him, this really does seem to be the way he views the world. He proudly proclaims that life doesn't start till you're making $30K a month, and that there's absolutely no excuse for somehow making less than $10K a month. This is a guy who lost touch with reality long, long ago.
It's not what I'm talking about as far as protect. It's not about the physicality. It's about the fact of the matter that she needs to feel safe and protected in a nice home with a good financial situation, be able to raise kids and be able to go out with her friends and still be the woman that she wants to be and have her own path and purpose. It's not about the physicality, okay? And also, if you make enough money, you get a security team, okay? Now, I don't have one, but all I'm saying there is that you use money to give you extra freedoms.
So he made a point to say that if you're not making 6 figures a year, you need to break up with your girlfriend right now because he'll probably fucking steal her from you because he has more money, which means he can protect her and provide for her better than you can. He explains that the protecting thing wasn't about physicality, like physically being able to defend her from harm. It was being able to give her like a big house and shelter and financial freedom to spend money to go out with her friends and raise a kid. Now, I live in the real world where you don't need six figures to be able to provide a safe household like that to afford those kind of good things. But he's out there in fucking Narnia fantasy land where apparently you need six figures for that. But regardless, what really stands out to me is his last claim where when you're making a lot of money, you get a security team. That was a huge red flag. That sounded the alarms. The sirens blared that this guy is most likely a fraud and pretending he is fake. We, at our warehouse, actually did look into hiring a full-time security team for the property. It is an outrageous expense. From all of the research I've done on his media company, I can neither confirm nor deny if his claims are accurate about it generating 9 figures for his clients. The only place that's spouting those numbers are his websites, and he has fucking 3 of them. One of them hasn't been maintained in the last 3 years. All it does is drip feed fanfic about his upbringing, as well as 404 when you try and look up anything else about it. And then underneath a documentary he made where he sucks his own dick, it's just this giant white page, just this void of emptiness. So there's no good information there, but on his other 2 websites, he does have claims that it's 9-figure generating. But as he mentions in his response, that doesn't mean he's worth 9 figures. From all of the numbers I can find online, and I always take these with a grain of salt, his net worth is between $3 to $6 million. If those numbers are even close to accurate, he himself couldn't afford a full-time security team. He lives where I do, in Florida. If you wanted to hire just one full-time bodyguard for a property or whatever, you are looking at an expense of roughly $150K for one person. That's not even a full team. He would run out of money in like 2 years, perhaps. So it, to me, seems like he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. He's making it sound like this is a common purchase people start making when they start getting a lot of money, when it is not. This is something that's reserved only for like the highest income individuals or actual large businesses. To me, this really just feels like he's pretending. And making more than 10K a month doesn't enable you to magically protect her better.
If you see how he edits the video right there, he trimmed it because he knew what he was about to say was stupid. That's the only time where he trimmed the video, where he cut it. Because he knows that he was about to say that it's not important to make 10K a month when I know damn well with 12 million subscribers, he makes more than $10,000 a month. It's hypocritical for him to say that because he has things behind him right now that, from what I can see, they're not cheap things.
This is a big gotcha moment from him here. An astute observation, he noticed a cut, but then falsely claims it's the only one I made. Bro, I make cuts in videos. This isn't all just one take. Sometimes I actually do get videos in just like one full fucking take, but usually I don't. I'll fumble words, and that's when it gets cut, and I'll go back and explain things differently, say something else entirely. It's all very normal. I actually just did it. I'm not sure if you noticed. It's not uncommon. In a live stream, I can't do that, so yeah, all of that's one take. But, I mean, you're in the space, right? Like, you have to know how video editing works and video making. I don't know why he's trying to catch me on a cut and assuming that I was about to say that making 10K a month isn't important. And it's also not hypocritical either, if I was to make that point. You don't need to be making 10K a month to be happy. You just simply don't. Your whole personality is money. I lived the majority of my life without even imagining $10,000 a month, and I was happy then too. Just as happy then as I am now. It's not a necessary, absolute must-have thing, and you're not a failure if you don't get $10,000 a month. Contrary to the delusion that you're fucking encumbered by, you don't need 30K a month to start living. You don't. Like, I can't believe anyone actually thinks that way. What an outrageous claim to make. So, I wasn't going to say that, but I'll say it now. You don't need 10K a month in order to go to the gym, to have a loving relationship, to provide for your girlfriend, protect her, have a happy life, have happy kids. You don't ever need to breach 10K a month to reach that level.
It's not a bad spot. I don't need a massive house with 18 fucking bedrooms with nobody to vacate them. That's a stupid financial investment, okay? The car is not, because the car is for marketing. The car is something I enjoy. Houses are stationary. They don't move. Cars move, and I have fun with the wind in my face.
Finally, something reasonable here. I pointed out that his house tour is a very nice spot, but it's not a mega mansion, which confused me because he's all about flexing his cars, for example. And he defended it by saying that it's a nice spot, but he doesn't need a big house. He doesn't want a huge mansion. It'd be a bad investment for him financially. He doesn't want a lot of eyes on him. And all of that makes sense. Completely agree. You don't need a huge house or anything like that. But then why doesn't that same line of logic apply to your McLaren and your supercars, your extremely expensive cars? He tries to say that the cars are for marketing. Why? Because you slap your Instagram handle on the back of one of them? I'm just going to hit you with the cold water and give you the truth. There has never been a single living, breathing human being that has seen a car with an Instagram handle on it that thought to themselves, wow, that piqued my interest. I can't wait to check out that Instagram account of that cool guy driving that car. 100% of the time, people write you off as driving a cringe mobile. That is the worst marketing. It's like anti-marketing. It makes people laugh at you. But regardless, with the house, you're right. You don't need a big house. Same way you didn't need those expensive cars. But you mentioned that you have fun with them. Well, I'd actually understand if you did have a mega mansion because it'd fall in line with what you were just talking about, where guys who don't make 6 figures a month need to break up with their girlfriends because they can't protect and provide. If you had a big house, you would be providing for your girlfriend, right? You mentioned that you have a girlfriend. I imagine she lives with you. You mentioned people live with you. Wouldn't getting a huge house pretty much be exactly what you preach? You're giving her a great place to be protected in, provided, afforded luxuries, raise a kid in. Like, that falls more in line with what you're saying than owning these worthless supercars. Like, that feels like it should be so much further down the list of priorities for your money. Now, I completely agree. You don't need a big house. But what you're not recognizing is that the way you're living your life in terms of, like, your house is exactly what I and everyone else with a brain is saying. That you don't need $30K a month to live a happy life. You don't need $30K a month to start living, as you claim. You are in a house right now with your girlfriend and whoever else that people could afford without $30K a month, and you are happy. And I imagine they are happy as well. So the life you are currently living contradicts the one that you are preaching about. You are living a lifestyle that is not $30K a month. You are living something that people can live right now without even coming close to that. And yet you're shitting on them if they don't reach it and shaming them for not making that kind of money. It's hypocritical, I would argue. I just wanted to mention that because I found it to be the most interesting component here. I ended up going through more of the video here than I planned on. I just found the whole thing to be just kind of fascinating in a way, so I just wanted to talk about it a little bit, and that's about it. So yeah. People don't always see eye to eye with each other. Everyone has their own set of opinions and beliefs, and historically, humans have fought each other over this difference. Now, while we may be divided by land or belief, there's one thing that unites all of us, something buried deep inside the human DNA that makes us all on the same page. And that's our extreme dislike for Amy Schumer. God bless. Amy Schumer is like the common evil that unites the world. It's like in that anime Code Geass where Lelouch becomes the ultimate evil that the entire world rallies against, and then by the end of it, it brings everyone closer together. That's Amy Schumer, but in reality. Whenever she's present at like an award show or something, the entire internet, nay, the entire human race gets together and says, we just don't like her. She reminds us that we're not so different from each other after all. So why am I talking about Amy Schumer today? Well, it's because she was at the Oscars recently and decided to make the entire thing about her, about how she's now traumatized because of the Will Smith slap on Chris Rock. And I'm sure a lot of you are tired of hearing about this, but she just keeps fucking going. And it's making me sick to my stomach. It makes me want to puke and shit. This is, of course, a very stupid statement and just performative to put her name back in the news about how now she's a victim somehow. I don't think there's any world where Amy Schumer is right now sleeping with one eye open, just fearful that Will Smith, the boogeyman, is going to rappel through her window and slap her while she's asleep. But I'm going to set aside this stupid statement for a minute to talk about what really got my ass all grinded up, which is what she came forward with today. She bravely stepped foot in the Thunderdome today to reveal the jokes that were too edgy for TV. Her side-splitting comedy that was just too intense, and she had to cut them from her monologue. Just like Voldemort's name, she wasn't allowed to speak of these things, but she decided to tell one of these super stinkers anyway, which is horrible news for anyone with ears. Don't Look Up is the name of a movie? More like Don't Look Down, the barrel of Alec Baldwin's shotgun. It's incredible how she can't even accidentally almost say something entertaining. And this probably isn't even her own joke. She has a history of stealing jokes. She probably just saw this shit on Twitter and it had like 100 likes, so she said it's mine now. And it's still fucking stupid. None of it makes sense. Alec Baldwin wasn't even in Don't Look Up. The joke doesn't work. I don't care that it's edgy. Edgy jokes are fine. It's just this is so poorly done from top to bottom. Alec Baldwin is not in that movie, so it doesn't even make sense. It'd be like me saying Moonfall, more like Poonfall, because Amy Schumer's talking about her vagina again. It's just dog shit. Sex in the City, more like Amy, stop having sex with the whole city. We're tired of seeing you on stage. Or He-Man, more like help me, man. I just had to listen to Amy Schumer tell another fucking awful joke and now I'm in need of medical assistance. I don't know why she would think it was a good idea to tell this joke after everyone told her not to tell it in the first place. They gave her a gift of shutting her up. Like, she didn't have to tell this joke. They were like, we're not allowing you to say it. We're putting the kibosh on it now. We're doing you a favor. And then she slaps them and all of us by telling this joke anyway. This whole situation is like if Amy and her friend were on like a walk and they approached this cliff and Amy didn't see it, but her friend did. So her friend reaches out to stop her from falling off the cliff, literally saving her life. But then Amy Schumer just blasts her hand away saying, don't tell me what to do. I'll walk where I want to walk. And then throws herself off the cliff. She then gave us a sneak peek at some other gut busters we missed from her here, some more of her comedic stylings. She said that she was also going to take aim at Joe Rogan and James Franco, but wasn't allowed to say any of that, but you can just come up and slap someone. That statement doesn't even make sense either, Amy. No one invited Will Smith to go up there and slap the shit out of Chris Rock. The man went up there and slapped the taste out of his mouth off script. The man had a full-blown Winter Soldier episode. It wasn't planned. You had a script that you were getting approved and everyone said these jokes just fucking suck. Don't tell them. It's not the same. She's always so incredibly desperate to put herself at the center of everything that ever happens, even when it doesn't make sense or even involve her in the slightest. She had a golden opportunity just to say nothing and everyone would have forgotten her miserable presence at the Oscars, but she just had to tell this awful joke and remind everyone why she was universally disliked as one of the worst comedians of our time. The only reason she ever even made it into the industry in the first place is because of getting a lucky spawn in life. She was born into a really rich and powerful family, and through leveraging those connections, she was able to make it to the big time. And it's one of the saddest stories in all of entertainment. But anyway, back to how traumatized Amy Schumer was from the slap. She said she's gonna need some time off to process it, and I think I speak for everyone in the world when I say, Amy, you take as much time as you need. If it's years, if it's forever even, goddammit, you take that time until you feel better about what happened. We will all understand. No matter how long it takes. No, it should take a very long time to recover from something like that. So, wishing you the best in that road to overcoming that experience at the Oscars, having to watch that, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's CrITiKaL. I found another smegma nugget going through my binge of bad rap battles, so let's just get right into this shit.
Left, we got my boy Touche, give it up. And on this side of my right, we have the homie Snipes. Come on, give it up.
After a super flashy, mega turbo, ultra cool intro for both rappers, we're now introduced to the protagonist here, Snipes. He's the star of this story, so let's go ahead and rap to the future.
Alright, straight up. If my dog had a face like yours, I'd shave his fucking ass and teach it to walk backwards.
Now we've been blessed with a small taste of this man's flow. There is really no flow here. It's some avant-garde anti-flow type shit he's going for. Really, you're gonna find that there's no rhythm to anything these guys say in this rap battle. They're just kind of speaking at each other. Neither one of them really rhyme anything. For example, his first line, I'll shave my ass face on a dog and make myself do a handstand or whatever the fuck his line was.
Half the time I wonder why I rap for.
I wonder why you rap as well. We all do, trust me, touches.
They don't say these cats are all ripping badly. Seriously, they're missing originality. So don't you think it's time one else locked their back door? I mean, what are you gonna do, cunt? I'll bet you he'll say I'm on some gay shit. Yo, I'm so ill I grew up in a sick bay and I think fucktard here got it around the other way. Because he's just basic. Yo, you know how whores go to St. Kilda, right? You love where the vinegarish clitoris is. But his hideous bitch's difference is she opens the door and stands out the front. I roll past, give it a shit like, fish tastes better with lemon, you slut!
This guy looks like one of the villains in the Hey Arnold universe, you know, the 5th graders, always bullying the 4th graders and looking weird and shit. For the most part, you can understand him, he's just extremely loud and obnoxious, and I really hate that. But, yeah, he's given a little cooking advice. Fish always tastes better with lemon, you know, fucking Chef Ramsay over here, the battle rapper. Good stuff all around.
She flips out of her nut and chases me down. I'm like, there's no need to get sour, cunt. You think I'm going to be polite? Nah. In all honesty, I couldn't say it any nicer. The best way to advise you is to stay where your lights are, then tape your eyes up so you'll have slight light to survive like 5 months if I decide to not slide a knife inside your guts, and even if you think you can't, you're still a bitch. I'm the fate decider.
Sounds like he's trying to do some type of fucking Australian tongue twister. Standard amateur shit where you just say a bunch of words as fast as you can so no one can understand you, and that's somehow supposed to impress people. Listening to this guy is just a fucking painful experience too. It's like listening to your parents having sex. It's fucking awful. You can literally hear the spit leaving his mouth every time he tries to speak. It sounds like he's gargling phlegm in between each word. It's like he's constantly battling with mucus in his mouth to try and get the words out. It just sounds gross.
I'll run on empty, you fill your tank right up. It's my job to drain you in a cipher. You got a better chance of taming a tiger or raping a dykes like the stuff I face inside a gay nightclub, time cunt.
Let's run on snipes, let's go! I'm sorry, little kids, but I'm a killer clown today. I could say bullets are gonna spray. I'm from Brooklyn. That's alright.
Welcome to the final boss of rap battling. They say that this man is the one who greets you at the doors of hell. This is the most uncomfortable person to listen to on the planet. He raps like he's reading a bedtime story to a child. He couldn't even accidentally rhyme something there. Could say bullets are gonna spray, I'm from Brooklyn. That's okay? Why couldn't you just say okay? It's a shitty rhyme, but it's better than just saying, that's alright. I mean, at least get an accidental rhyme in there, you fucking dweeb.
But let me just say I like to get close and personal with a razor-sharp object. But let me just say this. I'm not gonna stab you in the heart. What I'm gonna do is grab a pen, stab you in the neck, puncture your lungs, then slam a blunt object into your stomach.
Spoken like a true fucking psychopath. This isn't even rapping. This is him just telling him how he's going to murder him and all the steps he's going to take. This could actually be used as some type of murder confessional if this man is ever convicted of something.
Fuck. Blunt object into your stomach.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
And cause internal bleeding.
There it is. A beautiful line. That was worth the build up there. The saddest part of this is he clearly wrote these down since he's struggling to remember them and starting over if he messes up. So the fact that he had these written down and thought they were good battle rapping lines, I can't even fathom that. He must have thought he was going to some type of artistic slam poetry event or some shit. But to sit there with a pen and paper, oh yes, hit you with a blunt object after stabbing you in the neck with a pin and releasing your lungs from their cages while I masturbate in the corner. Ooh, that's some fire bars right there. Good job, Snipes.
Now, before you die, let me just say this. The reason I call myself Snipes is because I take my time to rhyme. I'm not complicated. But I'm like a sniper. I aim straight for the heart or the head. I'm straight and direct. I might hide 2Ks that way. You'll know when I hit you as soon as you hit the ground.
Even the dog is crying at how bad this is.
But this guy said some shit on Facebook. Here we go, joke of the Dark Knight shit. So don't let me go all James Holmes on you, Dark Knight shooter. Is that a little bit too soon? Maybe. And let me just say this as well. If you want to be the Joker, why don't I give you a bottle of pills, a Chelsea smile, and instead of Heath Ledger dying, why don't you replace his death? Because nobody would give two shits about a guy who looks like a fucking meth head.
Here we go, Dr. Seuss is really starting to get in the zone now. Oh man, he's really spitting rhyme after rhyme. This dude's a true fucking innovator in the rap battling field. He doesn't rhyme, he doesn't flow, all he does is speak. That's it. He just speaks and makes people uncomfortable. He's a very creepy guy.
What's wrong with that?
Time! Give it up for that round!
I'm skipping Touche's next 2 rounds because I can't really stomach listening to him that much. His rhymes are horrible, everything he does is horrible, but it's not entertainingly bad like Snipes. Snipes is the real star of this show, so we're just going to listen to his next 2 rounds.
You said in your first battle against H. Murray that his face looks like he got into a fight with the Bible.
I appreciate him giving us a recap of the previous battle, fucking Dragon Ball Z style. Here's what you missed last week.
You can't say shit. Your face Looks like you got into a fight with the blunt side of an axe.
Nailed it. Really got him there.
Time!
What are you even struggling with here? You're not rhyming or rapping. Why don't you just keep talking? It's not that difficult. It's all you've done so far. The fuck is the problem here? Just recite a speech or something. The only thing to fear is fear itself. And Snipes continuing to rap battle. Recite some Schoolhouse Rock. I don't care. I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. Conjunction, junction, erectile malfunction. Just do something, Snipes. You haven't been rapping. There's nothing difficult about what you've done so far. Just don't end your time that early, because it's not fucking hard what you're doing.
Time! Alright, last verse on Snipes. Let's go, homie. Ready for 4.
You think that I'm a soft cock. Really, I couldn't give two fucks, because you don't know me. You don't know what I've lived through. But let me just say this, I'm not the one to judge people. Yeah, this is rap battling, I couldn't give two fucks. Only for the factor of, I do this because I love it. Whether or not I choke out, it doesn't matter.
No, it matters. It definitely matters. And this definitely isn't choking out, Snipes. This is fucking stroking out. What you have done here is make everyone around you stupider for having to listen to this shit you're spewing.
But, at 1 ounce, if there's an MC like you, who basically, their shit just reeks like Indian curry, the after effects.
Bangers, there it is. Now this shit's pop locking and dropping. Snipes is really starting to feel it now.
Then, don't waste your time. Go do something else. Go do something with your life. We should make a law. If Touche's ever gonna make a kid, ever have a kid, get his dick in a cunt, we should shoot the little kid.
Snipes for Prime Minister. He'll run on the platform of, we'll shoot babies of people we don't like. He's a shoo-in to win it.
Because we don't want little touches coming around like headless fucking chickens. A waste of space. But, I'm gonna say this. Maybe next time, I'll come prepared. I got fucked up last night, forgot my lines. Couldn't memorize them, don't know where the fuck I put the piece of paper in my house. I bet you after, that's real. Now I bet you after this battle, I'm gonna go home. Just be wandering around having a ciggy.
Please don't ever call it a ciggy again. That is by far the most childish thing I've heard in a rap battle.
And then I'm just gonna find them and be like, oh fuck no, there they are. Right in front of me. But real talk. Keeping it real. And this is all freestyle only because I choked out, I forgot my lines, I couldn't give two fucks. But no one can give two fucks about a clown who tries and acts tough. Time.
He pulled it off at the very end. He got one rhyme in there. The true underdog story of 2017. Snipes did it. Oh, what a beautiful third round from Snipes, just casually talking about how he lost this piece of paper with all of his weird, creepy shit on it. Oh boy, that just got my engine all revved up. It just made me hungry. I think I'm gonna go have some soupy and just reflect on that beautiful round. And then unsurprisingly, Touche's wins, but we all know who truly won this one here. It was Snipes. And yeah, that's it. See ya. I hope you slept well last night, because you may never sleep again after watching this. I'm going to show you what a real demon looks like in our world. If I asked you to picture a devil, I think a lot of you would go to like him from Powerpuff Girls, like just that really classic red monster with horns. But in real life, that's not what a devil looks like. This is what it looks like. Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland is a preacher, evangelist, whom I've referenced many times in the past, that exploits religion for financial gain. He is extraordinarily wealthy by taking advantage of the people in his faith. And he does all of it with a smile on his face and an attitude that resembles just pure evil. He is what I believe to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, as they say. Let me show you one of his most famous interviews, which is going viral again, which is why I wanted to talk about it, where he was interviewed by Inside Edition about his lavish lifestyle.
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly commercial. Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like getting into a tube with a bunch of demons. Why do you think that?
Yeah, he's one of those private jet preachers that I always like to insult and call attention to the hypocrisy of. People like him, these evangelists or heads of mega churches that live a life of outrageous luxury financed off the backs of those in their congregation who are donating under the guise that it's going to help further their faith or help the church or something like that, when really all it's doing is enabling them to live a lavish lifestyle. It always just makes me sick to my stomach. It runs so counter to the Bible that I have no doubt in my mind they will likely be going to hell without God even giving them a consideration of entering the pearly fucking gates up there. It is deplorable. It is just diabolical stuff. And yet it is so common. I just recently talked about an online pastor who blamed his cryptocurrency scam on God, saying that God made him make a shitcoin to scam the people that follow him, which has to be one of the most blasphemous things you can ever say as a pastor, but he had the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to blame the crypto scam on the Lord. And you're going to see this a lot throughout this interview, and if you ever dive into this rabbit hole of corrupt pastors, they always use their connection with God as the excuse. Well, God actually wants me to have a whole fleet of private jets. It's actually very Christian to be wealthy. And it's just a complete bastardization of what the Bible's supposed to teach.
No, listen to me just a second. Not the people. The main reason is because of the need. If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing.
Baloney. What a load of horseradish. You wouldn't have to stop 65% of what you're doing if you flew commercial. You can fly commercial and still reach all of the same places. There are more planes in the sky right now than there is poop in my butt. And trust me, there's a lot of poop in there, because I haven't taken my morning shit yet. You can fly commercial and still do all of the same work you've been doing. And it's not like you're doing important work, Kenneth. All you do is you're basically like this Dementor who sucks money out of everywhere he goes. That's not important work. You're just perverting Christianity to fit your own agenda of making as much doubloons as you possibly can accrue in this lifetime.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid. You kind of caught me off guard here, okay?
Certainly. Well, if you'd like to come out here, I'd like to give you a chance to catch your breath and...
He's floundering here because he knows there's really no way of justifying this when actually confronted with the question. He usually relies on the Bible as a shield from criticism, so all the people in his faith, if they question him, he says, oh, well, you're questioning God. But now he's actually getting interviewed by someone who's done their research and is actually talking to him about how his lifestyle is the complete opposite of what the Bible talks about. And he doesn't really know how to defend it, because there's no way of doing that. It's also very telling the way he views all the people around him by calling them demons in a tube when talking about flying commercial and why he just won't do it, because he can't stand to be around people in general. He just wants to use them for his own financial gain. It's a fucking sickening perspective. And his mannerisms, the way that he does these like creepy smiles and his gestures, all of it is so menacing.
And have a conversation. We don't want to catch you off guard.
I love Inside Edition. You got to get this now. Hey, you listen to me? My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah. Now,
that'll send a shiver down your spine. The way he acts and the way he sounds, all of it is what I imagine it would look and sound like if a demon was ever made flesh on this planet. He is what I would picture the Antichrist looking and acting like. Oh, it's just like disturbing listening to him speak. My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah. What does that even mean? Like he's clearly trying his best to like suck their cock. Like, Inside Edition is incredible. I can't believe you guys would do this to me when I'm such a fan of yours. It's just weird. It's so off-putting. Everything about him feels so fake and sinister.
Thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray this thing.
Well, let me just ask you a really simple question. A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's your response to that?
Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what we do. We have brought over 100, let's see, the latest figures just came out, 122 million people to the Lord Jesus Christ.
Can you show me the Carfax on that? I'd really like to see the data to support that claim. What I think happened is you brought in $122 million. That's That's not necessarily bringing people to the faith, you know what I mean? That's more like bringing the clams to the bank, is what it seems more to me. I really appreciate the Inside Edition interviewer not pulling any punches, just playing hardball here. She is absolutely cooking Kenneth. She is slapping his cheeks on the grill and whipping up a fine ass patty here at the barbecue today. Watching Kenneth squirm is priceless, and you're going to see his defense mechanism, as it is for a lot of these corrupt pastors, is always like, I need to pray, hold on, wait a minute, I'm getting a message from God, it's a transmission into my cerebral cortex, hold on a minute, and then he's like, oh Lord, I pray, wait, hold on a second, Inside Edition, shit, I'm getting overcome with the faith again, he said I need another private jet, oh yeah! Like, it's one of those things where, in the middle of being confronted with an indefensible statement or an indefensible act, they desperately cling to, hold on, I gotta pray real quick. Like, no, I'm a good person because God's talking to me and I gotta pray. I'm so overcome with it, I've gotta pray. And you see that time and time again when it comes to this. It's pathetic. And it's honestly an affront to God, I would imagine, to try and use him as your get-out-of-jail-free card. That shit, again, that's gotta be blasphemous. It's gotta be.
Without the airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere. And Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
Case closed. It was such a good deal, he was losing people's money by not investing it in that private jet. Man, thank God for Tyler. I have no doubt the good Lord put Tyler in the position he's in today just so he could give Kenneth Copeland a private jet at a great deal to continue to spread the good word and the gospel.
Well, my question then, okay, all right, but I want to get to the demons because people are very concerned about that comment.
Give me a chance here, Inside Edition. Okay. I love your eyes. And
I don't know what all this was here. It was like a cat playing with a toy. He was just like swatting at her or something to get her to stop. And then he gives her a random compliment out of nowhere, just like a rogue statement. You have great eyes. What the fuck is that? Why are you so unhinged? He's all over the place here.
Here's what happened. We flew in 21 days, 70 hours, 40,000 miles, touched 5 continents, and preached face to face personally with 125,000 people.
Do you ever...
What in the fuck are you yapping about? Huh? What are you blabbering on about? That has nothing to do with your statement about the demons in the tube from commercial airlines you can't be caught dead around. This is a nothing burger. What are you talking about? This is, again, dodging it and just putting it on like, oh, we do great work that can only be accomplished through the use of a private jet. We couldn't reach all of these places commercial. It wouldn't make any sense. It's got to be a private jet, a very luxurious one, so I can be closer to God up there in heaven. It's fucking ridiculous.
Do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Again, getting back to the comment. You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
He was so close to letting the mask slip off his face right there in that moment. I really thought he was about to reach over and start strangling her like Homer Simpson to Bart. Like, he gets the finger out and he gets really stern and serious. That look that he gives her, that would strike fear in the hearts of anyone. His facial expressions are so exaggerated, he's like a Pixar character. The way that he's able to constantly have these wide range of emotions that he conveys like that. The way he flips from infuriated to like smiling at her in the creepiest way possible, it's alarming. Everything about this guy should be sending you into a fight or flight response. As opposed to just throwing money at him, it should be running away from him.
Can you explain what you meant by that term then? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
Do you think that people that fly commercial are demons?
If you give me a chance to talk, sweetheart, I'll explain this to you. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. People I love people. Jesus loves people.
That's probably the first truthful thing he's ever said in his life. I have no doubt that Kenneth Copeland loves people. Because people are the ones that finance his lavish lifestyle. They pay for his private jet vacations that he goes on all the fucking time out the wazoo. So I know he loves people. I'd argue there's only one thing Kenneth Copeland loves more than people. Wallets. And sticking his dick in there and just fucking them raw, taking as much money out of it as you can possibly find, through misleading them through the faith, and exploiting them, and taking advantage of them. That's the only thing that he loves more than just people in general, would be my bet. So again, he will not just answer the question of what he meant by being in a tube with a bunch of demons on it, and the Inside Edition interviewer continues to press that, which I really appreciate. He continues to just tiptoe around it. Oh, let me ask you a question. No, goofball, just answer it yourself. Just say what you meant. Say it with your whole chest.
But people get pushed in alcohol. Do you think that's a good place for a preacher to be and prepare to go preach to a lot of people when somebody in there is dragging some woman down an aisle? It made me so mad to see that on television. I wanted to punch the guy out myself. I can't be doing that while I'm getting ready to preach.
So you just don't like to be around the sinful people or the hurtful people. Is that what you're saying?
Not the people, baby. Not the people. Back during the days that we couldn't do anything else, we had to travel commercial.
The saddest period in his life when he had to fly commercial. God bless, I can't believe he made it out alive with that. Yeah, that's horrifying. Horrifying. But again, Kenneth, you're directly referencing people when you're talking about this. You gave an example of a man dragging someone down the aisle. Like, what? You're literally talking about people, and you're like, no, not the people. What the fuck are you talking about? And he brings up, like, alcohol. I can't be around alcohol in commercial. That's not a good place for a preacher. What the fuck? The reason he won't just say what we all know he meant is because he knows that even the most brainwashed in his following would hear that and get a very bad impression of it, because he is basically calling them demons, and that could potentially hurt his bottom line.
We wrestle not with people, but with principalities and powers, unseen things, rulers of the darkness of this world. Talking about the devil, he's a very real devil, just the same as Jesus is a very real Lord.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree, Kenneth. I feel like I'm watching an interview with the devil right now. He continues, again, to just try and start spouting sermons that are pretty unrelated to this whole thing. He then talks about how many jets they have, and, well, he still has no way of defending it in any meaningful capacity. Because you can't really defend it, because there is no universe where a preacher needs this level of wealth to do what they do. It's gluttonous. That's a sin, Kenneth. It's corruption. Blatant corruption. And it comes from, at least partly, from the donations of just normal people that go to these mega churches or go to these traveling evangelists, that kind of shit. It comes from them trying to better their life. But they're doing it through a con man who's taking advantage of that desire. And it's fucking sad. It always makes me furious. Kenneth Copeland is one of my least favorite people on the planet and has been for the better part of a decade. I've talked about Kenneth for a long time now, and I'm sure I will continue to do so, because this guy is going to most likely live forever, because he is propped up by the puppet strings of Lucifer himself. So this guy, he's probably going to outlast everybody on this planet at some point.
But the main thing that happened was not, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was I could no longer do what I called to do and be on the airlines. Besides that, I need my clothes when I get there.
And you have some fancy clothes. I mean, for a pastor, you are living a life of luxury. You've got great homes, you've got great planes, you drive in limos.
I'm a very wealthy man.
You're a very wealthy man.
Yes.
Cool, I guess. If I was someone that was putting money into the church and what I believe would be a man of God, I think the number one thing I wouldn't want to hear is that he just uses it to be a wealthy man with a bunch of really fancy clothes, cars, and private jets. Feels like it defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? I also can't help but focus on his turkey neck that keeps jiggling every time he speaks. It's like paper in like a strong gust of wind constantly. His neck, like there's so much loose skin on it. It looks like the rudder to a boat or something, and it just keeps fucking flapping around, and it distracts me.
My wealth doesn't come from offerings alone.
Because you sell things, books and DVDs.
Yes. And I have a lot of natural gas on our property. Didn't know that, did you, babe?
Now I do.
Yeah, you do. Isn't that wonderful?
You realize that you still just did a big self-report there, don't you, Kenneth? You said that your wealth doesn't come from offerings alone, which means some of it does, which means some of your wealth is taken directly from the offerings of those in your churches and those that believe that what they're doing is for the greater good of the faith, not to line your pockets. You openly just admitted to that.
But it will run something in the neighborhood of 25 million in the poor. Can't do that and be broke.
So final question is, a lot of people maybe have a misunderstanding then about what you do in prosperity preaching. So the final question is this. To those critics that say that a preacher should not be living a life of luxury, what is your response to that?
They're wrong.
That's it?
That
Enough said. Hey, checkmate. Now give him more money for being wrong and hurting his feelings, so he can get himself a new private jet to dry his tears with. He says that he invests 20 to 25 million in the poor. What do you do? How do you help them? Seems like you just take money from everybody. What do you do with that 20 to 25 million that you apparently invest in the poor? I looked it up and I couldn't really find anything on that. There's really no information on it. I'm super curious now. Seems like just kind of a lie. Maybe invest 20 to 25 million in like smaller businesses that serve less wealthy areas or something. I have no clue, but I can't find anything where he's like directly helping anybody except himself, actually.
it's a misunderstanding of the Bible that if you go into the Old Covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
Are you saying that Jewish people appreciate money more than... Really?
They believe in wealth.
Some people would find that offensive.
No, wait a minute now. I'm not talking about some people. I'm talking about the Bible.
Shit's getting really weird now, and Kenneth Copeland is clearly struggling and sweating. This has nothing to do with the Bible either, by the way, because the Bible makes it clear in no uncertain terms that this house of worship should never be used as a place for, like, financial benefit for those involved. Like, you know that moment a lot of people recall from the Bible where Jesus flips a table? They might forget why that happened, so I'm going to go ahead and post this. Jesus entered the temple courts and drove out all who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. It is written, he said to them, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers. This has been brought up before, and I have seen a lot of slimy excuses and really weird interpretations of that to still justify taking a ton of money from people in the church. But the way I always interpreted that, and really the way I was kind of taught when I was still very religious back when I was growing up, like I mentioned, I actually got baptized twice in case the Lord slept through the first one, like if his alarm didn't go off to watch it. I did it twice just to ensure. But with this, I was always under the impression that the lesson is that the faith should never be used as just a way of making money from people through it.
The Bible also says that it's more difficult for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to get through the eye of a needle, correct?
The rest of the scripture. But he said, all things are possible with God.
I thought that was a really good dunk from the reporter there that Kenneth Copeland tries to weasel his way out of. I don't think it's a really good excuse, though. That's kind of a cop-out. Oh, yeah, it does say that in the Bible, but it also says anything's possible through the power of God. When that's an excuse you see a lot of terrible pieces of shit use. What's the expression? Sin 6 days of the week, ask forgiveness on the 7th, repeat the cycle, something like that. He's basically just saying like, yeah, no, it does say that, and me taking all this money from these people, maybe it is sinful, but hey, anything's possible through the power of God. I'll probably still get into heaven because he forgives anything, so who cares? I'll do what I want, and then ask for forgiveness, and get it.
Both of my grandfathers were preachers. They were both very poor. They lived simple, modest lives. They were extremely offended by men that made money like you do, preaching like you do. What would your response be to people that think that preachers shouldn't live this kind of a lifestyle? Folks like both my grandfathers.
And I understand that. And I love them with all my heart. It's your grandfathers that we're standing on their shoulders.
Not exactly an inspiring thing to say. It's your grandfathers that I have built my empire on top of, the preachers that were actually doing some good work and being genuine people. Well, I was able to exploit that good reputation for myself. I'm standing on their shoulders. It's thanks to them. They're the real heroes. Like, oh my god, they're turning over in their grave right now hearing that statement. That is abhorrent.
Sir, thank you so much for your time
What's your
today.
name?
Lisa Guerrero.
Lisa, God bless, Father bless Lisa today. Thank you for her grandparents. I love Inside Edition. I love the people on it. And it thrills me to get a chance to have my face on Inside Edition.
Thank you
I
very
love
much,
you, girl.
Reverend. You have a nice day.
Yes, ma'am.
That's where the interview concludes. And I think Kenneth Copeland is a real asshole. I think that guy is evil. Everything about him is exactly what I would picture a demon on this earth disguising itself as, to a T. It's almost cartoonish how evil his aura is. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Alright, fine, you caught me red-handed. There's no use in trying to hide it and keep it a secret. Nothing gets by you guys. Yes, I did just get back from playing Thursday night pickup basketball with the boys. And yes, I did perform like Allen Iverson in his prime, but we don't need to just hyperfixate on that. I mean, you guys are just focused on it way too heavily. Or maybe you're just so distracted by this beautiful retro moist jersey that I'm wearing. There's a little sneak peek, a little teaser for an upcoming basketball wear line we're doing. But please, you're a real chatty Cathy. Can you stop talking about basketball for 2 seconds? Yes, I play like Luka if he got hit with a shrinking beam, right? I get it, you know, little Luka out there, but just because I'm incredible at basketball doesn't mean that that's what I want to talk about today. What I want to talk about is a very interesting gym dispute that I've never quite seen before. I've seen a lot of gym freakouts and really goofy things that happen there, especially in the modern age where every single person's workout appears to be filmed now for TikTok. So when you go into a gym, I imagine it's like going on to a movie set right now, but they're doing like 15 different indie films at every single corner of the gym. I haven't been to a public gym in a while. We built one at the warehouse a couple years ago, and that was such a fucking blessing. That was crucial, because I couldn't stand to be in a gym that is just nothing but cameras recording every single nook and cranny of the establishment. It'd be miserable. And today, there was someone recording their back workout, and it led to an argument because he was doing it shirtless. Now listen here, sports fans, I'm gonna give you the brass tacks. You don't get pythons like these puppies unless you're praying at the Iron Temple actively. And for me, I've spent about 10 years in gyms. And also, I'm gonna go ahead and just get ahead of this here before some of you in the comments attack me like mosquitoes swarming a Hershey's bar that was left out in the rain. I know a lot of people say that my physique isn't representative of what 10 years in the gym should look like. To that I say, bah humbug. I've gone through the jacked, yoked stage, and at 5'6", I just didn't like how I looked. I looked like a goofy little meatball. So now I just keep myself looking this way on purpose, going for more of a shredded, lean, muscular physique. Don't know why I felt the need to explain that, but figured might as well. Point is, in all of my years in the gym, it has always been proper etiquette to wear a shirt during your workout, except for a couple of exceptions where it is acceptable to not do that. There's a few locations in my local area where there's plenty of people working out shirtless, and there's no problem with that. But when you're going to just like a normal public gym where it's just, you know, a wide range of clientele that isn't necessarily like power lifters or anything like that, just casual lifting, it's usually encouraged that you keep your shirt on. So I'm imagining that's what this place was, a place where you're supposed to keep your shirt on. So I can understand maybe one person being like, that's kind of douchey. But this guy gets so fucking upset at seeing a shirtless man that he starts recording it, and then it devolves into a heated argument that I half expected to go Looney Tunes and have like grand pianos falling on each other's heads.
I'm recording my back here, man.
He is more mad about seeing this guy shirtless than he would be if he found out his girlfriend was cheating on him. He is fuming. Like, the response to just less than proper gym etiquette is overblown here from this individual. Okay, so the protagonist here isn't supposed to be shirtless. Got it. If you have a huge problem with it, why not just go say something like, hey, would you mind putting your shirt back on? You're scaring me. I don't like to see a man chest. Just put a shirt on, please. Like, just go talk it out. Instead, he, like, just goes right up in front of him and starts filming, which is I am so tired of that being the trend when anything is going on that's a little out of the ordinary. Everyone's first instinct now is just to start recording that shit. I mean, I guess I sometimes do like that because it leads to really silly videos. But, man, it is just out of control. It has completely replaced normal human instincts and common sense on how you'd respond to something you don't like, where you'd usually just ignore it, or maybe just roll your eyes and walk away. Now you put yourself in the position you don't like for as long as possible so you can keep recording and continuously just escalate your own inner anger. It's a baffling concept to me. But that's exactly what happens here. He just stands there, he records. Eventually, the guy who's being recorded is now like, hey, why are you doing that? And then he's like, it's weird because you're not wearing a shirt. And then he just starts dropping slurs. Like, he is so upset, he is throwing around slurs at this stranger here.
So I don't even know this dude, and I am confused as hell of what's going on, because I don't understand why he's cursing me out and stuff. So, but he continues to stare at me and flip me off and mouth things to me. So I just had to say something.
Man, this NPC here just hit a water bottle slam in response to this, and then started rolling up on the guy like it was something out of a horror video game. Just marching his way up there to give him a piece of his mind. Which, again, probably should have been the first thing he did instead of start escalating this shit by recording it and then calling him slurs. You could have just walked up and said, hey, do you mind putting your shirt back on? You know, finish your set, put your shirt back on, it's not that big of a deal. But instead, he's gone through all this hoopla and made the situation far bigger than it ever should have been. I don't know why he's this upset about a guy not wearing a shirt. It is a crazy response to that.
I don't know, you're talking, buddy. Talking across the fucking gym. What do you think? What you talking about? I don't know. What are you talking about? Fuck you. Yeah, I'll fuck you up, pussy. Yeah. Fuck you.
What an interesting exchange there. That was some shit straight out of Skyrim. He just comes up with the wackiest dialogue tree after slamming his water bottle. Fuck! Ah, shirtless man, damn you! And then marches over, and then he's just like, what are you talking about? He's trying his best to make it seem like he's not the weird one here, saying that the other guy was talking to him from across the gym, but meanwhile, he was the one that was recording him, and then calling him slurs. It doesn't add up. And he's doing it all with this really confused smile on his face. Like, it's just such a odd set of circumstances. A lot of the comments on this video compared the looks of this man to Eli Manning, and I can't unsee it. This actually does look like Eli Manning in an alternate universe. Anyway, dude comes up and makes threats saying that he'll fuck him up over not wearing a shirt is a crazy thing to try and fight about. But he's doing all of this with like a really big smile on his face, like he is grinning ear to ear. I can't tell if he wanted to fight or fuck this guy. I'm really not sure what his plan was or what he was wanting to happen. If I was to be an armchair psychologist, to me this seems like the sight of the shirtless man made him have thoughts that he wasn't happy about, so then he had this crazy big response because he felt bad about maybe being attracted to it. I really don't know. I can't think of a rational, reasonable explanation for why somebody would get this mad at something so small. Yes, if this is a gym that doesn't allow shirts to be off, it is improper etiquette to have your shirt off, but it's super easily solvable without this kind of hostility by just asking them to put their shirt back on, or even telling just gym staff, be like, hey, That guy's got his shirt off. You might want to talk to him about it if you don't want to be the one to do it. Like, it's just so easy without it being a big song and dance. I just had to share this because this really was a head scratcher of a video for me, getting this mad about something so insignificant. That's really about it. So yeah. What's up, everybody? It's CrITiKaL. I consider myself a bad rap enthusiast, a connoisseur in finding horrible rap atrocities, from bad rap battles filmed in the late 90s on fucking flip phone cameras and 30-pound camcorders, to regular modern rap music videos and rap battles that are just absolutely fucking abysmal. I love them all. I've seen thousands. I've dove as far down the rectum of bad rap as one man could possibly go. I have become a human colonoscopy for finding bad rap in the anus of the internet. And now I have finally found the biggest shit nugget of bad rap there is. This comes from a porn star named Riley Reid, a porn star I'm actually quite familiar with, a big fan of her work. Riley, if you're watching this, big fan, keep up the good work out there, but please give up the rap game. She released a song called Riley Reid Rap Original. Let's go ahead and watch this, and I'm going to try and break it down on important lines that I'd like to talk about.
Red face, put that water on your mustache.
I'm going to stop it right here for a moment. Red face, put that water on your mustache. What the fuck does that mean? Is the protagonist of this song a man who's just been exhausted after running so much, now he's red in the face and you're wanting him to put the sweat on his mustache? I'm confused by the first line, and I just thought I should point that shit out. Pussy wet from the money stack. Pussy wet from the money stack. Pussy wet from the money stack.
Triple stacks, bitch.
That is a perfectly timed what in the background, similar to how mainstream rap always has those yeahs in the background. She's using the what sample, and it couldn't have been more beautiful timing. Let you fuck my face, then the background what? You know, that's good stuff right there. I will give her. That is some artistic ingenuity that I can respect. Now, I know Riley Reid's out here spitting fire and cum in these lines, so I'm going to go ahead and give a little recap of the lyrics to this point. So from the start, red face, put that water on your mustache, porno swag, 100 G's, Louis duffel bag, pink pussy, make that dick have a heart attack, who that is, Riley Reid with my booty fat, Leslie Les swag, porno cam damn, pimp that bitch, woman and the men, got the money out the flick, headed to the trap, pussy getting so wet from the money stack, triple stacks bitch, we can out 100 pack, you ain't heard what I said. I'm gonna omit that for now, Riley. Run it back. My god, whore. My god, omitted. Whip a trick. Hello, lick one. I'm pussy as combat fuck. Omitted. 305 Dade County. Yeah, we known for getting rowdy. Spit stringing from my mouth. Let you fuck my face. So there's a little brief recap to bring everyone up to speed here. The lyrics resemble some of those romantic Facebook posts that people leave on those softcore porn Facebook sites that are just incomprehensible, overly horny old men who don't speak English very well. Suck my milk baggy fuck. Oh, come on, baby girl. Fuck face with ass, you know, stuff like that. It's pretty remarkable stuff here that Riley Reid's creating. Those are Riley Reid's moans that she's sampling in the song. I'd recognize those moans anywhere. Now, like I said, I've seen thousands of bad raps. I've seen them all. From fucking school teachers that create a rap music video for the first day of classes for their new 7th graders, and they're trying to appeal to them to make the students think that they're a cool teacher and with the times, but it just comes out really cringeworthy, you know. My name is Professor C. Let's have some fun this year in history. Do your homework. Don't be a jerk. Get it to me on time. I'll give you a dime. You know, shit like that. And still, this Riley Reid music video takes the cake for the worst rap I have ever heard. And that's not an honor I bestow upon something lightly. Not at all. It took a lot of thought. But the more I think about it, the worse this rap gets. This is just easily the worst rap I've ever heard. 2 lines I really liked in it, though. Pussy wet from the money stack, and good nutritious nut. That was a pretty solid line. That line is gold right there. If the whole rap could have kept that same intensity and momentum, you know, good nutritious nut, pussy wet money stacks, we might have been onto something here. A good rap, even. But alas, it fell apart. That's it. See ya. Yeah, that's right. I'm in a black t-shirt again. That's 2 times in 1 week. Where's your god now? Checkmate. So, what am I here to talk about today? Well, I've been getting a lot of emails, and in fact, I already knew of this video's existence, but a lot of people are claiming they found the worst song and music video on YouTube, claiming this is worse than Rebecca Black, this is the worst song we've ever seen. And that's a very prestigious accolade, let me tell you what. There are some classic boner jams on YouTube, such as Ice JJ Fish, D4NNY, Danny, just actual masterpiece level music we've been blessed with on this platform. So to claim that Sarah Brand's red dress is somehow sitting atop the pile of dog shit as the ultimate piece of shit among these classics is blasphemous. It made me upset, and I just spit in disgust. I'd actually heard this song and watched this music video way before it caught fire, because Troy sent it to me about, I think it was like almost a month ago now. Troy, who you all know from the Gentleman Project, all of our music videos, and in fact we have 3 music videos coming out within this month. It's why I'm in a black t-shirt, just finished filming one of them today. He sent it to me because he was just blown away by the quality of it. And I was also very impressed, but I don't think it's the worst song ever on YouTube, but we're going to watch it together, and I'll let you all be the judge. We'll go through it piece by piece and talk about it, so let's go ahead and start. This is Sarah Brand's Red Dress. Of the song are obviously positive, of course. The song sounds like when you hear something on the radio and then try and recreate it from memory, like emulate it while singing in the shower, but you don't really remember the lyrics and you don't really remember the melody, you just remember bits and pieces and just kind of fucking ham-fist that shit together. Except Sarah recorded that. It sounds like a song I've heard before, but it's not. This is an entirely original piece. The song sounds like when one of my drunk friends would do karaoke, but they were way too fucking drunk, so then it just kind of sounded like an overdose with a mic nearby. Like, I understand these are real words, but when I hear them with the music, it all just becomes like one giant, like, white noise, like rain hitting a window. It's really odd phenomenon. So the lyrics are in the description, so I obviously know what's being said, but I can't really hear both lyrics and music together because I feel like they're directing a story of a lady who just wants to grind on her boyfriend in church and give him like a lap dance or something, which is, of course, who can't relate to that. I don't know why anyone agreed to be in the music video, and no one spoke up and said, like, hey, why are you doing this? Is this on purpose? Which leads me to the conspiracy theory I've been reading, that this is self-aware. Sarah Brand is actually a master of satire. This was supposed to be like a parody of shitty songs or something that she's created, and it very well could be, because as it progresses, it gets more and more odd, like really peculiar and weird. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was made bad on purpose, because it hits all of the checks in the checkbox list for bad music. That she's a master storyteller, up there with Tolkien. This is obviously a narrative about the dichotomous relationship between being sexually active and still going to church. You can see it with the contrast of Sarah's personality. When she's in the red dress, she's throwing that ass in a circle. She's grinding that shit all up on her brother's face. Like, she's getting wild in the red dress. But when she snaps back during the verses and she's in her normal church-going attire, you'll notice this idea explored a little bit during the verses. The way she delivers the lyrics is at a lower volume. She sounds a bit shy. But then the chorus rolls around and Sarah throws on her red dress and she's ready to rip a dick off right during the church service. Pastor's up there going on about something and Sarah's got wiener on the brain. So she's just fucking busting it wide open doing some of this. Dress comes on, it gets real wild at church. And I think, the song may have its flaws, one could argue. But the music video, you can't fault the theme. I think She had an idea in her head, and she did her best to execute that theme. Genuinely don't think it's the worst song or music video on YouTube, not even close. It also doesn't have the same catchiness that the other classics do. By no means is it not catchy, like, you know, sometimes I'll be just humming Red Dress to myself, but it doesn't have the same impact that something like Danny's Goodbye has, you know what I mean? But it is, you know, it is a very impressive piece of work. That's about it, so yeah. Did Gunner make a video on that cologne? The, what was it? I forgot what it was called. He sent me a DM about it. It's a cologne by some goofball. Jesus, what was it called? It was called, like, Take Your Panties Off Scent? Scent of panties being off? What was it? Hold on. Oh my god, what is the name? Liquid Party Remover. There it is. LPR Liquid Party Remover. It's just, I don't even think I could show it on Twitch because he just has a bunch of like women shaking their ass and shit saying that if you put on Liquid Party Remover you're gonna get laid. It is so goofy. Gunner sent me that in a DM like a week or so ago. I thought I saw him make a video on it, but maybe not yet. Oh, it's Liquid Panty Remover? He needs a different font. Is it Liquid Panty or Liquid Party Remover? I think it might be, I think it is Panty. God, his branding is trash. Jesus fucking Christ. It is Liquid Panty Remover. Why would you remove a party? Brother, I don't know. This guy's brain is fried by Trin and Cologne. I don't know. I thought it was just a stupid name. Which it is. But I thought it was Liquid Party because the fucking cursive font he uses makes it seem like the N is an R because it doesn't fully finish. But yeah, it's a Liquid Panty Remover. The party is only starting. True. Mobile game ad. No, he actually makes mobile game ads, but for his cologne. And with more ass. Actually, probably about the same ass as normal mobile game ads, to be fair.
Called Liquid Panty Remover.
You see what I mean? Does that not look like Liquid Party Remover? That looks just like Liquid Party Remover. 100 fucking %. You can see why I got confused. It wasn't like a blatantly obvious panty remover.
Which just sounds like a date rape drug, honestly. Crazy brand.
True.
And this is a commercial he's made.
It does sound like a date rape drug.
If this shit's for real, check it out. It just ain't a fragrance.
It's a lifestyle.
Everyone's wondering, is this shit for real? Well, look at me in this bathtub with 2 women. This shit's for real.
Everybody who missed their chance to buy, this is your time to shine.
I always find it really fascinating in these things that the guy who sells it absolutely always looks like he's going through the most brutal midlife crisis ever. This guy is not young. He's got fucking frosted tips. He is straight out of like Backstreet Boys era. Trying to recapture those golden glory days of high school second string offensive lineman or something. And yet always do this same shit and look exactly the same.
What do they need to do, Louis? Click that link.
Buy it now.
Remember, you're a savage lion.
Amen, brother. I am a savage lion. Urgh.
Tell me I was fucking lying. Women are like in the bathtub with him, like yeah, Liquid Panty Remover, that got us in here. We don't even like this guy at all, actually. We hate him, but he smells so good that we have to be here with him, is I guess the promise of it. I don't know much.
Which is a
else
great
about
promise, honestly. That's a nice little cheat code. You'd have the worst personality look like actual dog nuts, but as long as you're wearing a really smelly, great cologne, gonna get laid. That is great. If such a product existed, he would have been a multi-billionaire.
I'm a savage lion. That was the outro.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get my cologne with pheromones.
Oh, yeah, that's his big thing. His cologne has pheromones in it, like unicorn tears or something. And that's what sets it apart and makes it so potent to make women just unable to say no to you, throwing themselves at you. The pheromones infused with his fragrance.
I mean, goddamn. Funny to have a tattoo of Jesus and you're selling something called Liquid Panty Remover. That's just not congruent. Here we go. This is another
Yeah, but Jesus fucked. I bet. You won't find that in the good book, but I bet if you ask anyone from back in the day, they'll be like, yeah, that man laid pipe. So, I mean, I think it tracks.
Think it was gonna work like this? I can't even go to the grocery store anymore. See? All I wanted to do was get some milk, and some fried chicken.
There you are.
Can you please leave me
You're trying to get milk and fried chicken. Why are you in the cleaning aisle?
alone? Random girl.
Good point. You can't even get the continuity right.
Do you see?
I can tell you why, though. There was already somebody in that aisle. And he felt a little bit of shame.
The women are fucking running into the window.
I repeat, don't do it. You don't want these type of pros.
How many girls did he hire?
Click the link.
Not enough. He should have had this like a World War Z situation where they just start like trampling each other, getting closer to the window until the pressure finally breaks it and it just shatters on Billy. That would have been ideal. That would have been fucking hype.
Bad taste.
If she don't like you,
What a
let her
great
make that
shirt.
good taste. Remember, you're a savage lion.
Okay, got it. So these are...
Fucking awesome tee though, brother. Do you think he wears this out in public? I bet he does. I don't even know why I'm asking. I know he does. Fucking epic. I bet all of the freshmen in college love when Billy comes over bringing in beer and a keg, doing keg stands with him.
fuck else is going on here? It looks like he threw every graphic from PNG.com that they let him download for sex. This is ridiculous. Now this one's weird.
And it's not enough.
He like is replying to someone else. Daily Loud says famous
Yes,
adult film
this is what I was
actor
talking
Ron
about.
Jeremy committed to mental hospital. I didn't even know that. And then Billy responds with, Ron was a big fan of liquid panty remover cologne. Link.
Which is amazing, by the way. So, for those that don't know, Ron Jeremy has like fucking 60 counts of rape. And a laundry list of other charges. He is a fucking massive sexual criminal. And Billy is so dumb that he thought this was like a good time to drop this ad saying that the rapist, the fucking rapist, is a big fan of liquid panty remover. You couldn't draw up worse PR for a brand. I'll make Ron fucking Jeremy the face of liquid panty remover. At least that was the idea. He's done this to a ton of other tweets though, but this one was a really special one. Man seems scarily self-aware in the goofiest way. Oh yeah, you'd be an idiot to think that he's not self-aware. He is self-aware to a degree. Like 100%. Absolutely. This is not self-aware. This is self-sabotage. This is like masochism for your company. Like, that is such an awful idea. It's not even like a good meme. How can anyone take this seriously? I mean, it's not to be taken seriously, but to actually buy it as like a real consumer takes a level of absolute delusion that I think is almost admirable. Like, I 100% believe there are some young teens that think this guy's the coolest. No doubt. Like, holy shit, Billy Nolan is surrounded by bitches. Yeah, no, they're not paid to be there. They probably just really love the smell of liquid panty remover on Billy Nolan. What if it actually smells good? It might, I don't know. I will say, you have to tremendously fuck up to make cologne or perfume smell bad. Hard disagree. I don't know, man. I've smelled 1,000 of these goddamn fragrances. When I was doing the Gwen Stefani vaginal candle, or Gwyneth Paltrow vagina candle and her orgasm candle, I got deep into that fragrance game from all those goofy fragrances people used to push. I've never smelled one where I was like, this is offensively bad. There's some that are too strong, but it's not like they smelled shitty, they were just too strong. Like, I never smelt one that was like offensively shit unless it planned to be. Like, there was one that was what was it, like sewage and cigarettes or something? I don't know. It was a meme fragrance. It was meant to smell like shit, and it did. But I never smelt one that didn't try to be shitty that was bad. Axe spray? Even Axe, like, okay, Axe chocolate, I'll give you, is probably one of the worst fragrances that doesn't try to be shitty. I remember that one when I was a kid. I was even like, wow, it's gonna get me thrown out of school if I wear this. But like all the other Axe, they don't smell bad. They are just too strong. But you can't argue that because it is too strong, it is bad. I will give you that. I'm just talking about from like a pure aroma standpoint. It's not like the actual fragrance reminded me of like sewage and cigarettes, for example. According to his Wikipedia, Billy Nolan is single. I don't think the cologne works. Well, that's it working at maximal efficiency. He stays single by choice because he wants every woman on the planet. He's like that. He's like the villain from Kingsman, but instead of like that signal that gets sent to people's brain that makes them fight each other, he has a smell that gets into women's brains and makes them want to fuck him. So as he walks around, like, women are just drawn to him, like in a cartoon where someone smells like an apple pie and they start like floating to it. That's Billy Nolan with the liquid panty remover. He can't afford to get attached. The other women would kill whoever he chose. True. He does it for their own safety. Like the guy from Black Widow. Actual Black Widow plotline, yeah. Spoiler, I guess. But the main villain, his superpower is he's stinky. He wears a cologne that makes it so they can't hurt him. Actually, yeah, that is literally the plot point. He wears a stinky cologne that's subtle, so when Black Widow's about to kill the main villain, she's like, "What? I can't kill him." And he's like, "That's because you smelled me." So he goes on to explain that he engineered a cologne that when smelt makes people unable to, like, do him harm. So the way she gets around it is she breaks her nose so she can't smell it anymore. It's so fucking bad. TikTok's such a weird place. I'm sure most of you have seen the trend that's existed since the inception of the platform where thirsty teenagers make those videos like, "I would be a bad boyfriend because I'd love you too much," or "You shouldn't date me because I just love you too much. You'd be suffocated with my overwhelming love." You know, shit like that. It's super weird. It's like romance to them is like it is in anime. It's just super fucking goofy. But today someone sent me a link to a guy, an Adonis, really. And I took one look at this man and I said, yeah, this guy fucks. And then it turns out he doesn't. A lot of his videos are just about relationships and why he's not in one, and why he would be a shitty boyfriend. And it's the cliche thing I mentioned where he's like, I'm too much of a lover. My love is too powerful for mere mortals to understand and tolerate. I would literally murder someone with love. I would fuck their butthole with love, and you're not ready for it. Thus, I have to be single.
Everybody wants to know why I'm single, and these are some reasons why. If I was your boyfriend, I would be very overprotective. Like, no one's talking to you but me. I would want to hang out all the time. Like, I want to be with you. I would FaceTime you and text you constantly, and then you would probably end up getting annoyed.
Bro, I'm not even dating you and I'm ready to break up. He's just actually listing off red flags and giving legitimate reasons why he would fucking suck to be in a relationship with. It's supposed to be one of those cutesy videos where girls are supposed to have their heart melt like, "Aw, he's single because he's so caring." But his just comes across as, wow, I can totally see why he's single with this kind of shit. It almost just sounds like threats like, hey, if we're dating, you're not talking to anyone but me. Your parents? Nope, we're cutting them out. Your imaginary friend? I'm gonna go in there and fucking murder him. You are only gonna communicate with me. Thus, I have to lock you in the basement to make sure that you don't betray me and talk to somebody that's not me.
I want everyone to know. Like, I want all my friends, all your friends, my family, your family. I want everyone to know that we're together. So those are some reasons why I'm single.
You know, to be honest, I actually can't believe that he's single. These aren't the worst qualities in the world. Yeah, you know, maybe it's a bit clingy, but it could be worse. He could be addicted to ketamine. Maybe he is, but he didn't mention it here. And if this is all that's wrong with him here, hey, maybe it's worth the chance.
A message for all ladies. All right, ladies, listen. Any guy you date should see you as a priority, not an afterthought. If a guy can only text you how he feels, he doesn't feel anything. If a guy's not willing to show you off, you can show him the door. If all they want to do is play Fortnite, you tell them good night.
Actually, pretty good advice here, I have to admit. If your man just wants to play Fortnite, you just tell him night-night, and then you go and turn yourself into the police because you were dating a child, you sick fuck.
Yes, I'm single, but if I wasn't and I was in a relationship...
I'm wet, panties are sodden, god damn it, he's the perfect man. Jesus Christ. You'll notice that there's like a striking similarity between the things that would make him a good boyfriend and the things that also make him a bad boyfriend. It's basically just the same thing. He's obsessive. Like, he will literally always be there. Like the boogeyman under your bed, making sure that you're sleeping soundly. If you date me, I'm slapping that fucking phone out of your hand, trying to talk to somebody that's not me, you naughty harpy. The fuck do you think you're doing? I'm always there to hype you up. You want to do something? You do it and I'll be there to cheer you on. As long as it's just me there, cheering you on.
Reasons why I'm a bad boyfriend. I always want kisses and hugs. Like, even if it's random, no matter what time, I always want them. I always want to give you anything and everything. Like, even if I don't have it, I just want to give it to you. I don't want you to pay for anything. Even if I don't have enough money, I want to spoil you. Dinners, movie, anything, I want to pay for it. I won't let you. I want to show you off. I'm gonna post about you. Even if you don't want me to do it, I can't help it. I want to show you off, baby. I will always put you before me. Even if you're having a great day and I'm not, I will just hype your day up and I won't tell you about how bad my day was. But those are some reasons why I'm a bad boyfriend.
Oh my god, it's so dreamy. You don't want me to post about you? That's too fucking bad. I'm putting your nudes on Twitter because I'm so proud of you, baby. You got a great body. Those ass cheeks and the way that they can clap. Oh my god. The world needs to know. I'm going to show you off, baby. I feel bad singling this guy out because, like I said, it's so common. So many people on TikTok do this exact same shit. Like, I'm such a bad boy. I would take you to a drive-thru and I wouldn't let you pay for your meal because I'm bad. I'd be a bad boyfriend. But the reason I chose him is because he has whole compilations dedicated to these videos because he's done so many of them. And it just made it easy to have like a nice cum dumpster full of these bad versus good boyfriend things. So anyway, I just wanted to briefly touch on this because I think it's super weird. I know it's not like uncommon for people to be like, I'm actually super shitty at being in relationships because I'm just too goddamn nice. Nice guys don't win, am I right, girls? Yeah, I see a lot of that shit, and then this is kind of the same thing. Like, I'm a bad boyfriend because I just want to love a girl, and girls don't want to be loved. They want an asshole douchebag, so I'd be a bad boyfriend. I see it all over the place, and this guy, he's just done it so many times, I figured it'd be a good example to talk about the trend and go into detail on it. Yeah, so that's really about it. So yeah.
I don't mind it though. I'm the bro whisperer. That's what they call me.
Oh, really, dude?
I moved in a house recently. I moved in a new house in LA. Whenever you move in a new house, it's always weird, but it's even weirder in the middle of a pandemic. So we moved in a new house. My girl goes, why don't you just go over and introduce yourself, right? I'll bake some Mexican cookies. And you go over there. I'm like, what the f***'s a Mexican cookie? What are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with salsa all over it? What are you talking about? What are you... Dicey.
He said it! He said it!
Brendan Schaub's Gringo Poppy is the worst special I've ever seen. Potentially the worst special in the history of stand-up comedy. That is not an exaggeration. No one had high hopes for this. We all expected a shit show, but I don't think anyone expected this.
Later, Puto! Puto! Puto?
3 years since Schaub's last special. Nearly a year of him hyping this thing up. He even delayed it an extra month after promising it would be out in March. And this is what we got? A 25-minute YouTube video? 25 minutes of some of the laziest jokes I've ever heard. A special that makes Carlos Mencia look like George Carlin. Just barely over a week since its release, and this special has over 70,000 dislikes. It's been roundly gadooshed and sits at a shockingly high 1.1 out of 10 stars on IMDb, down 0.5 stars from Schaub's last special. So it begs the question, is it really that bad, or am I just another hater? It's that bad. It's so much worse than we expected. After Schaub enters to Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation, a song his record label produced because he has one apparently. What's another failed business venture to a guy like this? The first thing you'll notice is the set, and wow. It's so bad, it's distracting. From the mismatched cardboard cutout buildings to the blue tarp behind them that's not even wide enough to fill out the entire shot, it's an assault on the eyes. And it may seem trivial to even talk about a comedy special set, but this is Brendan Schaub, who is A, not a comedian, and B, a man who cares deeply about appearances. Compare this set to You'd Be Surprised, where Schaub took to the stage of a 1,400-seat theater with his name in lights behind him, whereas Gringo Poppy was filmed in Dallas, Texas at the Addison Improv, a club with a max capacity of 300, with this backdrop. It's a noticeable downgrade. I can only assume without Showtime's funding, this was the best Schaub's Thick Boy squad could afford. But why this? What is this? The special's called Gringo Poppy. Just a regular old Mexican flag would have been a better choice and way less distracting. Hell, why not just get rid of it altogether? The Addison's brick wall would have done just fine. It's not like Schaub's trying to hide where this special was filmed. He mentions the fact that he's in Texas a good 3 or 4 times.
It's good to be in Dallas, man. You guys do it right. There's a reason I decided to shoot my special here, man. You guys just give me so much love. I absolutely love Texas, man. I love you, Texas.
I don't know if it's an attempt at getting some cheap applause or if that's just the way Schaub reminds himself where he is. Because twice throughout this special, he forgets and starts talking to the audience like he's in Mexico talking to Mexicans.
One of the many things I love about the Mexican culture is, and I do love your culture, man. One of the many things I love about it is you guys always have something to celebrate. The other thing I love about the Mexican culture is you guys stick together. You guys are so loyal to each other. You fucking have each other's back, and I love that.
CTE ain't whiskey, Papa. It doesn't get better with age.
It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm.
Schaub can't seem to decide if he's the authority on Mexicans or if he's playing to an audience full of them. Kinda seems like this whole special was a piss-poor attempt at reaching a new audience below the border as his fan base dwindles in America, but I can't imagine any Mexicans walking away a new fan of Schaub as a result of this special. This is low-hanging fruit. Walk into a middle school classroom and you'll hear kids making the same jokes, if not funnier.
Every time dinner would come, I'm like, oh, does she really think beans go with every goddamn meal? Is she serious? She for real? Every time dinner would come, like, does it ever occur to her? Maybe Brendan's not trying to shit his pants tonight. How about that?
Maybe jokes about Brendan's butthole aren't your thing. Don't worry, Brendan's just getting started. There's plenty more eye-opening Mexican commentary where that came from. They also have a lot of kids.
I was taking my family out for dinner the other night. By family, I mean all 15 of them.
And if you think that's bad, buckle up, me-ho, because there's a total of 3 jokes about flaming hot Cheetos. Because, you know, Mexicans love them.
Oh, the other thing you should know about dating a Mexican, nobody told me this. There's gonna be flaming hot Cheetos all over your house. They love them. They love them. It's like catnip for Mexicans. They love them. We're driving to couples therapy. She's crying just because she ran out of flaming hot Cheetos. I walk in the house. These Mexicans give a fuck about social distancing. There was a mask in sight. I walk in the house. There's a mariachi band. They're beating the shit out of this piñata. There's flaming hot Cheetos spraying over the goddamn living room.
It's like he Googled Mexican stereotypes and stretched out the 3 things he was able to read into a 25-minute set. And sometimes it's even less than that. Sometimes the joke is literally just watching Schaub try to pronounce things in Spanish.
Huevos rancheros. Carne asada. Pico de gallo. And my favorite, chili. Every night, though, every night.
That poor microphone. Everybody in the audience just has to sit there and watch as he violates it. Going over Schaub's actual material seems almost pointless because it's not really about what he says, it's how he says it. So many of these jokes don't even have punchlines. They just end with a shit or a fuck.
White people, we're not like that, are we? As soon as we turn 16, we'll all fucking see it, Peter and Debbie, and fucking... Those are my real parent names. I told you I'm white as shit, man. Apparently the Mexican culture, turn 15's a big deal. White people, we don't give a fuck.
It's a page taken straight out of the Mencia playbook. But hey, at least he's not a phony Mexican. He is a good excuse, you know. His wife is Mexican after all, but not just Mexican. That's not good enough for Shab. For the sake of this special, she's illegal.
I married a Mexican, y'all. I married a Mexican. I thought you would like that. Listen. Listen. I thought you guys would enjoy that. Listen, Dallas. I don't mean like Taco Bell Mexican. No. I'm talking Guadalajara. Born and raised. Came to the States 10 years ago. Illegally Mexican.
Oh, really, dude?
Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, so I was born in Hollywood, California, which is ironic, but it's true. I was born at Kaiser off of Sunset.
That's a dicey one, B. Did you really need to lie about that? Why do you keep exaggerating people's accents and their ethnicities for the sake of your lame jokes? Your poor wife, she's still dealing with the backlash of you very publicly cheating on her and suing everyone that mentions it. And then you go and release a special where you shit on her, not specifically for anything she's done, but because her background is a good excuse for you to pack your special with lame one-liners. I mean, there are some jokes in here that paint her out to look pretty bad, but they're so over-the-top ridiculous, I can't help but think they're just more lies from the mind of Mushmouth Mencia.
All his little friends out front in their first day outfits. I'm like, oh my God, you guys are cute as shit. I need to document this. I go, T, get tight. There's a bunch of you squeezing tight. Daddy's gonna take a picture. Ready? Cheese on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese. They're all cheese. I take out my phone. I'm all, hell yeah. I snap a pic. I text it to my girl. She gets it. She looks at it. She goes, crop out the uglies. Resend.
Shab's a joke thief. I think we're all well aware, but I didn't notice any directly stolen material in this set, at least not from other comedians' specials. He does borrow a few mannerisms like Kevin Hart's silly walk or Dave Chappelle's mic slap, but I think the funniest bit of sampling comes when Shab tries to tell a joke about his mother-in-law mixing up keto and taquito. It's a completely made-up story. The reality is, Rogan made fun of Brendan for doing exactly that.
So I walked in, I go, Mama, you know I love Mama, what are you doing? I know you know, I'm on keto. I know you know, somebody told you I'm on keto. She goes, mijo, bueno, ándale, mijo. Cabron, look, cabron. She grabs this tray, she goes, cabron, look, taquitos. It's keto, bitch!
I just threw up in my mouth. It's all good, though. Back to the keto diet. So, I have more knowledge now.
Did you say taquito diet?
Yeah, dude,
Taquito diet.
I'm fucking...
Back to the Freud.
I'm
back to the
struggle city right now. I threw up in my mouth.
The hilarity of Brendan sifting through hours of JRE for material to do on stage aside, stuff like this really makes you wonder if all the jokes he made at the expense of his Mexican family are just projection. Fuck-ups he's made that he'd rather pin on his family. The balls on this guy to make fun of anyone for not speaking English properly. It's pretty scummy to pass your redactedness off onto your family because you're too thin-skinned to be self-deprecating. Another thing, Shab laughs at his jokes a lot in this special, arguably more than the audience does. Guy's cracking himself up. He rushes through his delivery. He laughs to let the audience know when to laugh. And when all else fails and he's not getting the reaction he was hoping for, he name drops for cheap, easy applause.
You know how like Theo Von can't pronounce cocaine? You know how like he struggles with cocaine? This thing was Mufasa. Fucking, It's like this mountain lion ate Joe Rogan's trash. This thing was fucking...
The two biggest reactions Shab got on this special were the result of mentioning Joe Rogan and Theo Von. The audience isn't cheering because he made them laugh. They're cheering because they recognize the names. It's shameless. Really just serves to highlight what utter duds his actual jokes are.
Holy shit, dude! Yeah, I got it done. I got that Johnson & Johnson, bro. I don't feel good, bro. I can't stop sweating, bro. I feel like I'm growing wings, bro.
And may I remind you that this special was cobbled together from 5 different recordings. These are the best takes he got. Not even editing could save this train wreck. You can see the audience. You can tell when they're laughing. When it just cuts to a shot of the audience and it's completely different people, or suddenly a guy who was previously sitting perfectly still is cracking the fuck up, you know the joke bombed. These quick cuts and piped in laughs aren't enough to hide that from anyone paying attention. There are points where Brendan is just completely stumbling through his set, and that's when you remember that there are 4 takes sitting on the cutting room floor that were comparatively worse than this.
Remember the first dumbass that messed it all up for everybody, scared the shit out of from getting vaccinated? Remember that idiot? He's all over the news stations.
The Shabisms are off the charts in this special. So egregious at times that even YouTube's closed captions were struggling to translate his babble.
And my favorite, chili, Well, no, dumbass. It's a line of the mountains, dude. It's fucking...
But the highlight of the show, by far, is the absolute bomb that Brendan ends his set on. This story about him defending his home against a mountain lion. A story that clearly never happened. He talks about walking into a gun shop in LA and leaving with a laser-sighted AR and night vision goggles. As if the Texans he's telling this joke to don't know anything about gun laws. That maybe they're a little more strict in California. But lies aside, this bit goes nowhere. It leads up to this big confrontation between Shab and the lion, and then it just ends. No big laugh, no real punchline, not even a conclusion to the story. It's just over. And for presumably the next 3 years until Shab releases another special, this bomb is how audiences will remember him. This is the big bang he went out on.
Dude, I went, oh shit! And I slammed the door. Dude, I threw my AR-15 like this. I fucking threw my night vision. I'm not even left-handed. I was like, oh my god. Still got my Ugg boots, still got the big dick. Not a big deal. Sorry. I got on that Ring app the next morning and went, yo, we got a mountain lion problem, y'all.
That was just my time. I love you guys.
That race to the finish, that rush to get off stage perfectly summarizes this whole experience. Gringo Poppy is the name of the special, but I almost feel like You'd Be Surprised would have been a better name for this one, because honestly, I am. I'm surprised someone can work for 3 years to produce a special that's half as long as their first one. I'm surprised it took 5 takes to produce something this mediocre. I'm surprised the rating is only at 1.1 stars on IMDb. That seems really quite generous. Like, what do you have to do to earn less than a 1-star rating? Literally not show up? Just a still image of this shitty backdrop for 25 minutes? That might actually be an improvement over what we got. 25 minutes has never felt so long. Gringo Poppy was so unfunny, it stole future laughs away from me. 3 months from now, I'm gonna see someone shit their pants, and I'm not even gonna crack a smile because I'll still be thinking about Brendan's Mexican cookie joke. No wonder Shab had to finance this whole thing himself. Showtime would have to be run by the most incompetent fools in America to fund this dumpster fire. Even Netflix's standards are too high for Gringo Poppy over here. There are legitimately great comedy specials on YouTube. You don't need a big production company to give you the green light on being funny, but no amount of money could have saved this from being anything other than terrible. If Gringo Poppy is a comedy special, then I don't know what a comedy special is anymore. Is this less than half an hour YouTube video a special? It's not even an average. Can you really call 25 minutes of silly faces and yelling peppered in with some flaming hot Cheetos jokes special? This thing is so universally panned that even comedians that would otherwise know to keep their mouths shut are starting to let loose on Senior Schwab. No amount of artificial view count inflation can hide the fact that Gringo Poppy is a real genuine stinker. Objectively, not funny. I don't know where Shab's career goes from here, what his next course of action will be, but I'm not so dumb to think that it can't get any worse than this, because Brendan has consistently proven that he is more than capable of embarrassing himself in a more spectacular fashion week after week. Be it another dud of a special, more lawsuits to come, or perhaps another tale of one of his legendary trugwogs. No matter the case, I'm sure we'll all look back on Gringo Poppy as just another one of Bappa's many blunders. Don't get me wrong, it's bad, it's downright atrocious, but Shab can and will do worse. I, for one, can't wait for Brendan's next special in 2025. I heard it's going on TikTok. A minute 30 of Shab's best jokes strung together over 7 takes. Which ethnicity will he lazily mock in his upcoming special? Only time will tell. But one thing's for certain, it won't be Italians. He's not burning that Rogan bridge. It's all he's got. Anyways, I've overstayed my welcome. I'll leave you guys and Shab with this message. A little something for our Gringo Poppy before he and Bent Pixels inevitably decide to copyright strike this video. Ask Jay if you need help translating this one.
En virtud de la sección 107 de la Ley de Derechos de Autor de 1976, se permite el uso justo para fines tales como críticas, comentarios, informes de noticias, becas e investigación. El uso justo es un uso permitido por el Estatuto de Derechos de Autor que de otro modo podría estar infringiendo. El uso sin fines de lucro, educativo o personal inclina la balanza a favor del uso justo. Tú eres redacted.
This Twitch streamer hasn't cleaned his room since 2005. Oh my god. Yeah, this one's like a landfill.
Hours of content.
Oh my god.
When
You're
you
not gonna
had
be
the
able to do
green
this in
screen
one
on, I could
night.
hear heaps of trash when you walked out. That
So-
used to be mac and cheese.
He doesn't look that old. How has he not cleaned his room since 2005? Like, he'd be living at his parents' house for sure. They just let it ride? There's rats and maggots in there? Oh, no doubt.
On the other
Yeah.
side of the rooms.
Here's my setup, right?
His
This
setup's
is where I play video games.
relatively clean
And then right there,
compared to
over
the
here,
rest.
that's my door, and then that's the trash. And this is all.
He's even got like a box light here. He's like, I want to make sure my streaming setup is optimized, so I'll get a box light. I won't clean up the trash, but I'll get a box light and an Elgato. Man's got professional lighting at the local landfill. Priorities. Now we're cooking.
Never mind, I'm not opening
His
the
room
door.
is more radioactive than the elephant's foot.
What a nice setup.
What a specific reference. That's a Chernobyl reference.
Fuck. Yeah. That's
And
not a
then there's-
snack box. That's
there's
like
the actual
fucking
snack
food
box,
on a
and
goddamn
there's all the
pedestal.
That's
food
a-
from the snack box.
So he had the snack box is a fishing tackle box here. So he fucking filled a fishing tackle box full of snacks, ate most of the snacks, and then buried it like pirate's treasure.
Oh wow! Look at all the MRE packaging.
Yeah. Dude,
Wait, what? He eats MREs? Oh my god! Wait, that's amazing. Yeah. Why? Why MREs? What the fuck what is happening? Is he like a government operative by the U.S. military to see how messy one man can be for 14 years?
Oh come on, dude! You just started. Let's go.
I just
Keep
started.
going. Keep
I
going.
saw piss
He's
balls.
This is a good friend. Whoever's in this call right now is a great friend.
There's a piss bottle, dude.
It's fucking compacted like fucking sandstone, dude. It's like fucking sandstone. I had reached up under that shit.
Oh my god.
I won't put it in the Miscord. Miscord's scary.
So why? I don't get it. Why is he choking now? He lives in this. He has lived in this for 14 years. Why all of a sudden now is he repulsed by it and choking and coughing? Did he give himself black lung like Zoolander? Like now he just has like permanently scarred lungs or something? Oh, because he's stirring it up? Yeah, but it wouldn't matter, right? Because he has a fucking piss bottle. He has a jug of urine. Right? Like that's gonna stink to high heaven no matter what you do. Like, the only thing I could think of is that he, like, routinely sprays Lysol in order to mask the smell. But it seems like he sleeps here. Right? So that's going to run out at some point. It's just baffling, because it's his room. Like, he puts his feet on this sticky, yucky floor. Unless he props it up on garbage. Like the king of filth or something.
Imagine you wake up and you smell my room, and you open your eyes and you see my room every day.
Dude.
Sounds like paradise. Wow, look at that.
Get there. No, don't show that on.
Did you think I green screen because you think it increases my production value or something? I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm a 0 viewer Andy, so you can't see my fucking room.
Unironically kind of genius. So it looks like he puts a green screen up to hide the trash heap behind him. Fucking galaxy brain. Actually smart. Like, why even clean? I'll just put up a clean, cool background.
Dude.
I'm gonna.
There's a whole pot of macaroni still behind him.
Cam, like, inexplicably, it's because I'm.
He has so much mac and cheese. There's mac on the floor. This dude's diet is nothing but mac and cheese and Monster. Holy shit. Kraft must have loved this guy. What? So, why put it in the trash bag at all? What was so special that he decided to actually bag up? Because most of it's just mac and cheese pots and trash on the floor. This must be like some sentimental garbage. It didn't make it to the dumpster, but it still had somewhat of a journey. There's some care given to these. Oh, recyclables. Oh, right. Right.
You know when you take a piss and you forget to flush the toilet and you come back the next day, so you spray Febreze on it? It's that smell. Just imagine.
What is that story?
Dude, that's fucking. Ugh.
Imagine, or no, you know when you go to take a piss and you forget to flush it, so you come back the next day and spray Febreze on it. Nobody does that. Just flush it. Why would I spray Febreze on my pee-peed toilet? There's no human being on the goddamn planet that would do that. You just flush. Like, it's more work to spray it.
Here's some more just fucking.
Oh my god.
Stop. Okay, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna stop.
Look at that. Yum, yum, yum.
It's like a chimney.
Yummy. Alright, so how did
so many
get to this
pots.
state? Basically, I moved into this house in like 2004, 2005, and I didn't clean it. And now it's this bad. Oh, there's a fucking spider. Holy
Oh,
fuck.
I'd love to see the rest of the house.
Die, son of a...
Test.
I would love to see the rest of this house. Oh, thank God. Take me on a tour.
Test. Oh my god.
Well, the kitchen's somewhat
Christ,
clean.
What the fuck?
Like,
Oh,
relatively
it's a clean
speaking.
house. Look at that. Holy shit.
Aw.
Yo. Okay, Bodhi, relax.
Honestly, just move.
Hire
Fuck
a
it.
cleaning crew for him. What do I look like? His fucking mom? Get up and clean now. Get up.
He's
and
making
clean
good
now.
progress.
That hurts. I don't wanna. A little bit of black
No,
mold in
don't
there.
show it.
Isn't
Don't
that-
show it.
There
Don't
it
show
is,
it.
dude.
Don't.
That is the same pot he has shown 3 times. Just throw it away. Just throw it away. This man keeps picking up this pot and setting it back down. Just throw it away.
Don't. Bro,
It's
you
a
are
trophy.
doing the bare minimum. Dude, he's doing something. You're sitting there on your fucking computer typing shit in his chat. Fuck off.
Not
Stop
cleaning
weird
your
chipping me,
chip.
chat. Shut
No.
He fucking set that goddamn pot down again. Is this the same one? No, this is different. Nope, here it is. That's the same fucking pot. How many times is he gonna pick this goddamn thing up and still set it back down? Why? Just throw it away. He's so wet to the pot. I guess it's just like a permanent fixture. No, there's no cleaning it. You can't clean that. It's fucking stained with years of sin. Just get rid of it. There's no reason to try and salvage any of these pots. It's full of fucking black mold and other residue and bacteria and shit.
What do we have to say about that fucking?
Wow, what a time lapse. Or not time lapse, time jump. The rest of his house is
That's not his
moderately
cat. There's
organized.
No way that's his cat, dude. There is no way that's his cat. All right, DC. All right.
Finally, he's moving the pot.
You should have seen the look on its fucking face, dude. Holy fuck.
Put the pot in the box.
Did IRL.
How long has he been cleaning, I wonder? They said 4 hours. But that was a while ago.
What is it? Is it a dead rat?
No, it's...
Yeah, it was a dead rat! No way! That was actually a dead rat, dude! Yo, clip it! Clip it and chip it, boys!
It's
I
not
didn't
a dead
see
rat.
it.
It's about 100 dead maggots.
Oh no, dude! Oh shit!
It definitely wasn't a rat. Rats are big. I would have
Yo,
noticed
what
it.
the fuck?
Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna... Alright.
Oh, gross.
There's still so much room in that bag. Oh, you amateur.
Maggots in the corner.
Terrible.
It still is fucking terrible. What are you talking about?
It used to be so much worse.
He's made
This is
so much
6 hours
progress
of
in one
work
day.
Later, man. We already saw LMFAO
6 hours.
day.
Definitely has bed bugs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but bed bugs aren't necessarily the result of trash, right? I don't think, like, dirt around a bed creates bed bugs. I don't exactly know what does, though.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
How fast can you go, chat? Chat, how fast can you go? How fast can you
Holy
go, chat?
shit.
Hurry up, you guys are taking too fucking long. What is that? Is that fucking like poop?
Yeah, it's maggots.
It's like maggots and
Dude,
lice.
get that out of there. You ever
The
get,
lice
like,
are
a
even
fucking bug,
confused
like,
in this
crawl on your
filth.
fucking face in the middle of the night.
Yeah, like
They can't
the
find his
laser
hair.
spider in our bed, man. Boys, we've discovered pizza.
Let's go! Oh, they didn't show the finished product. Oh, here, this is his channel. Jesus Christ. He's really cruising. Also, this is wildly sped up. He's like a ghost moving through the frame. Holy shit. It's like a strobe light. Little Caesar's box. That's just a thing of chocolate milk that he stole from the cafeteria. He's the Flash. Yeah, this is like that Quicksilver scene from the X-Men movie. This had to be the dirtiest room on Twitch. Bar none. Like, nothing else even comes close. I would be super curious, though. There should be, like, a Twitch-wide competition to see who has the filthiest fucking room. But it needs to be spontaneous so people don't game it. It's gotta be, like, authentic grease and grime. I wonder how many trash bags he went through. It couldn't have been less than 200. Probably, no, it was probably like 300 plus. Oh, he brought in a helper. Now they're tag teaming it. There was no way to solo that pile, so that was the right call. Oh, don't tell me you're done. Wait, what? There's still a whole closet of filth back here. But I do appreciate that he brought in a rowing machine. That's pretty sweet, actually. That's cool. Clean the closet. What the fuck? Are we just gonna ignore that? Oh, that's gonna bother me if you don't clean it. I'm gonna be if you don't clean that. You are right next to it. I'm gonna be upset if you don't clean that. Come on, Junior. Oh my God, he's just gonna let it ride. At least shut the fucking door. Oh my Lord, just Christ. Out of sight, out of mind. He came all this way. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, much better. Much better. Yeah, he was like 95% of the way there and then called it quits for a minute. He took like a whole week off. Alright, now I'm satisfied. They didn't even show the finished product? What? Alright. I'll use my imagination. They really did do a great job, though. Hopefully it stayed clean. What was his name? Jägermeister? Let's see. Oh, wow. We'll never know. His last stream was 4 years ago. Wait, that can't be. The math doesn't even check out. This whole experience was 3 years ago. I'm assuming it just doesn't save the VODs. His description is, I'm the trash man. Nice. How is that possible? This is... I don't get it. This is less than a year. How could it have accumulated this much filth? I don't get it. What the fuck went wrong? Probably COVID. Bro, it is January 8th, 2020. Unless this guy was stockpiling to hibernate through all of COVID, there is no way that it should have ended up like this. I don't know how Season 2 is somehow more dirty. This guy must just, like, buy houses from hoarders and then set up a streaming computer. I don't get it. How is that even possible? But with the big Twitch purge, it looks like it didn't survive. This is an impressive amount of trash to build up in less than a year, though. Like, he was really working for it. I am a hoarder, help. Let me just take a quick survey here. Hoarding's the right word for it. It's not filthy. This looks like sealed products. Mostly. So this is just a lot of clutter.
Living room.
Okay, this side's a lot worse. Okay, so Domino's pizza box. I think this is a massage chair flipped upside down. I don't know, if some weird fucking apparatus to sit in. This is a road worker's uniform. I don't know what that's there for. I guess they shook him down for his clothes to throw in the house for fun. A nuisance, but it's not, like, revolting. No one's gonna come in here and, like, puke like they would if they went to XQC's room or Jägermeister's or Asmund's. This is just one of those things where it's like, ugh, what a headache.
Have you seen Hoarders, the TV show? Mm-hmm. A lot of it's from.
I like that
Mail,
answer.
You can see, for
what are these? Official trading cards, but why? Was it like an investment gone wrong? Pokemon cards are blowing up, so why not these? The streaming room's pretty clean. Oh, never mind. I didn't even see all this down here. Okay. So this is less hoarding. This is less like hoarding clutter and more human waste. So a lot of food and drink shit. This is like a carton of milk. That's hype.
E-fuel cans to
Yeah.
shoes to plates to
Okay, yeah.
U2s and a dead Pepe the Frog.
So his spot is pretty
There's
gross.
just a lot of trash in here, Papa. We'd get these boxes and then we just store shit in them.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you do that though? Yeah, I love I love Olive Garden, so I'll get takeout and I'll keep the box. Just in case I ever need it. That's such a weird thought process. Like, it's nice to have boxes, I guess, but why tiny Hard Rock boxes? Just get yourself like an actual box. Wow.
This is just Lego. So
What the fuck? Alright, his closet's fucking awesome. Alright. It's not just Lego, by the way. You have Connects right here. So don't disrespect Connects. I used to love Connects. So, what? But why? He doesn't build them. He just collects the Lego boxes. I guess just for fun? Like, just to hoard all the Legos so kids can't have them? Just as a fuck you?
I don't know why, Papa, do you shit a lot? This is your toilet. Look how many shit
What the fuck is that?
Why is there a fucking milkshake here as well? Then, moving further...
Alright, so his dad is definitely the grosser one here. The man just piles up toilet paper rolls and a milkshake. You can't even use this sink. Alright, so this one's pretty gross. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. This is yucky.
There's old blood all over it because I cut my finger. I think you can see one blood in here as well. Yeah, here on the wall you can see some of the blood.
Didn't even bother to wipe it? Like once?
Yeah, you see? It's blood.
Fucking crime scene.
Yeah, it's
Oh my god. So this is where he opens all of the CSGO trading cards. Man just wakes up after a wet dream. He's like, fuck, let me see if I can pull a simple card. Spends 2 hours just throwing the wrappers off to the side. So this is like a Halloween department store. He's got a cool mask. Some suitcases. I don't even know what this is. Sealed board games? What is this? Settlers of Catan or something? What is this over here? Oh, you can't even see it. That's so much fucking milk. These are all milk, right? I can't read it. It's kind of blurry, but I'm pretty sure this is all fucking milk. Oh my god, that's so rancid. Oh my lord. At least, if there's any compliments I can pay to the other battle stations, at the very least, it was sodas. So those will like mold and shit and get gross, but the milk curdling and spoiling is so much fouler. Whoa. But yeah, his bones must be strong as fuck. There's no way the two of them do it themselves. They hire a professional or something. I just don't believe it. This is too much for just two men.
We see some progress. I'm not sure if you look more like a German gimp or if you look like an executioner from the 1600s. We're still sorting the things half an hour later. It is going decently. I think Papa's gonna fall asleep soon. Papa, since
I can't believe they're actually gonna try and two-man this.
You can have a beer. This is a fan.
That's so admirable.
We appreciate it. Yes. Maybe we're gonna get rid of it, probably. But
they're not even cleaning. They're just kind of playing. They're just hanging out.
No. Here's the progress so far. After 3.
What fucking progress? All they've done is move a couple of boxes and play with the fucking latex suit and giraffe costume. There is no progress here. And then they kicked back for a brewski. But I respect it. I like that. I like that grind.
He's a little sick now because apparently he is allergic to dust.
I got pink eyes from all your shit.
Yes.
It actually does look like he has pink eye. He probably doesn't, but for some reason, to me, it does look like he's got it. It's probably from putting on all the shit, and he ate like a 15-year-old expired gummy out of nowhere. He's such a good sport. Bro, I would absolutely not help.
Finally, we have a use for my hoard trash. Life hack 101.
Again, like, it just... Maybe it's just me, but it doesn't seem like they've made progress. All they've done is they moved the trash a little further inland. Like, they're parting the sea like Moses here. They're not actually moving anything and getting anything out. Besides that box that his dad painstakingly dragged to the garage. They're just, like, relocating the trash to other parts of the apartment. Why is he making his dad do this when this is unholy? But I do respect he's got some Yu-Gi-Oh! Booster tins here. So he's got like this wild mosh podge of cards from CSGO trading cards to Yu-Gi-Oh! To Pokemon all over the place. But luckily this isn't like the actual hazardous biological waste from the other side of his room.
A gaming room.
Is he doing like whippets or something when he's streaming? Why is there just like aerosol cans here? Or maybe it's not aerosol and it's just blurry and I can't tell.
A lot of milk, Papa.
Yeah, here it is. So much milk.
Look how deep my foot goes. It expired the 25th of May. So I want you to open this one and have a smell.
Don't. You're better than this, Pop Anomaly. Oh, God. Bro, he just does anything his son asks him to. Can you rub this spoiled milk in your eyes, Papa? It'll be great content. Oh, yes, it will, of course.
It's a fermented one. This one is from May.
Finely aged milk, then.
Just thinking about it makes me almost fucking puke. Open it. Look what's inside.
Don't. Why would you do that?
4, 5.
You know what's inside. It's spoiled milk.
These are small ones. So
there's not going to be like some kind of mystery surprise inside of the 15-year-old milk. Like, oh god, I wonder what treasure fucking leprechaun left in here, like the pot of gold. There's going to be something good in here. This is such a wild station. This one's pretty bad. It started off as just normal hoarding clutter and quickly devolved.
Why is it so black? Wait, get your flashlight. What the fuck is that, bro?
What do you mean? What is that? It's mold. That's mold. It's not like the portal to the upside down or anything. It's just mold. You know, like that's just kind of how things will go.
Linda, what the fuck?
So many goodies. It's like a flea market. Jesus Christ. How much fucking costuming shit does he have here?
Do you play hockey?
Oh, I want to see like an overview of the room real quick while we're still here. Like again, can't see the whole room, but just going off of this, they're not really getting rid of anything except for his desk with like the old milk and shit. But all the other shit, they're just moving elsewhere. It's like that SpongeBob episode with the dirty diapers. Like they're just hiding it. Like they're just hiding the filth in the apartment still. Like it doesn't seem like anything's actually leaving. You can actually see the floor now. Yeah, in some places, but now this side, which wasn't that bad when we came in. These tables were pretty empty when we came in. Now they're full of shit. Just trash. They just pushed it all over here. They picked up Bikini Bottom and moved it over there.
Mask.
I think it is. Oh, and here's a bicycle pump. I can have that.
I don't think that's a bicycle pump. Ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it's like a Slipknot concert. Alright, that shirt is hype. They cannot get rid of that shirt. That shirt is fucking hype. Surfing on the internet. Right at your fingertips. That's iconic. That is fire.
I give you that one.
That's why I'm throwing it away.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Now,
Don't even
Papa,
joke about
today
that.
It's like 2 days. You can see Papa's eye is looking a little
Thanks for
weird.
5 gift
Now,
subs,
apparently
Evil.
we
Thank you,
just
man.
found out that Papa is apparently allergic to dust. You can look into your eye. Wait, look.
What do you mean we just found out? We have known he's been allergic for dust for the last 2 days that he has been in the trenches cleaning this bitch. This is not new information. He said it on day 1. We knew this. This was information that was readily available off rip for us.
Up. Open your eye. Oh my god.
Holy
I don't know
shit.
what happened. Maybe Papa very dust allergic or something, or someone in the fan mail actually sent anthrax.
Yeah.
And we are going to go to the hospital now.
Yeah, you know what? I think chat's right. I think what happened here is after putting on the fucking latex BDSM kit for the 12th time, maybe some of the old goo and gunk that was left in there has penetrated his eyes and fucked him up. Like, that wasn't cleaned beforehand. And this man went in there like 8 times into those things. He was trying on every mask and hat like he was in like a Dillard's.
And we are going to make the final touches to the...
What do you mean? This is exactly what I'm saying. Look at this fucking living room. All of the mess that was there when we started is still there. It is just in a different corner. The fucking treadmill is still erected in the middle of this room for no reason. There's still boxes of fucking trash everywhere. The only thing is, instead of being on the left side, it is now all on the right side.
Yeah! You can already see that there's a living room that's supposed to be here. And this just took like 5 days. So now we just...
Hey, only 500 more and the apartment might be fully clean.
Huge carpet! Yes? After literally like 3 weeks, I think we are finally...
Oh, that's...
So go on, follow along.
They hired a professional.
House tour when I
Yeah,
first moved
I
in.
knew they
This
would.
shit looks amazing,
Yeah, I
Papa.
knew that.
Look at how clean everything is.
I think it's smart. There was no way they were doing it themselves.
Oh, Papa, fridge, you can see. G Fuel in my
Yeah,
fridge.
absolutely
So,
had
let's
a
go to the
professional.
bedroom, Papa.
But they did a great job. Didn't really focus on the floor that much, which was the actual major problem spot. They just kind of like
We
blasted by it.
We have a floor which we can...
But yeah, they clearly cleaned it up. There's no cans or milk left here.
handle.
Jesus, that's a 6 monitor setup. What in tarnation? What could you possibly be doing that requires 6 monitors? Is he like the architect from The Matrix? Good lord. Opening 6 cases at once. True. Does Anomaly still do those massive case openings? I haven't seen him do it in a while.
Different room in here, like.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, it is a whole different room in here.
Look here. Insane. Not a single piece of trash. It's.
You want to know what the dead giveaway is that a pro did this? It's not even like the actual degree of cleanliness that they were able to accomplish here. It's the bed. The bed is what tells me a pro did this. Because when we came in here initially, he was sleeping on a bare mattress with the cover not even on it. Right? But now this has what looks to be like a comforter as well. They absolutely had a pro come in here. They set it up with like a good bed and everything. So yeah, this is straight up paid actor shit. But they were never going to clean this place by themselves. It's also the cleaning equipment in the room. Oh, was there cleaning equipment? I didn't even see it.
Of cleaning, a great job.
We did.
The funny thing is, we didn't actually do much of the cleaning at all. It's only Linda that did all the cleaning.
Oh, okay, that
We
makes
take
even
all
more
the
sense
credit
then.
for it.
Yes, because we're men.
Yes.
Okay, that makes so much sense. I thought a professional, but it makes even more sense that he wouldn't have even bothered spending the money on the professional. That money spent on a professional is better spent on the CSGO cases, I guess. I feel so bad for Linda. That's so rough. That was... What a massive undertaking. Holy shit. I have no doubt that probably did take 3 fucking weeks. God, that was a pretty... That was actually a wild adventure. I did not expect that to be that dirty. Because it started off kind of innocent with just clutter, and then it quickly devolved into absolute sin. But... they got it together. Linda saved the day. I'm pretty sure his shit is messy again. So yeah, that seems to be a common theme. What was the quote? You can clean the room, but you can't clean the habit? Or something? I don't know. Some stupid, profound statement like that. So it seems like most people who end up with like a room that filthy, when it's clean, will just go right back to it. For a long time, I've mentioned that parents of famous children, whether it be child actors or TikTok stars, YouTubers, whatever, are usually just some of the worst parents on the planet. Just straight up awful. You just hear time and time again about how these parents lead their kids down destructive paths in order to capitalize on their fame. A great example of this is recently from Jeanette McCurdy, who played Sam in iCarly. She released a memoir called I'm Glad My Mom Died, and in it she documents a history of abuse from her mother. As well as Nickelodeon, she talks about some awful shit Nickelodeon did to her, and her mom's response to it was things like, that's just the price of showbiz. You know, you gotta shake it off, this is what it means to be famous, all the girls would love to be in the position you're in, don't be so ungrateful. Just horrible things. The mom was well aware of everything that Nickelodeon was doing to her daughter and didn't care. In fact, even piled it on by calling her names and doing other horrible shit. So she just sounds like Shao Kahn, and I know a lot of people were upset with the title of the book. It's kind of aggressive. I'm Glad My Mom Died. Not exactly a Dr. Seuss book title, but I think most people would be somewhat relieved when the boogeyman in their life passes. So I understand where the name is coming from after reading some of it. I haven't finished it, but it's really interesting and very fucking sad. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because it ties into a topic that I want to talk about today that I just learned about. I'm sure all of you have heard of the name Addison Rae by now. She's one of the biggest stars on TikTok, and she's gotten so famous that it extends well beyond TikTok. So even if you're not big on the platform like me, you still at least know her name. Well, her dad is a fucking weirdo, and he has torn apart their family for the sake of his own clout chasing.
Can I get a
That's someone's father. That's a 46-year-old man posting some fine, distilled, twice folded over, double caked up cringe on Maine. This is Addison Rae's dad. And he, of course, did what every other TikTok parent does. He made his own account. He has like 5.4 million followers. And he threw away his entire family in order to try and make money off of his daughter's name and become famous himself. But not only that, he used his pseudo-celebrity status of being the parent of a famous person to allegedly flirt with 19 and 20-year-olds. He even was having a 5-month affair here with a girl that's less than half his age. He allegedly cheated on his wife multiple times and they eventually got a divorce. He also has 2 other sons, which I can't imagine how awful this situation must be for the whole family, but them in particular, since they're still super young and obviously in tune with social media, they're seeing all of the unhinged, wild shit their father's doing, and it has to be soul-crushing. I feel so terrible for the entire family, and it's gotten so bad they've sounded the DEFCON alert system. Almost every TikTok influencer in the space has told at least one story about Monty Lopez being creepy to them. They need like a restraining order or something where Monty Lopez can't be within 5 miles of a TikTok influencer because he sniffs this shit out like a goddamn animal. He's got like a spidey sense for it. He just gets this tingle and shows up to every TikTok party imaginable by himself. He doesn't go with Addison Rae or anything. He goes solo, which already is a giant red flag. There's nothing wrong with TikTok stars' parents being involved in their life or even in their videos. Like, Addison Rae made a ton of videos with her mom and dad and brothers, and that's totally fine, wholesome, whatever. But it gets to a point where it's uncomfortable when the dad is just going to all these parties by himself without the actual star of the family there, because now he's got it in his disillusioned, brainwashed mind that he's the star. So he goes there and allegedly hits on the 19 and 20-year-old influencers there, and everyone's uncomfortable. There's a ton of videos of him at these parties, like one where he's handing out roses to some of the girls there. There's a lot of footage that makes it just seem like Bigfoot sightings. They'll like circle in a red circle, like Monty Lopez in the background, like being weird with a TikToker. It's so weird. It's like found footage, you know, but it's not blurry. It's fucking caught in 4K being creepy. He also starts beef with these young women. Like, he started shitting on Tana Mojo. I'm not going to bring up any of these clips because the clips themselves aren't very entertaining or interesting. It's the story itself that's interesting and sad. So he posted a TikTok saying, do you think Tana Mojo's fucked more than 300 dudes or less than 300 dudes? To which Tana responds by showing a ton of receipts about him trying to, like, hook up with her or, like, trying to connect with her, as well as telling stories about how unbelievably weird he is to all the other TikTok stars. There's also a video of him FaceTiming a 19-year-old, like, really late at night in the car. It's just very yucky stuff. And this is just another perfect example of how awful a lot of parents are for child stars. Because I think a lot of them, like Monty Lopez, treat their children as props for their own success. So Addison Rae gets super famous. Monty Lopez weasels his way into some of the videos, makes his own social media accounts, which get popular because he's the dad of one of the biggest stars on the platform, and now it's gone to his head. He wiped his ass with his whole family, divorced his wife, and now just tries to fuck young women and try and become a wealthy TikTok star himself. Just another tragic story of a child star whose dad is absolute vile filth. There's nothing that Addison Rae's mother's done that I found that's distasteful or bad or anything like that. I want to make it clear. It's not her whole family. It's just her dad. But the topic itself that I'm focusing on is just how awful a lot of these parents can be. In this case, the parent is Monty. From everything I've seen, Addison Rae's mom hasn't done anything wrong or anything. She seems very wholesome. And in fact, the reason why Monty Lopez wants to fight Young Gravy is because Young Gravy has been very public about wanting to be with Addison Rae's mom, Sherry, and Sherry's even teased back about them going on like dates and shit. So Young Gravy might fuck Addison Rae's mom, and it makes Monty Lopez uncomfortable. I don't know the whole lore behind all that, but Monty Lopez sucks. Just another sad case of a shitty parent using their kids to further their own agenda no matter what the cost. Also, big shout out to Monty. I'd like to add one more thing to this. This fucking parasite claims videos that show clips of him embarrassing himself. His whole TikTok page is just his worst moments as a human being displayed. This guy has no self-awareness. Every single video he posts on there is a video that any sane person would want deleted and scrubbed from the internet forever. Yet he proudly posts. And I can't show any of them because he claims the videos where people are insulting him for it. So this absolute insufferable douchebag anus still has the audacity to try and somehow fight for his public reputation despite doing everything possible to sink to the lowest depths of hell to be the giant scumbag. He blows my mind. He's all about like the grind and money, so he takes the absolute most revolting approaches to it by copyright claiming videos that use some of his clips to try and take the ad revenue from it or whatever. It's so wild to me. I was reading a bit about it, and just when I thought he couldn't get any worse, I learned that he was copyright claiming shit. A YouTuber named Dumpy even mentioned that he had to pitch up some of the videos because Monty kept claiming it. It's fucking silly. This guy is just an absolute massive clown, and I feel so sorry for his entire family. I can't imagine he was a great father growing up, and he's only getting worse. Of course, I'm making a giant assumption. Maybe he was a fine father figure who got corrupted once his family or once his daughter got famous. I couldn't tell you, but this guy sucks. He's weird, creepy, and what he's done to his family is unforgivable. That's really about it. So yeah. I've said for a long time that parents of child superstars are often very weird or just downright evil. And today I'm going to show you a man that's a combination of both, but Professor Utonium accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction, chemical cringe, and created the worst dad in TikTok and YouTube history, Monty Lopez. I made a whole video about this guy a month ago. He's the dad of Addison Rae, one of the biggest TikTok stars in the world, and he has used his daughter like a goddamn piggy bank that he taps into for clout. This guy lives vicariously through his daughter's success, and he has thrown away his entire family in order to ride on the fart fumes of her fame. So, Monty Lopez has been going to like TikToker parties, even without Addison Rae being there, just going solo and hitting on some of the TikTok stars there, as well as even handing out roses to some of them. He'll FaceTime 19-year-olds at like 3 a.m. sometimes, and it's just become a very well-known thing that Monty Lopez is a fucking creep. And he's doubled down on this. He cheated on his wife. He had a mistress who was less than half his age. He's 46 years old, but I think he has the brain of a 16-year-old boy. It is pathetic, and it just keeps getting worse. So yesterday, well, 2 days ago now, he posted a diss track on Young Gravy. Young Gravy is a very large artist now who's been really popping off recently, and even was hooking up with Addison Rae's mom, Monty Lopez's ex-wife. So that made Micro Penis Monty very upset, and the two had beef, but it was very one-sided because no one really gives a fuck about Monty Lopez. He's just like this little pest that kind of flies around. He's like a goofy side character in a filler episode of Naruto that no one remembers, but then when he does appear, people kind of laugh at. But anyway, Monty Lopez made this diss track on Young Gravy, and I just wanted to show you a little bit of it and talk about it because this is really something special. I bet you've never seen Windows Movie Maker intros that beautiful. This guy unironically just started his music video with the Star Wars opening text crawl. That's wild. A classic. And I would argue Monty Lopez's music video here is on par with the latest 3 Disney Star Wars movies, to be honest. Like, they're pretty close in quality. I love this, though, because it immediately sets the tone for the rest of the video. It's setting you up for an absolute fucking masterpiece. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, somehow Monty Lopez returned with a banger, a fire diss track.
Hey, look, Gravy. This is for you, bro. Fuck you and fuck them hoes.
I'm a villain in the villa. I stole your bitches. That new gen fame, I could help you make a living.
This just screams midlife crisis and insecurity. I also think it's a giant self-report on loneliness here. I always find it to just be a huge tell that you get no pussy when, for your diss track, you hire women to be around you and pretend like they're somewhat having fun near you. For a normal music video, I get it, but for a diss track directed at someone, it just shows you're trying way too hard to be something that you're not. Like, this just isn't the flex you think it is here, Monty. This just makes me feel like you have been absolutely destroyed since the divorce with your wife, which you caused, by the way. and now you're just really trying every way of presenting yourself as not being lonely, which I do get the impression you are, especially since most of the 19-year-olds that you were talking to don't talk to you anymore. But anyway, I want to give a little special shout out to all of the dancers in this video here. It can't be easy to do this. To make it through the filming of this without puking has to be an incredibly difficult task, because they have to listen to this song on repeat 100 times. That's enough to drive even the most sane individual to complete lunacy. And they had to be around Monty Lopez for however many hours it took to film this pile of shit, and that just sounds downright dangerous.
In the studio with your girl, she a fan. You just stuck at home with your dick in your hands.
Just a heads up, that Windows notification you heard during the song was my computer. It wasn't in the song. It happened when I was recording it, and I just did not feel like subjecting myself to this fucking torture twice, so I didn't re-record it. But anyway, I want to focus on this line here. In the studio with your girl, she's a fan, while you're stuck at home with your dick in your hand. Monty, what is she a fan of? You don't do anything. Legitimately, the only thing you've ever done is give birth to a TikTok superstar, and her fame you had no role in whatsoever. Monty, you don't do anything. There's nothing to be a fan of, unless she just happens to be into 46-year-old washed-up losers. The delusion here is just crazy. I feel like this song was ghost-written for him. I don't think Monty even has the ability to have produced lines even this amateurish. And I feel like the ghostwriter didn't know who it was for, because this line just doesn't work. There is no such thing as a Monty Lopez fan. You genuinely, and I'm not even just trying to be mean, you don't do anything. All of your TikToks are you just like standing there. Like you don't even dance half the time. You actually do nothing. You exist.
Step into the ring and put your head on a swivel. I make you girls' ass go jiggle, jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Yeah, I like jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. I done made your girl's ass go jiggle, jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
Welcome to basically the rest of the song. He just keeps saying jiggle, jiggle over and over again. So maybe this truly was written by Monty Lopez and his brain finally stopped functioning there towards the end and just started like record skipping on jiggle. So he just kept writing it down and then just, that's where it ended. For the next fucking 45 seconds, it's basically just him saying jiggle, jiggle over and over and over again as the models he paid just shake their ass near him and he spanks them. And I bet that wasn't even in their contract. That was probably Monty Lopez method acting, you know, just improvising. There was probably like a no touching clause which he violated and needed to pay them like quadruple to make up for after the filming. But yeah, I just wanted to share this because it's yet another really sad endeavor from Monty. I feel so fucking bad for his family. Having to see shit like this from their dad, or Sherry having to see this from her ex-husband, like, goddamn, that is gotta be miserable. But yeah, anyway, just that's about it. See ya. Hey, how are you? Are you having a good day? I hope so. And I hope you won't be mad at me if I try and change that real quick. I want to put a very yucky TikTok creep on your radar, and it's someone I'm sure some of you have heard of over the last year or so. He's become a bit of an infamous boogeyman that a lot of people have talked about. Most notably, Oompaville made a whole video on him, kind of breaking down all of the awful degenerate shit he's done. He was actually quite popular. He had over 1 million followers on there. His initial account was called Snapshot Eye. He then had to make other ones in lieu of a lot of allegations that came out and a lot of information that went public. His real name is Paul Breach, which is fitting because he keeps breaching the restraining order parents have against them to protect the safety of their children online. I'm only kidding about that. I don't know if there's any actual restraining orders against him. Even if there were, it would mean nothing to him. You can't teach the breach. He's going to continue to flirt and act inappropriately with underage kids on TikTok. It's all he knows, damn it. So, Paul Breach is an alleged predator, but a confirmed creep. And I'm not here to just go over all of the allegations. There's quite a few videos that cover them extraordinarily well. The reason I'm talking about him is he's blowing up yet again thanks to a clip of his that just went viral. This is during one of his nightmarish TikTok lives.
Oh, there's a plane crash in Tanzania. God, blimey. Into the lake.
So he gets this tragic news and immediately goes right back into lip syncing and shit. Now keep in mind, this man is in his 40s. Now, I'm sure you didn't need me to tell you that. You can look at him and immediately deduce this isn't exactly a teenage boy here doing this cringe-ass lip sync shit. Terrorists have infiltrated a local Burger King. Oh, jeez. And they're slitting the throat of the hostages. Jinkies. Hey, prayers to the families. And I'm sure after just seeing this, you're probably not surprised to learn that he's got a very foul past. So, he's no spring chicken. He's in his 40s here, and he constantly engages inappropriately with young girls in his audience, and it's something he's come under heavy scrutiny for a long time. He's actually somewhat of a pseudo-celebrity in the UK, where people sometimes have gone out of their way to find him and make fun of him directly to his face. Sometimes there's even like in the wild spottings like Bigfoot where they'll start filming him and then go up and start insulting him. And it's become something of a beloved pastime over the last year. It died down once he kind of fell off, but now that this clip is blowing up again, I've seen that his channel on TikTok, at least the one I believe is still his, is getting quite a bit more traction from it. Even though this isn't necessarily the newest clip, it is a very silly and surprising one that a lot of people have had their curiosity piqued by, so went out of their way to find more from him. Thus, Paul Breach, the cockroach, continues to somewhat thrive. His whole shtick is posting thirst traps, even though if you're thirsty, this isn't gonna quench it. What he's doing is just gonna be putting sand in your mouth and making it worse, like giving you the fucking cinnamon challenge. What he posts is the opposite of a thirst trap. It is alarming. He is way too old to be doing this garbage. And I don't mean to be mean and rude, but he's not exactly a 10 out of 10 looking gentleman here. It's also worth mentioning, this kind of thing isn't uncommon for his streams, though it is probably his most preposterous moment ever recorded. To go from horrible news right back into his god-awful thirst trapping.
Oh, bless you, love. Bless you. Love.
I just wanted to show you another clip of how unhinged his TikTok lives are. So sometimes he'll just play sound effects to give the impression that there's other people around him, always women. This one, I don't even understand what the thought process was. I think he sat on a whoopee cushion to make a fart noise, as if it was like a girl over there farting, and he's like, oh goodness, hey now, that butthole's not meant to be usable, it's just supposed to be aesthetic for me. Girls shouldn't be fucking farting. Despicable. And then he plays a very clearly stock sneeze sound effect and then goes even further, love? And then like gets like angry about it, it seems.
Fucking hell. Jacob, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so much. That is a fucking cracking impression of me, love. How you do that?
It's actually one of the saddest goddamn things imaginable. To be so fucking lonely that you have to fake interaction around you on a TikTok live stream where people go there mainly to make fun of you, because by this point he had already become kind of like a TikTok spittoon for people to stop in and spit a loogie into. But like I mentioned, unfortunately there were a few young fans that would reach out to him, and he would always reciprocate being flirtatious. He even got called out on this pretty often, way before like he had to take his account down. I think he got banned. I don't think he took it down. But there were always people taking notice of like, Paul, why do you always just reply to like these really young girls?
Why do you only talk to girls in the comments? Because it's only the girls that are commenting, and if it's a comment from a guy, I say hi. I don't know. Maybe because I'm dating them all and we're having babies. Only to the ones I'm married to, which is all of them.
Who could have imagined that the 40-something-year-old man making thirst traps aimed at children would turn out to be a real weirdo? I can't believe it. It's always the ones you least expect, am I right? I'd also like to show you another one of his clips that's somewhat blowing up right now. This is apparently one that he sent directly to a fan, and it is so uncomfortable to watch.
Lainey, smile. That is an order. And then jump in a cold bath. Get yourself smiling, get yourself happy. I've been a moody little, for a little while, and that is just stupid on my behalf. So I apologise if anything I've ever done has brought you in a low mood. I know I was idiot at the start of the week, and I've taken steps to fix that. But you need to smile, you need to be happy. You've got a beautiful smile. Please use it, perhaps.
His brain just blue screens there for a moment. Windows had to have a hard reset there. He had his own little Mitch McConnell moment during this message that he sent to one of his fans.
It's always nice to get a message from you, sweet. And it's always lovely to see that smile.
What an uplifting video. I know you're sad, but have you tried not being sad and just smiling? Because I'm ordering you to. In fact, you don't have a choice. Smile. And you will feel better, because it'll make me feel better. And you should be happy when I'm happy. Damn it. I don't know, everything about this guy is really weird. So, since he is blown up recently, I just wanted to at least make people aware of who he is and his past, because he's not exactly just some, like, goofy guy. He's an unhinged, weird guy with a lot of serious accusations against them. And I've only just begun to scratch the surface of how awful a lot of the things he's being accused of are. And a lot of them he's never denied or anything at all, really. He just buries his head and pushes forward doing more lip-syncing and bad dancing. And people have confronted him directly, and he still never really denies any of it. It's hard to explain, and the whole point of this video was just to let you all know Paul Breach sucks. That's about it. See ya. Forget everything you think you know about shitty shows. I'm about to introduce you to something that'll open your third eye, you'll achieve enlightenment, and I'll reveal the truth behind the word shit. Big Bang Theory? That looks like a masterpiece in comparison to what I'm about to show you here. This is a hospital show that is entirely composed of TikTok stars acting alongside some people that they found on Fiverr. It's called Attaway General. I'm always blown away by how talentless TikTok stars are, and this sets a whole new level that I didn't even think was achievable. This is like quantum talentlessness. It's fucking crazy to me how bad this show is. I've only watched one episode because I don't want to spoil myself. I'm not just going to binge on it and then run out of Attaway General while I'll be like fucking scratching at my neck like a meth addict waiting for my next fix of the Attaway General show. So I've only seen one episode, and I'd like to go over it with all of you here because it really is something special.
Today's premiere of Attaway General is brought to you by Just Dance 2020. The game is honestly so much fun, and I can't wait to play with my entire family.
Nothing says quality quite like the opening seconds being dedicated to an ad. I've never played Just Dance. Maybe it is a game that I'd enjoy too and want to play with my entire family. Just fucking boogie down, cut the rug, and get wild on some Just Dance to some good old boner jams, you know? Hopefully they have Skynet on Just Dance. I'm not quite sure the catalog, but yeah, maybe it's a great game. But I didn't tune into a complex narrative, story-driven, high-octane character piece show like Attaway General to dance. I'm here to feel, I'm here to cry, I'm here to smile, I'm here to get emotionally invested in these characters.
Yes, babysitting, great.
That's right, Georgia. Make them feel seen, heard, comforted, whatever they need. Got a problem with that? Get an MD. Any questions? Jack.
Yeah, what time do we get off?
I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that.
This is our main cast right here. As you've likely guessed, they are all TikTok stars, and it centers around these 4 volunteers as they go about their days in the ER. 2 of them don't want to be there at all, and the other 2 are excited to be there. So you got really unique character traits clashing right now between the people that want to be there and the people that don't want to be there. It's already off to a fiery start. Also, I do hope you enjoy that royalty-free song in the background because that's the only music you're ever going to hear in this entire episode. Apparently they only bought the rights to that one royalty-free song because that motherfucker is looping constantly in this episode. Every single second of this entire episode has that song playing in the background. It's like listening to the same Facebook cooking video on repeat.
Jack and Rosie, you guys can help me upstairs with lunches. Kit and Georgia, there's a new shipment of donated toys in the shed.
Wow, I can see why they call this room the shed.
Come on, the faster we finish, the faster we can go do something real.
We've been here 5 seconds.
Studies show we form lasting impressions about others within seconds of meeting. So I can't be with you in a closet when I meet Dr. Henry. Seriously? You're his daughter? You're so lucky and you don't even know it.
You're giving me the impression I don't want to be in the same room as you.
This entire show feels like a skit from the Amanda Bynes show, The Amanda Show. So, they're given some chores. Kit and Georgia are sent to the shed to get some shit. In the shed, it's revealed that Georgia is the daughter of renowned Dr. Henry. Of course, as we all know, Dr. Henry's done some fine work. In fact, they credit Dr. Henry with discovering the human erection, so Dr. Henry is a big deal, and she is his daughter, and she doesn't really like Dr. Henry that much, but Kit loves Dr. Henry and can't wait to meet him. So there's a lot of plot going on right now, a lot of exposition happening in this shed here, and the writing is superb. The writing in Attaway General is second to none. It feels like it's written by Tommy Wiseau if he was overdosing on Xanax.
If you're so advanced, why don't you go scrub in? Leave me be.
Maybe I will.
I really don't understand what Georgia is so angry about. All Kit was saying is, hey, you're the daughter of Dr. Henry, that's pretty cool. And then Georgia gets real upset about it, tells her to get the fuck out of here and go scrub in, alright? Leave me here, I'm gonna read a magazine. As if anyone's read a magazine for the last 20 years.
So, why did you volunteer to work in a hospital?
I got arrested. Beats juvie.
What the fuck did you get arrested for, Jack? Stealing Robux? You don't exactly look like some hardened criminal.
What about you?
I just love to help people.
For real?
Helping people? Yeah, what a fucking loser, am I right, Jack? You see Jack's face? I mean, seriously? That's for real? I mean, did you hear? Jack got arrested. He stole 3 packs of Yu-Gi-Oh cards from a Walmart. This guy is a bad boy. He is bad to the bone. He doesn't understand what helping people is about. Are you kidding me? It's fucking foreign concept. It makes no sense. He can't even wrap his head around it. The writing in this show is, it's like it's written by someone not of this world.
Oh, jeez.
Jack might very well be the best actor I've ever seen. A lot of people are saying Attaway General is the worst show ever made. Is it the worst show ever made? No. Is it the best show ever made? Probably. And Jack carries it, as you can see here, you know. I don't know what happened here. I guess a pimple got popped on the glass, and you saw Jack, oh jeez. And then he busts out into some hearty laughter, some good old belly laughs. The show just makes no fucking sense. It can't do anything right, or even close to anything right. This isn't explained, by the way, what the fuck happened here. It's just, oh geez, somebody come shot at the glass again. Ha ha ha. Oh geez.
She took me back here forever ago and she hasn't come back yet.
Sorry, but it's really busy right now. There's been a huge accident.
I know, I was in it.
Oh, that must have been...
Yeah, I got pretty lucky. I'm just, I'm a little worried right now because I'm losing a lot of blood.
Okay, and what about it, pussy, huh? The doctors don't seem concerned about it. What are you? You a medical professional? Who are you to pull away a volunteer who very well could have been doing some great work fetching things in the shed? Now you've halted the entire development of the hospital. Now everything's come to a screeching halt because you're selfish, because you're bleeding out. Alright? Why can't you just be patient and wait your fucking turn? She's not even qualified, and yet she's gonna go out of her way and perform something illegal.
You should be fine to wait a little. If you hit an artery, you would have passed out by now.
That's comforting.
Use this instead. Lots of pressure. And soak it in cold water. The sweatshirt.
Oh, thanks. I'm holding.
Kit.
This was actually pretty confusing because this seems like it's about to spawn a romantic interest between the two here, but the kid looks like he's 13 and she looks like she's 18, so it seems like a huge age difference here. I don't know what the fuck goes on TikTok, but it just feels weird for the show to have these two be in like some kind of romantic situation.
Female, 3rd-degree burns, possible smoke inhalation. We couldn't get a line in.
What did you do to get arrested?
In prison, you're never supposed to ask about the crime.
Yeah, not even the writers could come up with a crime that was believable for Jack, so they just didn't even bother. Went with a little cop-out, which makes total sense, but as you can see, the tension's starting to rise. You know, I bet you're on the edge of your seat right fucking now, huh? You know, you got Kit in the emergency room right now. She's taking care of a boy who nearly lost his entire goddamn arm, nearly fucking bitten off by a shark, it looks like. And then you got another girl coming in with these 3rd-degree burns. Even Dr. Henry shows up, not to spoil it, but that was Dr. Henry you saw briefly. The man, the myth, and the legend. So, I mean, it's getting wild. It's really ramping up. We're reaching the crazy climax of episode 1 of Attaway General.
Come on, dude. You're the last one. You have to eat. Hey, don't ignore me.
Hey, Jack, maybe try a gentler approach.
Hey, that's mine!
Eat your food.
What are you doing? You can't just force him. Here, let me try. Stevie, sweetie, you need to eat to get big and strong and feel better.
No,
That little kid is the best actor in the entire show. I can really feel how annoyed he was to even be around these TikTok stars. And I guarantee this wasn't like the first take they're using. They're just such shit actors that this was the best take they had. They probably did this one scene for like 6 hours. They probably have like hundreds of takes of this scene right here. And this was just the only almost usable one.
It's actually really good. Let me show you. Mmm, delicious. Get ready for the choo-choo train. Chugga, chugga, choo-choo. How about the airplane?
If only someone had warned that little kid that Jack has been arrested before. You don't throw yogurt at a convicted felon like Jack. You don't poke that sleeping bear. Jack will steal your fucking Robux.
What are you doing?
Oh.
Don't come any closer.
I don't think that's gonna hurt anyone.
Depends where I put it.
Well, can't really argue with that. I don't, it's just, why though? But like this scene doesn't make any sense. She's sleeping in the shed, and then she feels like she's being burglarized when someone comes in to get something from the shed. So she arms herself with a water bottle, and then threatens to stick it up his asshole or something. It's a good scene. Pretty good scene.
You're new TV, aren't you?
Nicely done, Sherlock. Now, what are you doing? Do you always sneak up on people when they're sleeping?
Actually, I had a reason to be in here. Some of us have work.
Am I supposed to congratulate you?
If you want to.
Yes. Of course. Well, you see, in the real world, that's called a sexual harassment charge waiting to happen right there. But I guess it's normal on TikTok, I suppose. Then again, on TikTok, almost every video has tongues sticking out, so I'm honestly surprised throughout the entire episode I didn't see any tongues hanging out. You know, I half expected the entire episode to be filmed with tongues out. Doing some of that shit or something. But we were spared the full TikTok experience, but still a very uncomfortable moment here. It's not very romantic, it just seems real rapey. You know, like, it's not really like a normal, natural way of showing these two characters might be interested in one another, just coming in like, if you want to.
EP's too low, I can't find a vein. I need more hands. You, come here.
It's our first day.
Get over here, come on. Grab on, right below the elbow and squeeze as tight as you can. Now don't worry about hurting her. Good, minute longer. And we're in. Keep up the rescue breaths. Okay, good job.
Kit.
Kit, I'm Dr. Henry.
I know, you're amazing. I read your book. It was amazing, and that was...
Yeah, amazing.
Well, Dr. Henry, I'm gonna go against the grain here and say what you did was not amazing. In fact, I'd argue quite the opposite. What you did was the absolute bare minimum. This girl came in with third-degree burns, so they called in the big guns, the specialist, Dr. Henry. And all he does is march up to the girl and give her a shot and walk away. He doesn't even do anything with the third-degree burns or help treat her. He just comes up, there it is, there's the flu shot. Alright, my work here's done, thanks everyone. Like, what a fucking useless doctor. Like, how did he earn, like, the prestige? You know, Dr. Henry, I think, sucks. Didn't help with the third-degree burns, did nothing. You know, shit, this girl, she's broken her leg, we need Dr. Henry. Oh, okay, I'm here, have we tried using essential oils? Okay, my work here's done now. Thanks, everyone. I'm going home.
Did I just say amazing twice?
3 times, I think.
Stevie, please, we'll do anything.
Ho, ho, ho! Give it up for Mrs. Claus! What happened to you guys?
We've had to deal with a demon. We can't leave until he eats, but we've tried everything. Everything.
The way she's delivering all of her lines makes it feel like she's doing an as-seen-on-TV product commercial. We've tried everything. But we haven't tried Just Dance 2020. Maybe if we get him dancing, it'll work up an appetite. Have you tried Just Dance 2020? Your whole family's gonna want to play it.
Pick your poison.
That one.
Excellent choice, and you can have her. But first...
You've got to be kidding me.
Thank you.
You earned it, kid.
The adrenaline was amazing. So first I stuck into the ER, and there was this boy. He was bleeding everywhere. So I saved his life. And then Dr. Henry called me over out of all the nurses in the ER to help save this girl with third-degree burns. It was crazy.
While you guys are patting yourselves on the back, your patients are still in critical condition.
Yeah, that sounds about right. The girl with third-degree burns, she wasn't treated. Though it's not their fault. Dr. Henry just didn't do anything. So that's on his conscience. But what about the kid? The kid they were feeding is in critical condition. I mean, he seemed fine. Did they poison him with the food or something? How did that happen? But hey, she says it casually, so I guess it's not that big of a deal.
Don't ever forget why you're here. But despite a few hiccups, you guys survived. Next week, try to be a little more professional. These will help.
Wow, this is so cool.
And that concludes episode 1 of this absolute banger of a show, Attaway General. I do have to wonder how this lady even knows what they did that day, because she wasn't in the episode past the first scene, so there's no way she could possibly fucking know what went on. But I guess she's just omniscient. She's got eyes everywhere. She was checking all the security camera feeds or something. I don't know. But anyway, what a great episode. And honestly, I'm excited for more Attaway General. What an absolute train wreck of a little YouTube show or TV show, whatever the fuck this is. It's incredible. That's it. See ya. The insatiable appetite for internet affirmation that not only do you exist, but that you're special, drives people to do some wacky things. And one of the worst ways of getting this craved attention is through being a douchebag. And that's what I want to show you today. A young man so blinded by his low vitamin C levels, vitamin clout, and in his desperate attempt to get this clout, decided to make an absolute fool out of himself on TikTok and ended up being its punching bag for about 24 hours because his whole idea was to just be an asshole.
Post Malone, you a bitch. You suck.
That's rude.
Thank you so much.
You a bitch. You a bitch. Post Malone suck.
What you just witnessed is one of TikTok's biggest and toughest men. A man who's feared even at the salty spittoon. What a absolute fucking Chad. Going to Post Malone's fan signing where Post Malone was just meeting with fans, signing their things, talking with them, and this guy marches all up, puffs out his chest, and just starts being an asshole. That's the entire piece of content. And you can tell that this guy's not insecure because the second he started being rude to Post Malone, he immediately ran away. So you know he's not afraid of anything. This guy wakes up every morning and drinks a glass of rusty fucking nails. He's so tough. So yeah, Post Malone got drive-by heckled by a rejected Jonas brother who's desperately trying to get any amount of internet points that he can get. And I just find the whole situation super sad. Not just for Post Malone, but for this guy as well. Because this is just such an embarrassing thing that I think any level of self-awareness will have him regretting immensely at this moment, I would hope. But Post Malone, even if you don't like his music, you have to recognize he is one of like the most authentic and genuinely kind people in the music industry. I like Post Malone's music, but I recognize not everyone will. But even if you don't, like every interview I've ever seen from him, all of his Twitch streams, because he streams on Twitch, or at least he used to stream pretty actively on Twitch, every interaction I've ever seen from him just portrays a really kind person. So to go out of your way to be mean to someone like that takes a special kind of delusional douchebag. And even in the video here, you can see him smiling and talking to fans. He smiles at the guy who's about to be rude to him. And when he gets insulted, he just looks like actually hurt. He's just like, that was rude. And then he just keeps piling it on. Like, I don't know how you don't feel bad after the first time, but he doubles down on the douchery and continues to insult him. And he's just, Post Malone's like, that's just fucking rude. Why would you say that? Like, it's so, like, rough to watch. Now, I don't know much about this kid, but he looks pretty young. I'm sure he's still suckling off his parents' finances like a parasite in order to pay for his trips to the hair salon every 2 weeks in order to match whatever the most trendy TikTok hairstyle is. But I really think he should have saved some of his allowance for a better phone. Instead of just blowing it on White Claw, he probably should have just saved up for a phone that would record in something beyond 140p. This video looks like it's straight from 2009. I don't even know how you have video quality this dog shit, this turbo ass in 2022. You have to be extremely incompetent in order to make your phone look this shitty in this day and age. Now, the whole goal with this stunt was to go viral, and it did. Mission accomplished. It got over 6 million views and is still getting views. But I guess he just wasn't really ready for that because he ended up going in full baby meltdown mode and took down the video and made a really embarrassing post about how it wasn't actually him in the video, it was his friend. Now, is it possible that it's actually not him? Sure, I suppose. There's some universe out there in the multiverse where that happens to be the truth, but I don't think that's where we're at right now. I think in this reality, he's just using the lamest and oldest excuse in the book. This is like that textbook cringy shit we used to do growing up, where if you send a text message to a girl and you regret it or she doesn't respond, you're like, oh, God, I'm so sorry. That was my friend that sent that. Oh, but stupid friend. I don't know why he'd say that. I'm not weird. My friend did that. Don't get mad at me. Not exactly a watertight response here, and I would have expected someone that puts up this persona of, I'm so tough and, you know, I'm such a badass, I'll go insult anyone on the street. I would have expected them to just, like, embrace the villain role, but it seems like they're just not built for that. They immediately just fold and just crumple in on themselves here, which of course makes it even more embarrassing for them. But I want to use this as, like, a little example of the drive to make a viral video where you just throw away common sense in the pursuit of numbers. This guy knew that this would get some attention, and he probably knew there would be some level of hate that came with it where people would get upset about it, but he clearly wasn't ready for the full response he got. He was just so blinded by the pursuit of internet clout that he made a dumb fucking decision and made himself look like a complete asshole on the internet, and that'll follow him around forever if he continues to try and be a TikTok star. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to go over this just a little bit, and that's about it. See ya.
Protester threatened to kill mayor and city council?
I hope one day somebody brings the guillotine and kills all of you motherfuckers.
That was a threat, what you said at the end, and so the officers are going to escort you out and take care of that.
After those words,
How to fuck up your life.
28-year-old Riddhi Patel was escorted out of the meeting and arrested by police.
We'll see you at your house. We'll murder you.
Patel was arrested on 8 felony counts of threatening with intent to terrorize, and bail set at $1 million. Pro-Palestinian group the United Liberation Front said in a statement it, quote, condemns any statements that threaten public officials, and that the statements by Patel, quote, counter to our values and do not represent.
Yeah, you know why they said that? Because they put her up. The moment that girl went to jail and she's like, oh yeah, by the way, you're getting charged with 8 felonies, your bail's at $1 million. These guys immediately changed their tune. Instantaneously. Like, these people shouldn't be able to just go out and do this to themselves. Like, this girl just ruined her life. She just ruined her life over nothing.
It's not your birthday, or if it is, I wasn't invited to your party, but I brought you a surprise anyway. A trashy streamer who hit a pedestrian whilst driving distracted and most likely high out of her mind. And she's not a Kick streamer. I know, right? Kick right now is probably just wiping sweat from their brow like, whew, finally. A crime that was streamed that wasn't on our platform, pumping their fist in the office, shaking each other's hands like they won the Super Bowl. She is a YouTube streamer, so let the celebrations commence at Kick. The Gatorade showers are probably in full effect over there. She streams on YouTube, and from what I can tell, and I've only gone through like 3 of her streams, her entire streams revolve around how degenerate she is. She's usually very fucking high. According to the community that watches her, she does meth pretty often before driving. She's always on her phone while driving. It's where all of her content takes place, so she's always looking at chat, getting donations, very distracted driving. And she also had an incident where she was doing Spark deliveries and giving groceries to a customer, and her dog is in the back seat with all of these groceries and ends up peeing on the chips and taking a shit on the other groceries with an entire worm that pops out of its ass like it's a scene out of Ozzy and Drix. And how does she respond to that? She wipes the worm off of the groceries and then still delivers them to the customer who had no idea. I'm going to show you both of these clips here. I'm going to start with where she hit a pedestrian yesterday.
He does hear those voices. They're not fake, but I wonder sometimes. Oh my god, are you okay? No. I didn't see her.
Why are you not looking?
I was looking. I didn't see you.
What the fuck?
I'm telling you, I did not see you.
Okay, Ann. What the fuck?
Just tell me how I can help.
Well, I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god, you guys. I don't know what just happened, but it wasn't good.
What do you mean you don't know what just happened? Are your eyes lagging? Is this a latency problem, like the ping's too bad so your eyes haven't caught up with what's going on here? Is your brain stuck in Narnia? You just hit a human being because you're too fucking busy talking to your stream. You're not paying attention to the road. What's actually surprising here is this is one of the few times in all the clips I've seen where she actually is looking forward as opposed to like looking elsewhere and looking at her phone, and yet somehow she still doesn't see that there's people in front of her and she hits one and then I guess still can't make heads or tails of what just happened. It's craziness. You are distracted and driving. It's a recipe for disaster. Luckily, she didn't kill this person, I don't think. Now, she has been arrested in the past, but this I don't think she's faced anything from yet, because she still is streaming, like even after this incident, and she has changed nothing about her stream.
I plan on it. I plan on it. Can I park? Can I park?
All right, guys, here's your content for the day.
Ah, yes, the content of hitting a pedestrian. Top shelf shit. Thanks for delivering that. She's a menace. She is a danger to everyone around her. She should not be allowed to drive. Period. Full stop. From everything I've seen, she is not safe to be on the road. And she is certainly not safe to be doing fucking grocery deliveries.
No, get off of it, dude.
The worm that came out of the dog's ass has nothing on the worms that infest this lady's brain. A normal person would have seen what happened here, and it's not like she didn't know it happened. She literally cleaned off a fucking worm from the groceries, and they would have canceled the order. Because there's a level of decency with people where they wouldn't want to just fucking poison a stranger here, I don't think. At least, I'd like to believe that. But she's built a little different. She's constructed in an unorthodox manner. After wiping the worm from the groceries, she believed that everything was A-OK and primed for delivery. No mention at all to the customer about all the piss and shit on the groceries. Like, at the very least, you could say, like, hey, so my dog's in the car, and he kind of had, like, a field day with his bowels on your food. Also his bladder. I just want to give you a fair warning in case you don't want to consume dog piss and shit. Just thought you should be aware of it. But no, she's like, hey, here's your groceries. Hey, have a good day. Bye-bye. Make sure to leave 5 stars. Appreciated. And then goes right back into her car to continue the stream. That is so foul and filthy, and it's criminal. Like, you can't contaminate people's food and not, like, at least warn them about the potential outbreak. Like, we could be dealing with, like, the goddamn T-virus that spawns from this when the lady eats the piss and shit-covered groceries. Like, it's so gross. It's so disgusting. Even the dog looks out the window and is probably just revolted, like, oh, jeez. Yoo-hoo, pardon. Oh, goodness, she's not going to deliver those groceries. I just shat on them. That would be so foul. Oh my god, she's doing it. No, oh, please, Jinkies. Jiminy Christmas, my god. My owner's a fucking Neanderthal. She's a goddamn idiot. Like, even the dog is looking out the window concerned. And to be honest, I'm concerned for the dog. The dog doesn't seem to be in great health if it's pooping worms in the car. Like, I'm worried for that dog now.
Abby always wins sent $2. Can we talk about how Abby dropped the deuce on their groceries? She peed on chips. Is she okay? I think she needs to go out. Poop, 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 poop. Dog, 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 dog.
The chatters are also concerned about the dog after seeing that, and yet there's no mention at all about the customer who is going to unknowingly consume the dump doomsday that was just produced on top of their food. But luckily this streamer does have an answer to go ahead and calm everyone's fears about the food being ruined. I mean, it's just piss and shit. That doesn't ruin food, which she helps us understand.
So Abigail went out like 3 times today and she hasn't pooped, she's peed. Once at the vet, once before that, and then the nighttime, like 2 in bag. It was not on anything else I checked. I removed it. All is well. That's what bags are for, right? To protect.
Hey pal, you just blow into stupid town? You can't really wipe piss away unless you have sponge hands, which I don't think you do. And also dog shit and worms on top of the grocery bags that the food is in. Like, there's no telling what made it through, especially since it sat there for a little bit before you came in there and apparently scraped it off. That's not exactly the optimal sanitization protocol. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit you with the cold water. You didn't get all of it. I promise you that much. But she clearly doesn't view it as a big deal, probably because she's smoking dog piss every day and then going live on YouTube here, which is just a danger to everyone around her. My heart breaks for anyone that gets a delivery done by this lady. That shit is probably rancid. Like, I bet everyone who... Like, you could probably, as an epidemiologist, track foodborne illness outbreaks relative to how many deliveries she's made in the area. And you'd find a pretty crazy correlation, would be my guess. Now, she has been arrested before in the past. I did a bit of a dive on her history. She is a very interesting specimen, to say the very least. But as of right now, I don't believe she's facing any legal repercussions from the delivering contaminated food to a customer or the hitting of a pedestrian. I don't see any updates on that, but those are still relatively new. So, I guess we'll see, but man, what an absolute trash bag of a person. This is some awful garbage here. So yeah, I had to talk about this a little bit. I was stunned when I saw these clips. That's it. So yeah. One of my best friends in the whole wide world, Matt, got married a little over a month ago, and it was a beautiful ceremony, magical, like something out of a fairy tale. And yesterday, this same Matthew from the riveting story I was just telling about the wedding sent me an interesting video that is truly horrific. The cringe is unbearable, but it's actually a video I saw a long time ago and completely forgot about, as if I was neuralized to remove all the memories of it because it was so painfully cringe.
Hi, I'm Shannon. I've known Tracy for, oh god, I think so. So I started at the North Store at 2:30, yeah. So I don't quite know Anthony that well, but Tracy talked about you like nonstop. Seriously.
It already gets off to a thrilling start here with her doing an internal abacus in her head to calculate how long she's known the bride. And it ends with her saying basically nothing except, I don't really know him that well. That's sure to energize the crowd. I have no doubt everyone's on the edge of their seat right now. She's got us in a fucking titty twister here of excitement with this one that she's building up to. So it's pretty clear she's been drinking. She obviously didn't prepare any kind of speech, even though I'm pretty sure at most weddings you're told ahead of time if you're going to be someone giving a speech, or maybe at this one they like open the floor up to anyone that wants to give a speech, I'm not sure. But the way that it worked at Matt's wedding is it was pre-established who was giving speeches. I wasn't one of them. I really think having me give a speech at an emotional event would really ruin the mood. Not because I'd say anything foul, like I wouldn't go on some kind of spiel about marriage being a scam and ruin the atmosphere, but I just feel like the way that I speak doesn't lend itself super well to like an emotional scene where people are like crying over how sweet everything is. I'd get up there with the mic and just be like, yeah, so I've known Matt since middle school, and him and Monique make a really good couple. They're a really strong team, like Connor and Abby from Cubics Robots for Everyone. Highly underrated show. But anyway, this has been a fantastic hootenanny. Really wonderful. Yeah.
And she'd be like, I mean, you do that. I'm like, I don't care. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. You guys are so cute together. I swear to God, you guys, I hope the longest. Seriously, like, till death do us part, Anthony. Seriously, you better take care of my girl. Because if you don't, I know where you live.
The side-splitting comedy routine here from her Netflix special is slaying. She's absolutely cooking up there, and the crowd is loving it.
Just kidding. But yeah, you guys are so cute. Like, you're part of the family. I swear to God, like, I'm not gonna be racist, you guys. I'm just saying, okay?
Oh, thank heavens. I was worried she was going to get racist for a moment. Luckily, she clarified to everyone in the room that she is not going to get racist. We can wipe the sweat from our forehead now. Shannon has made it very clear she's not going to be racist. So, that's good.
I'm gonna be racist, okay? No, just kidding, just kidding, just kidding.
Luckily, she wasn't racist, so huge applause for her. She's doing a great job. Her speech is like one run-on sentence that just refuses to end. It's just like this thought in her head that she can't quite articulate, and it leads to nothing. It's like if you're playing the maze game on the back of a cereal box, but you just keep hitting every single wall and never make it to the end. There is no point to anything she's saying.
Of course, you guys are gonna get the like interracial couples. Oh my God. No, seriously, you guys are outstepping the stereotype, and I love it. But you guys, I swear, I love Black people because you guys are the best. Like, my own daughter's great aunt is like the best woman. And so it's just like, I swear. And you guys are amazing. I love you. I love you guys. Bless you.
Good luck to anyone at the wedding trying to follow up that banger of a speech. She crushed it. She was spamming the words "just kidding" during that speech like she was playing League of Legends with a missing enemy ping. She, maybe needed to rehearse a little bit. Like, maybe just write a couple things down. Like, maybe just bullet points on her phone, even. Pretty much anything besides what she did there. I do think it is an excruciatingly painful thing to sit through. When I watched this again, like when Matt sent it to me, I, for the first time in a long time, actually put my head in my hands like this, listening to it, because I couldn't look. It's one of those things that it's hard to keep your eyes on it. It's such a disaster of a speech. And it's not like she was saying anything at all. It was actually a bunch of fucking mumbo-jumbo. It would have been less agonizing if she went up there and just started doing armpit fart noises into the mic. Like, anything besides this, really. So if any of you have a wedding coming up and you're nervous about your speech, don't worry, it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad, I don't think. But now I want to briefly talk about Matt's wedding, because now I have an excuse to. I don't think I ever talked about it in a video. I talked about it on stream a couple times when people asked, but as I mentioned, it was like a great event and everything. But I had ordered my outfit like 5 or 6 months ago, and if you've been to the streams, you'll know that I've been recently working on putting on a lot more muscle. So I've gained like 10, 15 pounds over the last couple of months, like maybe like 2 or 3 months. And so when all my clothes got here, I didn't even bother to try them on. I just assumed they would still fit. Big mistake. Fast forward to wedding day and I'm putting these clothes on for the first time. They do not fit at all. I put on the dress shirt that goes under the blazer, and that thing was like an actual fucking straitjacket on me. I couldn't actually do the top 2 buttons, so what I ended up having to do, because if I tried to, it would actually suffocate me and I'd probably die. I would go up to the altar where Matt and Monique were getting married, and I would actually pass out with the other groomsmen having to like catch me and fan me. I probably wouldn't have made it out alive. So I had to I couldn't do those buttons, so I had to keep them open, and I had to hide it with my tie because I looked like such a fucking stupid idiot. And then I tried to put the blazer on, or the jacket, whatever. It shows how much I dress up. I don't even know what it's called. I think it's a blazer, but like the actual, like the man stuff, like the coat, whatever it is. So I put that on, and that shit restricts my movement and had my upper body moving at like 2 FPS. So like when I was walking up to like the other groomsmen, it looked like something out of PlayStation 1 with the way I was moving around with my upper body. And the pants were an absolute catastrophe. Me trying to wiggle my butt cheeks into those pants was unholy, and I don't think I've ever done something so physically taxing. Like, me getting dressed was, like, I was sweating like I was competing in a combat sport. When I do finally slide into those bad boys, I realized a huge problem. I can't button them. I was able to zip them up, which was no easy task either. That zipper was fighting for its life. But I couldn't button them. If I had gotten that button to like, actually lock, I would have blown up like a character in The Boys with like my intestines flying out of my mouth and gore all over the place. I wouldn't have made it. So what I ended up doing is I took the button flap, because the dress pants have like that little flap that hides the actual button itself. I took that and I just cinched it across, so that way it kind of looked like it was buttoned, so no one could really tell. At least no one pointed it out, but maybe they were just being nice, because the pants were still kind of like wide open at the top like that. You could see that it wasn't buttoned, I imagine, if you actually looked close enough. But it was my only option. Anyway, the wedding was wonderful. Luckily I didn't have like a ripped pants SpongeBob moment to be the biggest loser on the beach. We survived it. And I just wanted, I wanted to at least mention it here. I finally had an excuse to talk about Matt's wedding a little bit, because I was fighting a battle out there. I went to war. Jesus Christ. But anyway, yeah, terrible wedding speech. Worst I've ever heard. That's it. See ya. Please, let us take a moment of silence for the YouTubers that now post on TikTok. Thank you. It's like a fucking ASPCA commercial. It's weird, everyone on YouTube collectively took fat shits on Musical.ly, but now with TikTok, wait a second, can call that home. Everyone's going to TikTok. No disrespect for any YouTubers, anyone that does post on TikTok. It's just not my cup of cum. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it's one of the, probably the second most humorless place on the planet, second only to Reddit. And it's just a barren wasteland of fun. Going through your parents' divorce is more fun than going through TikTok, at least in my opinion. I think it's all bad on there. And to showcase that, I'm going to show you some of the most popular trends going on right now that I was able to find. So let's dive right in. Bravo, that was a fun TikTok for everyone to enjoy, especially the janitor, the worker that's going to have to go and clean that up, because your affluent ass definitely isn't going to be bothered to do it. That really kind of sums up the comedy on TikTok. This will be hilarious, just pouring this liquid into the glass until it overflows and gets on the floor and makes someone else clean it up. Yeehaw, baby, rebellious 9-year-olds for the win, except I'm 24 years old and I have a kid and I'm really trying my best to be famous on the internet. Better do this challenge on TikTok. So you'll never guess the name of this one. It's called the Spill the Drink Challenge, and there's music that plays, but I can't play it because it's a copyrighted song, but it says, hose, and that's while they're pouring it the whole time, and it's drawn out. The shit is genius. A fucking masterpiece. A beautiful challenge, just doing it right there in the middle of McDonald's, making sure to get everyone in the crowd involved, you know, getting water or Sprite on everyone, which is exactly what you want when you're just going about your day, trying to get some cheap-ass food. Yep, that's what I want, to feel like my feet are getting pissed on. Great stuff. To be fair, this is the only one of this challenge I saw that was done in a public location. Everything else was staged with their family or their friends in their own house and using water or Coke for the most part. So this was just a real pioneer who decided to take it to the next level and do it in public and make everyone uncomfortable and be a public nuisance for the internet clout. I'm not going to play any more from this challenge because you get the idea. Every single one is just staring at the camera and overfilling a glass. It's fucking awful. Let's move on to a different one.
You're so bad. And baby, I want you so bad, yeah. You're so bad, yeah. And baby, I want you so bad. You're so bad. And baby, I want you so bad, yeah. You're so bad, yeah. And baby, I want you so bad.
I should have warned you to come in here with a change of panties, because we're all getting wet with this challenge. This is the You So Bad, I Want You So Bad challenge. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't put butterflies in my nutsack. Man, what a confidence booster. It's like, damn, all these dudes looking at me like this, saying they want me. I'm so bad and they want me bad. Like, god damn.
You're so bad. And baby, I want you so bad, yeah. You're so bad, yeah. And baby, I want you so bad.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Those are children. Those are kids. I feel like even having watched this clip in the middle of a compilation puts me on a list. I also don't really know when Bass Pro Shop became like acceptable fashion. When I was growing up, the only time you'd ever see anyone in Bass Pro Shop gear is if they were kissing their sister and 40 years old with a beer belly. I can't imagine kids now are wearing Bass Pro Shop merch, but hats off to Bass Pro Shop for breaking into a younger demographic.
You're so bad. And baby, I want you so bad, yeah. You're so bad, yeah. And baby, I want you so bad.
There's no greater mystery in this world than the one that you see before you. How do you get more than one person to be in your shitty TikTok? How does no one along the way say, hey guys, this sucks. Why are we doing this? This is embarrassing. Why is there no sense of shame when it comes to TikToks? I'm always surprised when there's more than one person in a TikTok. I get why one delusional person might think it's a good idea, you know, fucking biting on their lip and lip syncing and shit. I get that. But when you bring in like 3 other people, how does not one of them say, this is dumb? This sucks shithole. But hats off to them. You know, you got 3 dudes gathered around with their red Solo cup trying to give the illusion that they're drinking alcohol, but they're clearly under 21, clearly under 18, so they're most likely just in there with fruit punch or root beer. And then you have one dude dance around the back. I mean, even scripting that and telling your friends what you're going to do, how does no one just say, no thank you, this is embarrassing? But whatever, a group TikTok effort, very popular, hats off to them, they're having fun. I feel like such a fucking boomer shitting on new generation entertainment, but I just don't get it. I don't know who's scrolling through TikTok, stops on this one, gets a big old smile on their face and leaves it a heart. Like, there's no joke there. I hate when the joke is the song or like a goofy dance. I hate that. I fucking hate it. That is my least favorite form of comedy. Big on Instagram, big on TikTok, was big on Musical.ly, which is TikTok. Just not for me. We'll move on from this challenge, though, and go to another doozy. Another real banger of a challenge. People that are on TikTok to look at girls, but I have to wonder who goes on TikTok to look at girls. What the fuck is the point of that when the internet exists? There's millions and millions of girls on the internet doing all kinds of crazy shit. You can find pretty much anything to suit your degenerate taste. Brazilian fart porn if you're into that. You can watch a girl put Fruit Loops into her gaping asshole while another girl puts a spoon in there and eats them out. You can watch a girl put golf balls into another girl's gaping asshole. There is anything. The sky is the limit. Why go on TikTok? Why roll those dice? Those girls could be 14 years old, you fucking weirdos. It just makes no sense. I don't know who's going on TikTok to look at girls. I thought TikTok was supposed to be for like humor and shit, but it's clearly not because there is no humor. It's fucking awful. Let's keep going.
Catbug! I need a bath.
Yeah?
Some yogurt.
Yeah?
And a place to go. Duty!
If that's not illegal, it certainly should be soon. Well, I think this has been enough to make my point. There is nothing good on TikTok at all, unless you're like a predator, maybe. I just don't get it. I never really thought I'd reach the age where I didn't understand new stuff. Like, growing up, I was always like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That'll never happen. I'll always be with the times and understanding everything and being able to partake in technology and shit. But now, I totally fucking see it. I get why boomers don't understand how to use a fucking cell phone. I get it. I am finally at a point where I just don't understand something that younger people like. It's a fucking sad feeling. Getting old. And it's going to happen to you too. If you're young and watching this, don't think that it's only boomers. It's going to be you too, you fucking loser. You're also going to get to the point where you're like, oh my god, what is the younger generation doing? This makes no sense to me. It's going to happen. I definitely see it just being a natural order of things now. I get it. And it sucks. Also, TikTok fucking sucks. You know what? It's not me. It's not boomers that are the problem. It's the younger generation with shit taste. TikTok sucks. It's bad. That's it. See ya. That is so very loud, but I don't even think the mic is able to pick it up. There's someone using a leaf blower. It's probably my neighbors upstairs, just playing a good old practical joke on me down here, you know, some good old hijinks. Might as well just start a fucking leaf blower for some fun. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to share this video with all of you because I believe it to be one of the most inspiring rap performances ever given. It's from the one, the only, the ass blaster supreme Mike DC performing his smash hit Marilyn Manson in front of an elementary school live. And yeah, I'm gonna hit play.
But I want you guys to make some noise for Mike DC right now. Get it loud. Thank you guys. Let's go. Takes out for Harambe.
Quick, dank, filthy meme slime to get everyone energized real quick.
Count up all these racks up in my mansion. All these butt naked bitches dancing.
So Weird Al wanders out onto the stage and sets the tone early, letting you know that this song you're about to hear is explicit, so you better brace for some fucking impact.
Beat the pussy up and need a bandage. I fuck hoes like I'm Marilyn Manson. Bitch worship me like Charles Manson.
Spoiler alert, most of the song doesn't rhyme. What you just heard right there is about the extent of this man's rhyming prowess. He just rhymes Manson with Manson throughout. And the song is basically just him comparing his sexual habits to that of Marilyn Manson. He implies that he has coitus with women in similar style as Marilyn Manson would.
She wanna fuck, better bring them bands in. Don't give a fuck about no goddamn bitch. Unless she sucks on this goddamn dick.
Did you catch that? I'll replay it just in case.
On this goddamn dick.
At the end of him spitting some fire, some real hard-hitting bars, suck on this goddamn dick, there is a hype man on the track saying my penis, just for clarification for everyone in the crowd who might not have understood about sucking on this goddamn dick. Now this is honestly a trend in modern hip-hop that I fucking love, absolutely adore, where the rapper will say something and then the backing track will say something else, you know, like, I make milk shoot out of my cock, and in the background, talking about cum, something like that. I love that kind of shit. I feel like it adds a whole nother element to the song that wouldn't be there without it, and it's fucking beautiful, and Mike DC fucking slays it with the backing hype man vocals, literally just puts his ass on the stage with that shit. It's fucking beautiful.
All this money in my fucking pocket. Let anybody try and fucking rob it. I'm strapped up with a fucking rocket.
If there's anything I can criticize about this performance, it's the camera work. Really, there was no fault of Mike DC here. But for some reason the crowd wasn't into it, so the cameras shouldn't have shown the crowd as he's singing it because they weren't reacting very well. Yeah, that one girl there kind of bounces up and down a little bit and makes the most of the performance. You can see it for the art that it truly is, but everyone else is just kind of bored by it, maybe even a little uncomfortable. I might go as far as to say disturbed by it, and they shouldn't show that because Mike DC doesn't deserve that kind of treatment. He just had a really dead crowd that just doesn't understand good music, so they should have just cut, you know, the crowd reactions out.
Oh, shut the fuck up and suck this dick.
Another splendid example of the lack of professionalism by the cameraman at this event. So the cameraman must have either fallen asleep or maybe got a text message from his grandma being very upset with him. Damn it, why didn't you invite me out? You know how badly I've been wanting to see Mike DC live. So he's not focused on Mike DC. He's got the camera in the complete opposite direction. He realizes this, has a quick panic attack. Oh fuck, where's Mike DC now? Where'd that little rascal go? Is he on the ceiling? Is he underground? Oh, there he is. He's still on the stage. What are the odds? Then quickly pans right back to him. Yeah, it didn't take very long. It's a very little thing, but it's the little things that make a huge difference. This is Mike fucking DC. This is Mike motherfucking DC. You don't have the decency to keep the camera on him, please? I mean, come on. This is his world. We're just living in it.
Count up all these racks up in my mansion. All these butt naked bitches dancing.
Twerking on my dick? That's right. I've learned the lyrics to this song. No lie.
I fuck hoes like I'm Marilyn Manson.
Like he's Marilyn Manson.
I fuck hoes like I'm Marilyn Manson. I fuck hoes like I'm Marilyn Manson. I fuck hoes like I'm Marilyn Manson. I fuck her.
Once again making the same mistake, showing the very unentertained crowd here. Mac from It's Always Sunny in the yellow shirt certainly is enjoying the performance, but I'm trying to. So don't kill my vibe by showing me this crowd that's not feeling the vibe. Just because they're not on the same wavelength, they're feeling the same frequencies Mike DC is, doesn't mean that I'm not. There's some shit like that, I don't know, I completely lost my point there. All I'm saying is I'm a fucking fan. I've got the Mike DC fever. I've got Mad Cow DCs.
Famous talks are like I'm Marilyn. Got the weather than aquarium, so I am never in. You what the fuck that you thought I am? I keep the barium, and I got chaos and barium. You know that I am very rich, especially me heaven sent down to come fuck up on any bitch. Like I got the scary dick, it is so big I don't think it'll ever fit. I be fucking hoes, I'm the fucking man. All designer clothes, got it from Japan. Make a bopper dance. And I'ma fuck that hoe cause I'm Marilyn Manson. Count up all these racks up in my...
I believe the mic quality is suboptimal for this performance. It wasn't properly calibrated to compensate for Mike DC's fire, because when he was rapping very fast, it sounded like someone starting up an old blender. I'm sure the rhymes were absolutely masterfully crafted, though, as the rest of the song was. Now, look at this image here. This is a very common thing rappers do. When they really start spitting it hard, they'll really clutch their nuts real nice and firmly, give it a real good tug. Just keep their hand there. But Mike DC's taking this a step further. He's going under. Look at his hand placement. He's reaching under his ball sack and he's tickling his taint. He's like congratulating himself, poking his asshole and shit. He's innovating on here. He's innovating on the stage right now. He's not just grabbing his nuts. He's going the whole 9 yards. So the song continues, and you're going to notice he's just going to keep flicking his bean there, just playing with his clitoris on stage and whatnot. And really, it just adds a whole new flavor to this already great performance.
Man, shit. All these butt naked bitches dancing. Beat the pussy up and need a bandage. I fuck hoes like I'm Marilyn Manson. 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 I fuck hoes like I'm Marilyn Manson, bitch. All right.
I want Mike DC to perform at this year's Super Bowl. He could give the most explosive halftime show the NFL has ever seen. But yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Musical.ly is a platform where you lip sync to popular songs and act like a big douchebag in an attempt to sexually seduce children. In the 90s, the warning parents gave children was, hey, don't accept candy from strangers in a van. In 2018, the warning is, hey, don't go on Musical.ly. If you're above the age of 13 and using Musical.ly, you're either a pedophile or going through a very severe insecurity crisis. Now let's go ahead and look at some popular Musical.ly going on right now to a popular song. I don't know the song or anything, but I've seen the Musical.ly now, so let's go. Transformation. He went from a dweeb to a bad boy, a pussy slang magnet, from a dork to a bad boy, a gnarly man who's annihilating vaginas now. Be careful who you call ugly in middle school, because they might just turn out to be a sex offender on Musical.ly. When you're on Musical.ly, you just gotta get used to seeing a lot of tongues coming out from some very creepy looking men. I also like how Dr. Frankenstein also got in on the trend here with this one. He's reading directions for the fucking necromancy spell he's about to practice.
So why do good girls fall in love with me?
This is a lot of bad boys we're seeing right now. It's like we're all having a That's So Raven flash to the future, but our future, all we see are the baddest boys. The amount of sleeveless leather jackets in these Musical.ly videos is absurd. It would make a biker gang jealous as fuck. Or maybe they'd ejaculate in envy of all the leather and shit. But the point I'm making is this really what being a bad boy looks like in 2018? Because if so, thank God. These are some cool fucking men right here. Shown me that I should be embarrassed for having tattoos. I honestly think Musical.ly is going to make tattoos go extinct, drive that entire fucking market out of business, because they make it so embarrassing. They make tattoos look like the cringiest shit in the world. I've been a bad boy, and it's plain to see. I'm not weird, but let me see you pee. And then there's like that army guy, I don't know what he was doing there. I've been a bad boy. And then he swipes and he's in his army getup. That's the kind of shit that gets you kicked out of the army, I imagine, like fucking getting expelled like a misbehaving toddler. Gotta keep this shit on the down low here, Sergeant. Anyway, I mean, musically it's pretty fucking cool. I'll keep watching, because I'm hooked now. With all these bad boys on the platform, how could I not want to watch more? That's it. See ya. Why, hello there. This is one of the rare serious videos. Why? I just want to know why. This video I'd like to directly aim at any active TikTok power users over the age of 18. I simply just want to know why. What is the purpose of it all? What's your ulterior motive? For those of you who don't know, and I know none of you don't know, every single one of you fucking knows what TikTok is. Kids being born these days know TikTok before their fucking alphabet. It's the biggest thing on the planet. It's apparently worth like $600 billion. It's insane. It's fucking insane how big it is. But is it really? Jackson and I have been speculating, fucking tinfoil hatting it, and just really trying to wrap our heads around, can this actually be legitimate? I understand the appeal to a younger demographic. That I get, to a certain extent. I would never have used it when I was a kid. I don't see why younger people find it cool, but I understand that it's geared towards that demographic. But then you have like the people my age and older. You have fucking geriatrics patients doing the whip and nay-nay to the I want to be Tracer, I'm already Genji, I'd butt fuck Diva, oh Nerf Bastion. I just don't get it. I'm trying to understand. At 24, that's how old I am. 24 is not that old, but in 2018 it feels fucking ancient. I feel like a goddamn fossil. I already don't understand most of mainstream music. I don't get the appeal of listening to something that sounds like a highly distorted wet fart into a plastic trash can with some horrible lyricism thrown on it about like fucking flexing and staying lit. It's baffling. But TikTok is the biggest enigma of them all. I would sooner understand string theory and prove it before I understood the appeal of TikTok and the scale. I truly just don't understand it. I'm gonna go ahead and blast your assholes here with some fine TikTok trends real quick that I'm certain all of you have already seen, because thousands of YouTubers shit on them ad nauseum daily. It's the lowest hanging fruit on the internet. I'm not brave by asking the question or insulting TikTok, but someone's gotta fucking pose this directly to the people. You older generation that are making TikTok content, your TikTok queefs. Why? You use the internet, you see the insults on YouTube. You don't make this shit ironically, it doesn't seem. Are you getting paid by TikTok to make this? I feel like you are. I feel like they're inflating their numbers by paying up-and-coming actors to overact this shit and try and get trends to catch on. That's just speculation. I can't prove that. Don't take me to court, TikTok. It's not slander. It's not libel.
Fingers in your ears and make the la-la sound.
Hit or miss, I guess they never miss, huh? You got a boyfriend, I bet he does he kiss ya? He go,
baby, I'll be Tracer.
I'm already Tracer.
What about Widowmaker?
I'm already Widowmaker.
I'll be Bastion.
Nerf Bastion.
You're right, so Winston.
I wanna be Winston.
I guess I'll be Genji.
I'm already Genji.
Then I'll be McCree.
I already chose.
That was inspiring, right? Makes you want to crank that soldier boy, hit the stanky leg, and have your father film it for that TikTok clout, don't it? I just don't understand it. The biggest thing that really confuses me and makes me skeptical of the entire platform is the numbers on them. Any TikTok page you click on is going to have millions of fans. Old Pop Wiggle Wiener down over there at his barn making fucking barnyard rodeo TikTok videos probably has like 10 million followers, and that's on the low end of the TikTok fame side. The sheer numbers on that platform are so unbelievable that I genuinely have a hard time believing them. It's incredible. Every video you click on, millions of likes, hundreds and thousands of comments that are typically just one emoji, the fire emoji. If you read the reviews on TikTok, there's some people pointing out fake reviews, and there's some really suspicious reviews on there that are just like, this is lit, fire. This is cool, fire, fire. This is amazing, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Mom left dad again, and I don't think she's coming back, but I have TikTok, exclamation point, fire. It's weird, it's fishy. Just a little bit odd how a brand new service, pretty much, is as big as it is, every government in the world could collectively come together and say, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving away $10,000 for free to every single one of you citizens out there that download this specific app, the We Heart Government app, and that app would have less downloads than TikTok. I just don't get it. So I want this. Yeah, I don't know what I want from this. I don't know. No TikTok user is going to publicly talk about why they use TikTok, I don't think. Thank you, Tetra. No TikTok user is going to come out and say why they use it or how much they're being paid by TikTok to use it. Because it's unethical. And that'd ruin the credibility of TikTok as a platform, so I understand why they won't. But I'm on to you, TikTok. I was the one that fucking discovered your shitty platform on YouTube. I was the one that started shitting on you. I am the patient zero of shitting on TikTok. Everyone else is simply just another victim of being exposed to the outbreak. But I was the one who dove in to your fungal infected cesspool of shit content and really weird predatory shit and shit on it first. That was me. And now I'm coming back to finish the rim job. I'm closing the book on it. So please, if you or a loved one or someone you know suffers from creating horrible TikTok content, please get help. Tell us why. Admit it. Please, just explain it to me. I have to understand. It's fucking 5 a.m. I don't even know why I bothered making this. Just fucking having cold sweats at 5 a.m. thinking about TikTok and its popularity and how I'm not cool because I don't use it, I guess. But I need to know. I have to understand. I just really can't fathom a universe where this generation is going to look back on TikTok 50 years from now fondly and be like, yeah, that was some good shit. That was TikTok before it took over the, global government. They used to be such a humble platform full of great things, and now they rule the earth. I just can't imagine people would ever think TikTok is as cool as it appears to be. Doesn't appear to be cool. That's not what I'm looking for. I just can't imagine that people actually unironically use TikTok for the most part, and that it's as big as it seems. I just don't fucking get it, man. It just makes no fucking sense to me. Alright, see ya. Man, I didn't realize how big bad DJs were. I'll go with this one. Is that Anthony Sullivan? Pop off for me. Pump it. He is lighting up the conference room here at Verizon. Yeah. Oh, is he being judged? Oh, holy shit, that's a big crowd. What the fuck is this? A LAN event? Intel? What is this what goes on at Ultra, whatever, that music festival? Oh, DreamHack, I see it now. This guy's probably not even a DJ, he's just one of the players. Wait for that drop, baby, it's coming. He's building it up for 10 minutes. It's gonna be so satisfying. Here it comes. Yeah. Oh, not there. I don't think it's coming. I've been teased yet again. There it is, kinda. One guy's having fun, yeah! Fuck you, gamers, this is real fun. Man, that's gotta suck to be up there right now.
Watched Knives Out and loved it.
The crowd is going nuts. That sea of men has never looked more lively. I don't know, just wiggle your fingers or something. Show mercy on my poor boy up here, Christ. Though I will say he made a bad decision choosing a 20-minute song. And I don't know why he's looping it like it's a commercial soundtrack. I mean, he could definitely change it up. There's improvements to be had on both sides. Yeah! 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 DJing with no hands, baby! Yeah, throw some condoms out there. A little goodie bag. Whip out your dick and start peeing on the front row. Splash zone, baby. Do we got a bottle of Jack Daniels up there to throw on the crowd? Sprinkle on them. Oh god. Oh no. At least give him a fucking high five. You heartless fiends. What the fuck? It's a lot of equipment there, Kid Luke.
This card right now is at about a 7. I need y'all at a 10. Here we go.
He's working them. He looks like Adam Sandler in his new movie. But instead of gambling, he's DJing.
I need everyone jump in.
Yeah!
Jump, jump,
Where's the music? There it is.
jump, jump, jump.
I hope his mom's at least out there busting her ass wide open for her boy. Show some goddamn support.
We're at about a 6.9. We need to get this up to a 10. Let's go.
We are not claiming very high on this rankings. We are still at a 6? What the fuck? It's been like 3 minutes. How have we not reached 7?
Yeah, I know we got some Travis Porter fans up in here.
Who?
We're at an 8.5 right now. We're
Oh!
almost there.
That's a big jump. Big jump.
You know the words. Make it. Make it. Make it. Make it.
Well, I gotta say, that's a pet peeve of mine when the DJ just keeps interrupting the song. I would not be... I'd go down from a 8.5 to a 6. What are we at, goddammit?
9.5. We got
There it
like
is.
0.5 left to go. Let's go. I need
Yes.
everyone jump in.
Yes! Yes! I can't handle being at a 10! Kid Luke, no!
We're about that time right now. We're about to bring out VIC. I need everyone's
Who?
hands up. Let's go. Jump with me.
Who is DIC? You're bringing out Dick? No! There's plenty of Dick on the dance floor, Kid Luke. We don't need more. Good God. Show mercy. Is this Dick? Are we at a 10 yet, Luke? Please. My mom says I can only stay at a 10 for 5 seconds. He is having a good time. And so are we. We're at a 9.5. Yeah. Spinning the stacks of wax. Like the little Romeo intro. Oh, that's gonna get me to a 10, Luke. Shit, I can't stop. I'm gonna hit a 10. No! Luke!
Let's try that again. Everyone, I need you to say, yeah. 1, 2, 3,
yeah! Yeah! Luke, I'm going above and beyond 10.
Make a bag, get up.
Luke, help! Luke, my brother's having a heart attack from being at a 10. Slow down. Christ, have mercy. Luke! He has an aw yeah button. Oh, that's better. No, God, no! God, this guy sounds hammered. Oh, wait, I've seen this. He slaps your titties. Wait, I remember. Biff from Back to the Future goes up to her and slaps her tits. I haven't seen this in years. Brace, Karen. Fuck yeah. I haven't seen this shit in years. I forgot this goddamn thing existed. I'll leave it a like. That's one of those timeless internet classics. Can we get my boy Kid Luke on the turntables? Getting aw yeah in here? Let's get this wedding up to a 10, boys. Boo! Boo! This is at like a 5. Why is he called the worst wedding DJ? He didn't do anything wrong. Oh. He can't seem to keep a CD in the player. Ireland's Next Top DJ. Is that like an actual show? I'd love to watch it. I love the mother-son duo. This is cute. They're loving it, yeah! Denny's has never looked so lit. Oh, Crazy Frog. The Cracker Barrel is going wild tonight, boys. Turn it up. He's summoning his mom with the air horns. He's quickly YouTubing good DJ songs for old people. Oh, we're building. Makes you want to slap the diaper off your grandma, yeah. Now we're turning up. We're at a 7.5. She's in it, baby. What, does she have a toy gun? This is good. This is a good set. Shit YouTuber intros. It's in the game. Today I'd like us to take a look at 3 exceptionally awful YouTuber introductions that make me want to puke out of my penis. Now, there's probably worse on the platform, but after looking around at a bunch of YouTube douchebag content, these 3 really stuck out to me as examples of awful, extremely bad intros. The first one we're going to look at comes from YouTube's own Dragon King of clickbait, douchebaggery, overnight 3 AM challenges, don't tell your mom because Mickey Mouse is coming to put a fat nasty chode in her butthole. Aldo's World. All he does is the most generic content, you know, staying inside my own house on my own bed for 8 hours at night to go to sleep. You won't believe how well I slept gone sexual. Just shit like that, the worst kind of content. But he has perhaps the worst intro of all 3 we're going to see today. So let's go ahead and just look at that one right now.
Mario? What the? Mamma mia!
Fucking whoa. The litness levels on that intro are off the charts. You know, that dragon may have looked CGI, but it wasn't. That was Aldo in his real form. Aldo's an actual dragon that's just taking on the human form of a douchebag. Man, that shit was fucking wild. Have you ever seen Windows Movie Maker used to this level of talent, this level of expertise? He made this look like a Marvel Studios FX reel. It's amazing what he was able to do with PowerPoint here. I mean, I fucking love it. It's a little CGI dragon from some low-budget indie movie, I suppose, and then he clipped it into his intro, and then he's got the clip art fire effects surrounding him, and then he's just kind of rising up from the fire like a phoenix rising from the ashes of dead YouTube trends, but he's still going for it. I'm Aldo's World, and today I'm FaceTiming Buzz Lightyear at 3 AM. You won't believe how much he haunts my boners now because of this. It's fucking bad. It's just really bad across the board. And then he has his Dragon Ball Z intro for his merch, like a little Dragon Ball Z thing going on there to plug the merch. It's just, across the board, it's horrible. It's abominable. Yeah, Aldo, if you're watching, I got some advice. Just get rid of it. That's how you can fix it. There's no salvaging what you currently have. Just scrap it and start over something fresh. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. This one's from Custom Grow 420.
Yeah! What up, YouTube? YouTube, what up? Jolie coming at you. Custom Grow 420. Designated design for cannabis patients and adults. Alright, man.
Great, that was nice and concise. It only took 45 seconds to go through this little monologue you had prepared for every single video you've ever made. Nice. It was really pleasant on the ears, too, to hear that. And he does this with every single video, no matter the context, and he doesn't care if there's a guest there. He'll still do it and take up, like, the first 40 seconds of the video just for this intro. And they're all so uncomfortable around it, it seems. Like, look at this clip.
Yeah! What up, YouTube? What up? Jolie coming at you. For Custom Grow 420. This 18-number channel designed for cannabis patients and adults.
It's so fucking long. Goodness gracious. That guy on the left over there in the beanie looks like he's ready to just take a fire axe to Joe's head to end the intro. He's analyzing every possible escape to just get the fuck out of there. You know, just going over possible escape plans in his head like Ethan Hunt trying to get out of a torture scenario. if I start a fire, maybe we can all just get out and just get this shit over with so I don't have to keep hearing this intro. But what if I take, this fork and put it in the electrical outlet? It'd be a lot better to electrocute myself than keep listening to this intro. It's too long. And you can see how uncomfortable both of them are in this clip right here. The guy keeps looking at the camera on the man like, please make this guy stop. Joe, it's too long, man. Like, come on. Don't do it for every single video. If you got guests, don't make them sit there for 40 seconds listening to you do this Shakespearean recital or whatever the fuck this is supposed to be. It's just bad. And in all measurable aspects of a possible intro, it's bad. So that's the end of that one. Let's go ahead and go to the third one. This one's from Eli So Cray. And this one's really bad because it's also just as long and even more douchey.
Hey guys, before we get into this video, everybody make sure you go subscribe to my vlog channel, Eli So Cray Vlogs. Type it in, boom, pops up, click it, hit the subscribe button. Also hit the post notification bell right here, just like I did, so you never miss a upload.
Yeah, honestly, I'd hate to miss an upload from you, Eli.
If you do not turn on this bell, you might miss my videos and then you will not see them. Go follow me on Instagram at Eli_So_Cray. I might just follow you back, so go follow me right now. Also, go subscribe to my mom's channel, Patricia Belton, and do the same exact thing. Thank you. Oh my God.
He plugs everything he can think of. Please also don't forget to like my 4th grade English teacher's Facebook page. She gave me great grades. She was a great lady. Don't forget to go smash that motherfucking like button over there. Oh, also, my mailman is super fucking savage. So here's his LinkedIn. If any of you guys have a job for him, make sure to shoot him a job email. He just plugs everything in his life. Every person in his life. It's very overwhelming how much he plugs here, and before he even starts the video. It's so douchey. I hate when people do this, like, hey, before we get into this video, please go everywhere else that I've ever, associated with and hit the like button, follow button, whatever. It's fucking dumb. I hate that shit. The guy's content is also shitty, so his intro matches the rest of his content. He does exactly what every other generic douchebag YouTuber does, like the FaceTiming at 3 a.m., the overnight challenges. He puts a little different spin on it. Sometimes he's like, I fucked the Fortnite default dance or something. And that I can kind of respect. At least it's different. There's not a whole lot of people, fucking Fortnite default dances. But other than that, it's just generic shit-ass content with an even worse intro. Now, like I said, I'm sure there's worse intros on here, but while just perusing around looking at shitty YouTube douche-tuber content, these were the 3 worst intros I found. So, I mean, yeah, that's it. If you're trying to be an up-and-coming YouTuber, please avoid doing anything even remotely close to these intros you just saw today. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's new. I didn't see that go up. Oh. God damn. James Corden. Yeah, all right. We got to check in with our boy James Corden.
James Corden has slowly developed one of the worst reputations in media history.
You're goddamn right.
The foundation for his decline began when people started to realize that James Corden was a completely different person when he wasn't on camera.
That's not even where I started hating him. It was almost immediately. He has never even remotely come close to putting a smile on my face, and yet he is in everything. He is in everything, everywhere. It's miserable.
As an actor and the main host of The Late Late Show, James presents as a happy, polite, easygoing comedian whose goal is to simply make the audience laugh. Although there's a mountain of evidence
very unsuccessfully.
In private life, he's the exact opposite to this, with his rude nature developing after he first became famous back in 2008. As a result of his excellent performance on a British TV show called Gavin and Stacey, James would win the British equivalent of an Oscar, although accompanying this award was an ego boost that began to get out of control.
You can start to think you're perhaps a bit more of a dude than you really are, and that very much happened to me. I had a swagger in my walk.
As mentioned, James Corden's sudden explosion into fame led him to believe that he was more of a
well
dude
earned
than he really was, which would eventually translate into him treating everyone around him like garbage. James explained that as 2008 wore on, it got so bad I was being rude to my agent, and I even started being rude to Ruth. If I was in company and the conversation wasn't revolving around me, I would just switch off. In addition to being rude to...
Not surprised. Also, again, not the reason I can't stand this fucking guy. Don't know who Ruth is, though. She probably didn't deserve it. Justice for Ruth.
everyone around him, Corden began to live a typically irresponsible, newly famous lifestyle.
I'd started going out quite a lot. This door had opened to this world that I thought looked like fun, where people go, you're amazing, you're great, can I have a photo? Do you want a drink? Come out with us. And so you just end up on this path of just 3 a.m. cab rides with people you don't know, heading across London to someone's house who you don't know either, with a group of people.
That just sounds dangerous.
It's amazing that you're there. This is an intoxicating thing to be part of.
All of which being noticed by another Gavin and Stacey actor, Rob Brydon, who explained that when he first met James Corden 6 years prior, he was very impressed by him, yet after winning the Oscar award, James Corden was on a roller coaster. This boy from High Wycombe, and he's suddenly enjoying the fruits of his success, and he just lost his way for a bit. He was burning the candle at both ends and becoming ratty and irritable.
I never even knew all this about him.
His streak of irresponsibility came to an end after attending 18 months of therapy, although even after this, there were still countless examples of him treating people like garbage. For example, James Corden stated in a BBC4 interview that he needed to bully his way to the top of the media world, which can be observed in certain events such as the time he get into a public argument with another incredibly respected actor, Patrick Stewart, whilst on stage.
When the presenters are up here and when the recipients are receiving their awards,
hide your belly or something.
Back of the stage
That's
with
what
your
he says.
hands in your pockets, looking around as though you wished you were anywhere but here.
Oh, you couldn't be more wrong, sir. And if it looked like that, I'm so sorry. But when you come up and present an award, just get on with it.
After Patrick Stewart would confront James about looking
it was really uncomfortable.
Presentation, the argument would escalate in front of everyone.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the punchline. Go on. No, seriously, go on.
Okay.
No, go on. You can see my belly, and we can all see you dying right now. Let's go for it. Here we go.
Which was concluded by James and Patrick bickering in the background while someone else.
So I will say Patrick Stewart doesn't look really good there either. I don't know how many of you have seen that. Patrick Stewart also didn't come out looking like amazing. But per usual, it's James Corden that looks worse. Just an insufferable, unlikable, unenjoyable asshole that somehow is fucking everywhere like this goddamn parasite. I don't know how he's infested everything in Hollywood, but it really feels like he has a minor role in every single movie. He's in shows. He's got the worst late night television program of all time, but thank God that's coming to an end. Like, it just blows my mind. I've never met someone who is a James Corden fan ever in my life. So I don't know where his success is even coming from. I've also never been asked if I like James Corden. Yeah, because it's just an assumed no. No one ever defends him when he gets dunked online. No one ever says, man, anyone see that new James Corden bit? What a banger. It's just all bad. I never knew he was a jerk. I mean, I didn't either, to be fair. That's honestly the least of his problems. He's just so unlikable, as an actor, as a host. He doesn't make me laugh or anybody laugh. So him being an asshole is just a cherry on top. Thanks for resub Killer Elite in the bits, Tommy.
Else was talking on the microphone. Now, to cut James some slack, Patrick Stewart was probably in the wrong here, considering he was the person who began the argument. Interestingly, after James Corden gave him a very favourable introduction.
What was really confusing about it was I gave him a massive intro.
Yeah, I know.
I said, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome an actor who's held in such high esteem. Please welcome the brilliant Sir Patrick Stewart. And then he
like I said, Patrick did
Although
look good
James
here.
still decided to engage and clap back with a few jabs of his own, so it's safe to say that he also had some degree of responsibility. There are other examples of similar situations where James has acted rudely, however, only after being provoked by someone else first. Countless paparazzi videos show James walking through Los Angeles looking quite angry and disinterested, although having a camera involuntarily shoved
everyone hates the paparazzi,
facilitate
obviously.
the best environment for a good mood. There was also the time when Ant and Dec played a prank on James Corden, attempting to make him late for work, although considering they were literally going out of their way to make him angry, James probably gets another pass here. However, when James Corden would post one of the most brutal tool Reddit Ask Me Anythings in internet.
Oh, he
history,
did an AMA?
fan interactions were highlighted, which James had absolutely no excuse for. Hey James, you won't remember me, but me and my friend sat at a table next to you and Harry Styles plus some others in Manchurian Legends in London's Chinatown about 6 years ago. We didn't bother you, but you were a massively entitled dick who yelled and treated the wait staff like shit, and when one of my party politely suggested you calm down, you got really aggressive and threatening. So my question is this: why did Harry seem so cool while you were such a massive throbbing bellend? This post was followed by another which read, I went to a James Corden live recording a while back.
Again, it is Reddit. This is like a source trust me bro situation, or that happened shit. Like, there's no way to corroborate that. But I also wouldn't be surprised if that's a legitimate story, right? Like, I could see it. I could absolutely see it. But it is, again, like, anecdotal. No way of knowing for sure. Thanks for some CMD. ID, Gandalf, and the Prime Coldfire. Even the James Corden subreddit hates him. Well, that was started to insult him. Like, that it was never like a James Corden fan subreddit.
He had nearly zero interaction with the audience before/after the show and was on his phone entirely during commercial breaks. I guess that's his prerogative. He may have been having a bad day. I also realize it must be difficult to be on all the time, but I remember being extremely disappointed. By comparison, I've been to a Jimmy Fallon recording and a Letterman recording, and I can say with full conviction that those guys really seemed like they cared about their audience and worked their hardest to entertain them, even while the cameras weren't recording.
Fair,
which
I
is
guess.
followed by one final anecdote reading, massive dick in person. I saw a League of Their Own filming live. Through multiple tantrums over minor things at the production staff, with him being incredibly rude to them, which made the other regulars seem very awkward like it was usual. Between each take, the other celebs would be chatting amongst themselves, bantering about. James was glued to his phone. At the end of the filming, people got up to go get pictures with James, and he massively kept off shouting at people to go away and go back to their seats. And the few he did let have pictures with
Corden
him
pictures?
Seeing him like that made me realize everything you see of his on TV is a complete persona. When continuing on through the AMA, it becomes pretty obvious as to why James Corden only answered 3 different questions before calling it quits. Why are you, James, such a deeply unpleasant person? Did your parents raise you that way? Have you ever considered being funny or likable? James, are you aware that everyone thinks you're a hack and a talentless asshat? With his third comment here relating to the next reason behind James Corden's decline. Many of his on-screen performances have simply...
Let's go, yep.
It
was a dumb idea to begin with.
Not be cast in Wicked the movie, gained close to 110,000 signatures, and after Friends announced that James Corden would be hosting the TV show's 15-year reunion, he'd received Twitter responses such as, "Don't get me wrong, I've been wanting a Friends reunion since 2004, but if someone told me James Corden would be in it, I'd have told them not to bother." James Corden adding the Friends reunion to the list of things he's ruined with his mere presence.
True,
Initially, after
super
starring as
true.
the main character in the 2019 film Cats, the movie received a...
Okay, to be fair, James Corden is not the main character in Cats. He plays Fat Cat. Like, he's not a main character. He's just, once again, a miserable presence, like this miasma of anguish that haunts the film. I mean, it's a bad film without him, but it's a worse film with him. He's not the main character, though. In fact, I can't think of a single movie where he is the main character. He's just always some minor role or even a side character, recurring character, and just his presence brings the whole thing down to a screeching halt. Peter Rabbit. Oh, he voices Peter Rabbit, doesn't he? I haven't watched Peter Rabbit. But yeah, you're right, he does voice Peter Rabbit. Thanks for resub, Winry, John, and Wolf. Oh, that's super sweet. Well, hey, happy anniversary, Winry. Thanks for resub, Toaster, Bear, and JD, and Tyson.
2.8 out of 10 star rating on IMDb, as well as reviews so awful that James Corden didn't even end up watching the movie himself. However, James stating that he didn't watch the movie wasn't the only thing that was interesting about this interview, as he'd also discussed another topic which had turned much of his audience against him, his beef with another talk show host, Bill Maher. In September of 2019, Bill Maher published an editorial about obesity, with the contents of such being discussed on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Look, you can't keep eating as much as you want and as shitty a food as you want. You just can't.
That is not something that anybody wants to hear, though.
People loved it until James Corden said something.
As mentioned, James Corden wasn't too happy with these comments and would call Bill Maher out by making both some reasonable arguments.
If making fun of fat people made them lose weight, there'd be no fat kids in schools and I'd have a six-pack by now.
As well as some awful ones, such as a zero personal responsibility statement that Bill Maher was simply lucky to have a body that burned more calories than him.
We're not all as lucky as Bill Maher, you know? We don't all have a sense of superiority that burns 35,000 calories a day.
Which Bill interpreted as the easy, low-risk way out of the argument.
He missed a great opportunity to literally save lives. He took the easy way out. Of course, you can always get applause for saying, oh, let's boo the mean man who told the truth. That's not brave.
As is usually the case with these kinds of topics, there were supporters for both sides of the argument. However, James unnecessarily forcing himself into such a divisive conversation where people already disagree with him was probably a net negative toward his reputation, just like the time his carpool karaoke was outed for being fake.
Oh, that was a rough day for all of us.
Drives around singing songs with various famous musicians was called out by a user on Twitter in early 2020 after they noticed Justin Bieber and James Corden in a car, which wasn't being driven but rather being pulled on a trailer. The video would rack up over 14 million views, which prompted an incredibly hilarious response from James Corden himself, in which he would go ahead and debunk the claim that the series had been faked.
95% of the time, I really am endangering the lives of the world's biggest pop stars.
Well, that's
Here
bullshit.
is a list of every carpool karaoke where I've used a tow, and this is a list of every one where I was driving the car, okay?
However, while Corden did a pretty good job of debunking these claims, there are still countless comments on every carpool karaoke from people who never saw the
I still just don't believe him. Like, just straight
This
up.
all feels so fake when you know he's not actually driving. Fake news, James isn't actually driving. James Corden, stop cheating people with your carpool karaoke. Can't believe all these celebrities put up with this fake show. Next time, at least drive the damn car.
Who cares? That's a big who gives a fuck. Oh my god, he's not actually driving. It's ruined. It's fucking ruined. No! It's absolute garbage in the first place. It's fucking boring is the problem. Whether he's driving or not. Unless he is literally driving these fucking celebrities through flaming hoops in a monster truck and then crushing school buses, I don't care. It's a boring show. It's fucking miserable. I don't care if he's driving or being towed. It's just a bad show. It has nothing to do with whether or not he's legitimately driving or not. Monster truck carpool karaoke would go hard as fuck. See, like, that has real merit, right? Like, put the celebrity guests in some legitimate peril and see how they perform. I think that'd be cool. Here's a little free idea. This is something we considered doing a long time ago. I mean, shit, maybe we still will. Probably not, though. We were going to try and do, like, celebrity guests in, like, perilous situations. So, like, operating a tank while they perform or something. We didn't really flesh it out because we realized it was undoable. But, like, that idea is kind of hype. As long as the celebrity's, like, on board, like, knowingly. You can't just catch them off guard with, like, a life-threatening situation. What makes it undoable? Getting the actual shit, like a tank. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's not hard to, I mean, it's not easy to get that kind of shit. We'd have to literally go out to Texas or Las Vegas to do that, and that's just not viable.
It seems like even when James Corden is in the right, his audience selectively decides that he's still in the wrong, which has also been speculated as part of the reason behind his recent announcement that he's leaving the public spotlight. On the 29th of April 2022,
let's go.
James Corden would upload a video to his YouTube channel.
Best thing he's ever done.
James Corden discusses his late night future, in which he'd announced that he'd only be hosting the show for one more year.
I've decided to sign for one more year on the show, and that this will be my
longest 365 days of television.
In a different interview, James Corden specified that his motive for leaving the entertainment industry was to spend more time with his family.
I don't want to do it forever. We're a really long way away from home, and we're a really long way away from people who are getting older, and we're a really long way from them if something should ever happen, and that plays on my mind a lot.
However, many have speculated that being such a disliked celebrity has put an unbearable amount of pressure on him, which becomes especially obvious when looking at the comments regarding his retirement. James Corden is a talentless bag of garbage. Goodbye, good riddance. Finally, we don't want him anymore. Ruins everything he's involved in. Probably one of the most annoying people in the business, it seems. Please don't come back to the
Yeah, there's only like two people, well, three. There's only three people I can think of that have a reputation this dog shit. Like, where collectively the majority of people are like, everything you touch is bad. You make everything you're around worse. It's James Corden, Amy Schumer, and Brendan Schaub. Those are the only three I can think of. It's like this crazy trio of just misery because they're in so many things and everything they're in is much, much, much worse because of their presence. Ellen only has her show. Ellen only has a show that she ruined. Well, her show is just bad. Like, her show is just bad. But those three are in a ton of things. Brendan Schaub is on all kinds of podcasts. Brendan Schaub has stand-ups everywhere. So he's in a lot of places. James Corden infests so much shit in media. Same with Amy Schumer. But yeah, I mean, I would agree. Like, Jared Leto's another really good example, but his is mainly just like a movie every year. Like, James Corden at his peak was in like 4 or 5 productions a year. Thanks to the resub. Abrasive, John Silver, Punk Chick, Choking, Wasinde, J, Ledge, Major, Wook, Average, That Boy, and Tier 1 River. God, that'd be crazy, Quill. Putting them all in this, like, a single movie. Thanks to Prime Darth and Brewski. Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart's in a lot of shit, but I don't think he makes it worse. I think he just chooses absolutely terrible projects to be a part of. I don't dislike Kevin Hart. I dislike the things he's in. He is not the reason those things are bad.
UK, please don't come back to the UK, please don't come back to the UK, with each of these comments being accompanied by flattering articles such as, farewell James Corden, you were an asshole.
What a great, who wrote that? Was that Vice? A nice look at the history of James Corden. Thank you, Sonny. You're endorsing people dehumanizing Corden when his worst crime was being unentertaining. This is gross. You can dislike him without dehumanizing him. What? I'm dehumanizing him by calling him shit? Because he's unentertaining? What? I think you're very confused on the meaning of the word dehumanizing. I hope he lives a very happy and fulfilling life out of the spotlight and never touching another movie again. I don't know if that was bait or not, but that was a terrible fucking take. Actually calling him shit while saying you're not dehumanizing him is priceless. Yeah, he's shit in everything he's in. He's shit, trash, awful, not entertaining. But I wish him nothing but the best outside of movies and television. Take up golf. Spend time with your family. Don't go back to movies. That's not dehumanizing him. I just think he's bad in everything he's in. If you're not dehumanizing him, why do you want him to why do you keep wanting him to fight Vegeta? Yeah, true. AI still can't get that one right for some reason. No matter what I do. That one's not even my fault. That's an AI problem, man. I don't know what it is, but they cannot get James Corden and Vegeta in the same picture. That one's not on me. Blame AI. A lot of time they censored it. Run it back. One of the rare times they actually put 2 of them on the same picture, though. Not much of a fight unless it's like an argument. Holy shit. That's so many bottles. It's like a piece of art at this point. And then printer paper. Okay, now this is a good one. This one's interesting. I like garbage that tells a story. And this tells the story of type 2 diabetes. That's so many Coke bottles.
Oh, dude, this camera gimbal keeps going crazy.
I am so glad that the camera gimbal's fucking up right now. I get to see a whole experience. There's more Coke hidden under here. Oh my god. I wish it wasn't blurry. Look at how much that extends. It's actually like a statue you'd find at a college park. I wish I could see what these were. This looks like an old, like, rotary phone. But it's so blurry, like a picture of Sasquatch. I can't quite tell. This might be underwear. I'm not sure. Because there's like a band here. Whoa. I mean, this keyboard's... what a rough life. Just take it out back and put it out of its misery. But what I find particularly goofy, he's got all of the Coke bottle cans separated from the bottles. So he's collected the cans behind him and made a monument, but put all of the caps next to the keyboard for some reason. Why? Fallout currency. Yeah, this keyboard is fucking covered in like dust and shit. I don't even know. What is all that? Like skin flakes? No, probably not. Mainly dust. I can't really... There's salt. It might be salt. Dust and salt. And then the desk itself has also been like skidded. There's skid marks across it. I don't know what he does here. Maybe like rev up an RC car's tire just to peel the paint off? I don't even know how that happens.
This and this alone carried me to rank 14, dude.
Holy shit.
Look at this glorious DAS keyboard, dude.
Oh! If you cracked open an ancient Egyptian tomb, the mummies wouldn't be this dusty. How does it even accumulate that much? Since the invention of the computer, I don't think enough time has elapsed to allow for this much dust to naturally build up.
Show cleaning houses.
Like, it's just not even the surface level. In between the keys, like on the actual board itself, you can see piles of dust and ash. I don't know. Just like actual piles in the crevices. So it's not even just on top.
Is worse because of
Oh, here we go. That's what I like to see. Alright, a good swivel in focus. So, a lot of Coke bottles here, looking real good. All of them don't have their cap, by the way, because he collects the caps next to the keyboard for some reason. I hope he has an explanation. What is that turquoise thing? Oh, that's his fingers. And this is a bottle of what? Nos? I don't even know what that is. It is, okay. Let's see. Is this food? Yeah, this is like old McDonald's bag. Oh, this is Five Guys. I'm pretty sure this is Five Guys. So he's got old Five Guys bags lying around. You can tell because of the massive fucking grease stains on it. Oh, it's a trash bin.
Can you crush the bottles to make them in the bin? Yeah. I'm gonna do that now. They're full.
Oh my god. Holy shit. That's so many Coke bottles. It's a whole wing of the room dedicated to it, like a graveyard. The desk itself isn't even that bad comparatively. It's just the keyboard, the Coke bottles, all this food residue. And then a bit of clutter up here. Oh, is that lotion? Oh, it is lotion. Oh, man. Man's giving away his whole masturbatorium setup. You're right. No, actually, is that lotion? What kind of lotion is piss yellow? Oh, it could be vape juice. Oh, maybe. That would make a lot of sense. Mold on the wall? If you're talking about this, I don't think this is mold. My guess would be an old apartment and it just started to crack. But I don't think that's mold. On the bottom. Oh. No, that's, yeah. So on the bottom, that's mold. Yeah, no, okay, I see. But at this point, mold's just like a gamer's best friend. We've seen so many moldy setups from some of the top tier gamers. So there's got to be something to it. Like maybe the spores or something get into the like the human body and turn you into like an actual gaming barbarian. Holy shit. These are put into like an actual like order.
Going, dude. We're still going.
He really cared about these.
Oh, it's still going. Yes, dude.
Oh my god. So it's not just Coke bottles, pizza boxes too. This guy's like a filth artist. Like a grime bender. Only reason is lazy. See, but again, I think this is a great counterexample that it's not laziness. He took the time to meticulously stack these boxes. Like, these aren't just randomly thrown here. He tried to stack them properly. He spent more time building this tower than he would have just putting it in the trash.
So that is one pile of pizza boxes. One pile.
Yeah, so this one's not even the pizza box tower. This one's got eggs and shit in it too. It's kind of wild. This pizza place must love this guy. I don't know this place, like Tuxedo Pizza or something. I don't know what this is, but they've got themselves a brand loyal customer for sure, for life.
Then we've got cooking utensils.
Fuck me.
Teapot and all-purpose pan.
Have mercy on that teapot.
Where
It's dangerously close to the smeared dog shit. The hazard zone. This is pretty. This is rough.
Varying jars of peanut butter and Vegemite. Oh, just delicious.
Oh, it runs down his cupboard. Oh, onto the floor. It's a crime. It's like an actual crime scene. It actually is. I would say so far, this is the worst. Of all of the ones we've seen, minus the one that was destroyed in anger, minus that one, this is the worst so far in terms of just pure yuckiness. Yeah, but even then, Jägermeister's filth was confined to a single room. This one is spanning the whole house. You have to think on scale. Like, yes, contained in one room, Jägermeister's was worse. But a whole house worth? Like, that's a lot. Jägermeister had maggots and dead rats. But again, in one room. You know how many maggots and rats probably live just in his food preparation station? That shit's gonna be like a full-blown frat party in there.
This countertop?
He seems so happy.
It was brown. No, so did I. It's white, dude. Look at this. Look at this. Look. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. The mirror? Perfect.
Good for him.
Looks so much better. Sure does, man. Okay, and now we return to the real scene of the crime, man.
Yeah, this is the spot I know. Okay. So far, the good ending?
Mountains of pizza boxes. Out to, what, there-ish? Sure. Mountains of pizza boxes. This bench didn't exist. She's back, she's reclaimed, she's spotless, dude. Absolutely spotless. The floor, dude, the floor got some love, let me tell you.
I'm so happy for him.
We even scrubbed the walls. Cute little matching kettle and toaster, check.
Did he get rid of his all-purpose pot?
We even cleaned the, that thing. The dish hole. I'm tired. The word's going. Oh, and, sorry. Remember that poo stain here?
Yep.
It's absolutely clean.
Vanished.
Okay. Now this was fairly biohazardy. It's now not. Okay, look. I still live here, right? Messes will be made. Okay. Just
yeah, you just gotta. That's not gonna wash it down. You gotta take the plug out.
Dude. And this is okay. So this was where most
unlucky.
Of the,
we'll get him next time with that one.
Were, right? They started what there, went up to.
Yeah, this was like that giant tower.
What is this camera work without the gimbal? Yeah, we need a gimbal. All this.
Oh god, we're losing him.
Just
the garbage is coming back. It's fucking up the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, wouldn't touch it.
Wow, all of that tile is so fucking cracked. How did that even happen? Like, I mean, there's nothing he could do about it from a cleaning perspective. That's just so unlucky. Like, all that tile is fucking cracked. Yeah, no, it's definitely old, but yeah, hey. We cleaned up the mess. That's what matters right here. I would say either rip up this tile or we put like a big rug down. Something.
Sort of thing. And the same with the carpet. Carpet's fucked. Doesn't matter. The important thing is the Coke bottle mountain. That iconic photo of a young Ruck One on his crowning achievement of Coke bottle mountain.
It was a cool mountain.
It doesn't exist anymore. It's gone.
I hate to see that one go. We could have kept that.
Computer desk. Look at that. To a decent degree.
Oh my god. You did all of this great work. You made the Lord so happy, and then you're still going straight to hell. You kept the keyboard. This is the catalyst for all of this yuckiness. This is where it all stems from. This is the patient zero. You gotta replace the keyboard with anything else. Anything. Anything at all. Everything is great except that. He's done everything right except one crucial mistake. So we got the neutral ending, not the good ending.
Great. I don't know, man. How do I wrap up? How did I wrap this up? Dude, it's been fucking unreal, man. Like, the support has been crazy. I was in, like, the worst place of my life 5 days ago, and now I'm, like, in one of the best places of my life. The,
Aww, that's
like,
so
support,
wholesome.
Everything has been so fucking unreal. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's the first time I felt like myself in a long, long time. I don't know, man. I want to say something poignant, but I'm so goddamn tired from cleaning, man. Alright.
That was so cute. I really do think, like, one of the first steps you can do to just feeling better if you're in a shitty spot is just cleaning. Just set a little goal for yourself, like, I'm gonna clean this little area. And then just do it. Just give yourself something to accomplish quickly. Just like a quick hit of dopamine. That's so sweet.